Chapter 1556. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lin Xian asked curiously. Senior brother, you're new here. You don't know what being an inner sect disciple means. The young man explained quickly. His attitude changed quickly. He was even addressing Lin Xian as senior brother now. The disciples of the pill sect are divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. There are also direct disciples. However, there are very few direct disciples. There are only a few of them. Furthermore, the sect master and the various elders no longer accept direct disciples. Therefore, direct disciples can be seen as special core disciples. From the outer sect to the inner sect, there's a threshold. Most of the outer sect disciples are free range and do some chores. They can be said to be the lowest level of the sect. But it's different for the inner sect disciples. They are already considered as the elites. They enjoy many resources and have the opportunity to listen to the teachings of the elders. You can say that their treatment has improved a lot. However, it's difficult to become an inner sect disciple. Every year, only a small number of outstanding outer sect disciples can become inner sect disciples. The competition is extremely intense. In fact, some people have been in the outer sect for more than 10 years and have yet to become inner sect disciples. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded his head. He finally knew why this young man before him had such an attitude. He became an inner sect disciple the moment he entered the sect. This starting point was far beyond everyone's imagination. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. He then asked, "Then, what's up with the core disciples? Tell me more about it." Core disciples are the elites of the elites. It's even more difficult to become a core disciple from an inner sect disciple. In fact, some people have been in the inner sect for more than 100 years and still can't become a core disciple. Core disciples have a lot of power. They even have the right to kill. In fact, some of the more powerful core disciples are no weaker than some of the elders. It's just that they haven't contributed much to the sect, so they can't become elders. However, their strength is extremely terrifying. So that's the case. Lin Xian nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Seemed like the identity of an inner sect disciple wasn't safe after all. He had to get the identity of a core disciple as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to get in touch with the pill sect. After all, King Pillplume was something from several hundred years ago. Ordinary disciples would never be able to come into contact with this kind of secret. Only those in the upper echelons would be able to obtain clues. The young man in the red robes led Lin Xian to the inner sect area, but didn't enter. He said to Lin Xian, "Senior brother, I'm just an outer sect disciple. I can't enter the inner sect. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and entered the inner sect alone. However, Lin Xian did not fumble around on his own. After entering the inner sect, there were people specially assigned to guide him. Very quickly, he was assigned to an independent courtyard. Every inner disciple could enjoy a mobile independent courtyard as their own residence. From the conversation, Lin Xian also learned that the treatment of core disciples was even better. They could even occupy a mountain peak and use it as their own residence. Some powerful core disciples could even enslave outer sect disciples and order inner sect disciples to do things for them. It could be said that he had a lot of power. Lin Xian chose a courtyard and stayed there. He did not act immediately. Instead, he cultivated silently to accumulate his strength. Just like that, he stayed in the inner sect. On the other side, outside the alchemy faction, there was a test going on for the past few days. Countless outer sect disciples were trying their best to enter the inner sect. Among them, there was a beautiful young girl who also wanted to participate in the test. The young girl was beautiful, but her demeanor was a little arrogant. She raised her chin like a proud little princess. At that moment, there were many young men around her. "There are 10 spots to enter the inner sect this time. I'll definitely get one," the young girl said proudly. "Of course." The surrounding warriors quickly flattered her. Beside her, there were a few arrogant disciples. They were also elites of the outer sect and were very confident of entering the inner sect. Among them, there was a young man in red robes. He looked at the young girl and smiled. That's for sure. Sister Ting, when the time comes, we'll enter together. However, after entering the inner sect, you'll have to rely on your brother. When the time comes, don't forget about me. Hearing the compliments around her, the young girl called Fang Ting became even more proud. Of course. Don't worry, my brother is very powerful in the inner sect. After we enter, I'll ask him to take care of you. When the surrounding disciples heard this, they were envious. They knew that Fang Ting was very powerful. At such a young age, she had become a top outer sect disciple and was about to enter the inner sect. Not only that, she had an even more powerful brother who was in the inner sect. It could be said that no one dared to bully her. She would probably be a proud daughter of the heavens if she entered the inner sect. Everyone was discussing animatedly. However, at that moment, the results of the test were also out. Immediately, everyone stretched their necks and looked nervously. The young girl called Fang Ting also became nervous. To be honest, although her talent was not bad, there were many people in the outer sect who were more talented and stronger than her. Therefore, she was not completely confident. However, when she saw that her name was ranked 10th, her delicate little face immediately revealed a proud smile. 10th. Although the ranking was slightly worse than she had imagined, she was still very satisfied. Because she knew that there were only 10 spots to enter the inner sect this time. In other words, as long as one entered the top 10, they would definitely be able to enter the inner sect. Ha ha! That's great! I've finally entered the inner sect! Exclamations of surprise sounded one after another. Obviously, these were the top 10 disciples. Soon, an outer sect elder walked over quickly with a scroll in his hand. As for Fang Ting and the other top 10 disciples, they all had proud smiles on their faces as they quickly walked out and stood in front. They knew that it was time to announce the results. As expected, the outer sect elder slowly said, "Next, I will announce your candidates to enter the inner sect. Huan Kai Zhao Dong. Qin Feng." The outer sect elder read out 9 names in a row. They were all disciples ranked in the top 9. Fang Ting listened with a smug expression, but when it was her turn, she suddenly stopped. The outer sect elder slowly put away the scroll and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, the 9 of you will be inner sect disciples. After entering the inner sect, you must cultivate well. You must not slack off." "Yes, disciple obeys." Qin Feng and the other 9 disciples nodded respectfully, while the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. What was going on? There were only 9 people. Why were there only 9? Chapter 1557. What's going on? There are only 9 people. Why are there only 9? Everyone was puzzled and puzzled. Fang Ting quickly said, "Elder, why didn't you read my name?" After the outer sect elder heard this, he said in a deep voice, "There are only 9 spots to enter the inner sect this time, so only the top 9 will be taken." 9? How is that possible? Fang Ting's face was anxious. Didn't we say that there were a total of 10 spots? Why is there one less? That's right, Elder. Weren't the spots already decided? Qin Feng, who had already become an inner sect disciple, was also puzzled. There were indeed 10 spots before, but a few days ago, a disciple came and joined our alchemy sect, directly becoming an inner sect disciple. So naturally, there will be one less spot for you. What? Someone directly became an inner sect disciple? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. One had to know that they knew the rules of the alchemy sect. Usually, when they came, they would be outer sect disciples. It was very rare to hear of someone who could directly become an inner sect disciple. Impossible! Damn it, how is this possible? Fang Ting screamed. Originally, she was full of confidence, and thought that she would definitely be able to enter the inner sect this time. However, she did not expect such a thing to happen. This is against the rules. I'm in the top 10, so I should enter the inner sect, Fang Ting quickly said. However, the outer sect elder snorted coldly. Noisy! Is this a place for you to behave atrociously? This is the sect's decision. What are you dissatisfied with? At the end, his voice was incomparably cold, and even emitted a powerful aura. No, no! Sensing this aura, Fang Ting was also scared silly and quickly knelt on the ground. Seeing this, the outer sect elder said in a deep voice, "With your talent, after cultivating for a period of time, you will definitely be able to enter the inner sect next time. This time, you can go back first." After saying that, he waved his hand and took Qing Feng and the other 9 inner sect disciples away. Only the shocked crowd was left behind. Damn it, this is too despicable. I have to find out who replaced me. I'm going to tear him into pieces. Fang Ting knelt on the ground and screamed crazily. As for the surrounding warriors, their scalps went numb. That was because they knew that the disciple who became an inner disciple was going to be in trouble. Fang Ting's brother was an extremely terrifying figure in the inner sect. With his ruthless attacks, he could kill anyone. For the past few days, Lin Xian had been cultivating in his room, but he would come out from time to time. In the vicinity of his courtyard, there were many spiritual herbs that he needed to take care of. He would hand over 70% of these spiritual herbs to the sect, and the remaining 30% would be his reward. This was an inner disciple. If he wanted to be promoted to a core disciple, he would only need to pay half of it. In the past few days, while Lin Xian was taking care of the spirit herbs, he also got to know some of the surrounding inner sect disciples. They were familiar with each other. One day, while Lin Xian was cultivating, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Lin Xian immediately opened his eyes. He stood up and opened the door. The person who knocked on the door was his neighbor. He was also an inner disciple, and his name was Zhou Hai. In addition to Zhou Hai, there were 2 or 3 other figures, all of whom were inner disciples nearby. "What's the matter?" Lin Xian asked. Usually, no one would disturb him during the day. Now that the other party was here, it meant that something had happened. "There's a mission for us." "Mission?" Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. He naturally knew that to become a disciple of the alchemy sect, one had to complete some sect missions. However, he did not expect that the mission would come so soon. "Yes, it's like this. Recently, the cities near us have been losing spirit herbs. Sometimes, there are even obvious riots. It's obvious that it's man-made. According to various investigations, we finally found out that it's the people from the 10,000 Poison sect. Now, the sect has issued a mission to kill the people from the 10,000 Poison sect. Many inner sect disciples have already taken action because the rewards this time are too generous. Every time you kill a martial artist from the 10,000 Poison sect, you can get 1 sect contribution. 10 sect contribution points can be exchanged for a high-grade alchemy book or a top-grade spirit herb. Those spirit herbs are not the ones we planted. They are all extremely precious. Every one of them is worth a lot. It seems that the sect is really angry this time. Yes, especially those high-grade alchemy books. Even the core disciples are tempted. I think many of them will go this time. We want to go too, so we came to call you. How about it? Do you want to go together?" Zhou Hai and the others asked. "Okay, let's go take a look." Lin Xian nodded. He had nothing to do anyway. He could get rid of some people from the 10,000 Poison sect and exchange for some spirit herbs and alchemy books. He was happy. All of Lin Xian's belongings were with him, so there was nothing much to pack. He left with Zhou Hai and the others and flew towards the city at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Fang Ting was also contacting her brother in the inner sect through letters. Fang Li, Fang Ting's brother, was also an inner sect disciple. Moreover, he was a very powerful inner sect disciple. It could be said that everyone in the inner sect knew of Fang Li's existence. When he found out that his sister's spot had been taken and she could not enter the inner sect, his face immediately darkened. "Investigate. Who took my sister's spot?" Fang Li said coldly to a few of his underlings beside him. "Don't worry, young Master Fang. We'll investigate now." These followers were also inner sect disciples. They quickly went out to investigate. Soon they returned. "We found some information. That kid is called Lin Xian. He came 5 days ago. He was indeed directly promoted to an inner sect disciple. However, we can't find out the reason. How strong is that kid? Fondly asked in a deep voice. I don't know about his alchemy skills. However, according to those who have seen him, he's only a 1-star king. 1-star king? Hearing this, Fondly's frown deepened. The people around him sneered. How can he be promoted to an inner sect disciple with such a weak cultivation? Could that kid be an alchemy genius? Impossible. If he's really an alchemy genius, we should have known the moment he came in. But now, he's keeping a low profile. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Fondly snorted. No matter who he is or how he got in, he must pay the price for taking my sister's spot. Let's go. Let's see what Lin Xian is capable of. Fondly snorted and ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Chapter 1558. Along the way, many inner sect disciples' expressions changed when they saw this. Isn't that Fondly? Why does he look so pale? Where are they going? They don't look friendly. Oh my God, someone dares to provoke Fondly? Isn't he afraid of death? I heard that someone took Fondly's sister's place in the inner sect. I think Fondly is going to find trouble with the other party. What? Is there such a thing? That should be right. There is indeed a new disciple in the inner sect. I think his name is Lin Xian. Look at them, they are indeed going to Lin Xian's courtyard. The surrounding inner sect disciples are whispering. When they saw this, they followed them. Fondly and his group stopped in front of Lin Xian's courtyard. Is this the place? Fondly looked ahead with a cold gaze. Yes, young Master Fong, this is the place. Wait, I'll get that kid to come out, one of the inner sect disciples said. Then, he stepped forward and shouted coldly. Lin, get out here! His voice was like thunder, turning into a sharp sword that quickly spread inside. However, it was quiet inside. There was no response at all, let alone a person. Humph! How dare you put on airs in front of me? Seeing that there was no response, the inner sect disciple was very unhappy. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed forward. With a boom, the door and wall in front of him exploded. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Was he going to do it himself? However, after waiting for a while, no one came out. Soon, a few inner sect disciples entered the courtyard at lightning speed to check it out. Then, they came out and said, Young Master Fong, there's no one inside. No one? Hearing this, Fondly frowned and asked coldly, Do any of you know where that kid went? Whoever provides me with the clue, I'll give him a high-quality spiritual herb. Immediately, someone ran out and said, That Lin kid went to take on a mission. The one from the 10,000 Poison Sect. A mission from the 10,000 Poison Sect? Hearing this, Fondly narrowed his eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, with a flip of his palm, he took out a stalk of spirit grass and threw it to the man. How dare you take my younger sister's spot? No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape death. It just so happens that I'm also going to accept the mission from the 10,000 Poison Sect. I'll take care of that brat while I'm at it. Fondly sneered and left with his men. Upon seeing this, the surrounding inner disciples shook their heads and sighed. Sigh, that Lin Xian guy is too unlucky. He actually offended Fondly, that's right. With Fondly's strength and methods, that kid won't be able to get anything out of him. That's not all. If they meet him outside this time, that kid might lose his life. When the time comes, Fondly will kill that kid and push the blame to the 10,000 Poison Sect. Even if the sect finds out anything, they won't care. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with us. Let's not bother about it. The group of people left one after another. At the foot of the mountain, the surrounding cities were like stars in the sky. Although only a few days had passed, Lin Xian discovered that the appearance of this place had changed. Among them, many cities had been attacked. The city walls had collapsed, the houses were damaged, and deep holes had appeared on the ground. Not only that, but there was also a green mist in the surroundings that contained a deadly poison. Even a king had to be careful when dealing with it. According to Zhou Tian's introduction, this was a unique technique of the 10,000 Poison sect. This green mist was extremely terrifying. It was condensed from many king-level demonic beasts. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. Anyone below the king level would definitely die if they touched it. As for king-level cultivators, if they accidentally inhaled it, they would lose a lot of their strength and might even be heavily injured. Therefore, they had to be careful when fighting against the 10,000 Poison sect. Damn, these people from the 10,000 Poison sect are really despicable. Yeah. Just this poisonous mist alone has consumed a lot of my spiritual energy. If we weren't kings, we probably wouldn't have been able to stay in this poisonous mist for too long. An inner disciple's face was gloomy. Obviously, the poisonous mist in the surroundings was a huge burden on him. These people were Lin Xian and the others. They had appeared in the city. Among them, Zhou Hai looked at Lin Xian's calm expression and asked in confusion. Brother Lin, could it be that you're not affected at all? Heavens, your spiritual energy is too strong, isn't it? Indeed, there were countless sword chi revolving around Lin Xian's body. Every sword chi was extremely sharp, and the poisonous mist couldn't get close to him at all. Zhou Hai and the others were also using their own methods, but their expressions weren't as calm as Lin Xian's. Among them, Zhou Hai and another disciple called Yang Song were the strongest. Both of them were 2-star kings. The remaining 2 were late-stage 1-star kings. The 4 of them walked carefully, while Lin Xian checked the surroundings. By the way, Brother Lin, are you a swordsman? This sword chi is too sharp, isn't it? While the others were still envious, Lin Xian frowned and said in a deep voice, I seem to have found something strange. Strange? What is it? Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled. They were also alchemists, and their soul power was very strong. However, they didn't find anything strange at all. However, looking at Lin Xian's expression, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Therefore, they were very puzzled. Come, follow me! With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian dashed forward. Although Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled, they still followed. Soon, they left the city and entered the primeval forest. After flying for a while, Lin Xian's body swayed and flew down. Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others also flew down. Then, they opened their eyes wide in disbelief, because there were countless corpses on the ground. However, most of the corpses had turned into white bones, and the remaining ones were also rotting. Obviously, they were all poisoned to death. These are the warriors from those cities. It seems that they have fought with the 10,000 Poison sect. The others gasped. The distance was too far. Ordinary people couldn't sense it at all. Even they couldn't sense it. However, Lin Xian seemed to have known it all along. Just how strong was his soul force? Lin Xian looked at the scene and frowned. What a strong poison! Not only had the corpses rotted, but the entire ground had also become a land of death. There was no trace of life. Furthermore, the poisonous gas would spread out and gradually fuse into the void to form a poisonous fog. It wouldn't be long before the whole place became a land of death. Not even a blade of grass would grow. Zhou Hai frowned. He summoned a white mouse from his king's domain and fed it a pill. Suddenly, the white mouse shone brightly. Its black little nose twitched as if it was looking for something. Chapter 1559. Zhou Hai was overjoyed and called out, Brother Lin, come quickly. We've found their tracks. You've found their tracks? Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the sect to have such a method. His figure flashed, and he followed behind. At this moment, the dark red dragon in his sleeve explained. This is a spirit-seeking mouse. It's a very intelligent beast with a very developed sense of smell. It can track people down. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood how the other party could find the 10,000 Poison sect's tracks. In front of them was a continuous mountain range. The peaks were thousands of feet high and stood on the ground like divine swords. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they found that the spirit-seeking mouse was no longer flying. It seemed to have lost its way. What's going on? We lost them? Zhou Hai frowned. He didn't expect his method to fail. Lin Xian also frowned. He used his soul power to investigate, but he didn't find anyone nearby. However, he felt uneasy. At this moment, the dark red dragon transmitted its voice. Kid, be careful. I'm afraid it's a trap. Lin Xian nodded and was about to say something. However, all of a sudden, countless black shadows appeared all around them and surrounded them like ghosts. Sinister laughter rang out in the surroundings. It was like the laughter of evil spirits, causing one's scalp to go numb. Who is it? Come out! Zhou Hai and the others shouted. At the same time, their bodies shone with light as they prepared to defend themselves. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes in surprise. Good method! He didn't even detect the other party's presence. It seems that the 10,000 Poison sect has some unusual methods. Haha, I didn't expect it to be a few children. You dared to chase us here? I have to say, you're really bold. A cold voice sounded. Not good, it's the 10,000 Poison sect. Zhou Hai's expression changed. Everyone be careful. Then, he roared angrily. Humph, remnants of the 10,000 Poison sect, you've harmed the common people, and now you dare to come near my pill sect? You're courting death. I didn't expect you to be from the pill sect. Since that's the case, then all the more I can't let you live. Before he finished speaking, a green shadow flew out quickly. That green light is too terrifying. It's covering the sky and covering the earth. It's like a raging sea. It's heading straight for Zhou Hai. Scram! Zhou Hai roared and punched out. The fiery red fist carried a resplendent light that illuminated the surroundings as it quickly slammed into the green light. Boom! A terrifying sound rang out. More than half of the green light was melted by the fiery red fist. However, Zhou Hai did not have it easy either. He took 5 steps back, and the blood in his body was boiling. There was nothing he could do about it. That green attack was simply too terrifying. It wasn't powerful, but its strength was strange, and it even carried poisonous gas. Fortunately, he had been careful in defending himself, so the other party didn't succeed. I didn't expect your strength to be so good. You actually managed to survive under my green devil hand? But kid, don't be too complacent. I only used half of my strength just now. This time, I'll use my full strength. Let's see if you can still block it. The cold voice rang out again, with a strong sense of ridicule. Then, an incomparably violent energy surged out and slammed towards Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's face changed drastically. The previous attack was still too much for him to handle. However, now that the other party had used his full strength, the aura made him feel suffocated. Seeing that Zhou Hai was about to be swallowed by the green palm, Lin Xian made his move at this critical moment. He waved his hand, and a huge sword chi quickly formed. It shone brightly like a divine rainbow and quickly slashed forward. A terrifying murderous aura shot into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the green palm was cut off by the sword chi. Not only that, the poisonous gas that filled the sky was also completely eliminated. Thank you, Brother Lin! Seeing that Lin Xian had repelled the other party, Zhou Hai heaved a sigh of relief and thanked him gratefully. The others were also extremely shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's battle prowess to be so powerful. At this moment, the cold voice rang out again. I didn't expect there to be another expert. But kid, since you dared to offend me, you're definitely dead this time. The sound wave turned into a green ocean and spread out in all directions, bringing with it a strange poisonous gas. Damn the 10,000 Poison sect! Zhou Hai gritted his teeth, then quickly took out a few pills and distributed them to Lin Xian and the others. This is the green spirit pill. It can cure hundreds of poisons. Take it and you'll be able to resist the poison of the 10,000 Poison sect. Lin Xian took it and sniffed it. Then, he nodded slightly and swallowed the pill. However, Zhou Hai and the others did not look too good. This was because from the previous attack, the other party was at least a 3-star king. They could not resist such an expert at all. However, they were more shocked by Lin Xian's combat strength. Brother Lin, are you a 3-star king? Have you been hiding your strength? The few of them asked doubtfully. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No, I just used some secret techniques. However, it's not difficult to resist a 3-star king. Humph! You're really boasting shamelessly. The cold voice rang out again. It's not difficult to resist a 3-star king? Kid, it seems like you really don't know your limits. Fine, I'll kill you today and let you know the power of a 3-star king. As the voice fell, countless figures appeared in the surroundings. A middle-aged man walked out from the front. He was wearing a blue robe, and his face was pale and beardless. His eyes were long and narrow, and they were filled with coldness. His eyes were jade green and had an extremely ferocious gaze. This middle-aged man was the one who had attacked earlier. He was also a 3-star king. Behind him stood dozens of 10,000 poison sex nobles, ranging from 2-star kings to 9th heaven venerables. What? So many people! Zhou Hai and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They were already no match for a 3-star king, let alone the 10,000 poison sex cultivators behind them. Are we really going to die here this time? Don't panic. Hold them back. There should be disciples of our alchemy faction nearby. Another disciple quickly sent a voice transmission. Then, he waved his hand and flicked a red pill into the sky. Then, it exploded, forming a cloud of mist. This was the communication signal between alchemy faction's disciples. It could be used to call for help. Now that it was used, it could be seen from hundreds of miles away. However, the middle-aged man in the blue robe sneered. He waved his hand, and countless green lights surged out of his body and rushed into the sky, enveloping the red mist. Hee, you want to call for help? It's useless. Today is the day you die. Damn it! Zhou Hai and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. Although the signal for help had been blocked, these people were not much of a threat to him. As long as he attacked with his full strength, he could kill all of them. That was exactly what he was thinking. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and an aura was about to be released. Chapter 1560. The voice was extremely terrifying. Not only did Zhou Hai and the others' expressions change, but even the middle-aged man from the 10,000 poison sect looked gloomy. Lin Xian's heart also jumped. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. This energy was too terrifying. It seemed to have surpassed that of a 3-star king. Could it be a 4-star king? Thinking of this, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't attack again. Instead, he quietly watched. Even a 4-star king would be difficult for him. If the other party was from the 10,000 poison sect, then he could only take Zhou Hai and the others and leave. Soon, the figure arrived and floated in the sky. He was like a god of war, looking down. It was a youth with a cold expression. His gaze was like lightning, causing one's heart to tremble. A fiery red cauldron floated above his head. 2 fire dragons were carved on it, circling around each other. Humph! The 10,000 poison sect dares to behave so atrociously near my alchemy sect. You really don't know what's good for you. The mysterious youth's cold voice sounded. Who are you? Below, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 poison sect had a grave expression. The cultivators behind him also frowned. They could feel how powerful the other party's aura was. Core disciple of the alchemy sect, Lu Chao. The mysterious youth said coldly. I've already answered your question. You can die now. In the sky, the mysterious youth waved his hand. Immediately, the red cauldron above him emitted a resplendent light. It was like a sea of fire, and it was rapidly rolling down. Countless flames soared into the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds and instantly enveloping all the cultivators of the 10,000 poison sect. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. The cultivators of the 10,000 poison sect tried their best to resist, but to no avail. Even the blue-robed middle-aged man used his king's domain to try and escape. However, Lu Chao coldly snorted. He pointed his finger, and flames soared into the sky, turning into a fire dragon that instantly swallowed the middle-aged man. In an instant, all the cultivators of the 10,000 poison sect were killed. Even the surrounding poison gas was evaporated by the sea of fire, leaving not a trace behind. So powerful! They were all killed in an instant! Zhou Hai and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. He was indeed an expert. Most likely, his strength had already surpassed that of a 3-star king. Furthermore, from the other party's words, he seemed to be a core disciple. Is this the strength of a core disciple? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up his opponent. Greetings, senior brother! Zhou Hai and the others shouted respectfully. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. A few figures flew over like lightning. They were all young people wearing the attire of the alchemy sect. It seemed that they were also disciples of the alchemy sect. This time, there were a total of 5 or 6 people, both men and women, and their strength was not weak. When these people arrived and saw the scene below, Jing immediately smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brother Lu is indeed powerful. He killed nearly 110,000 poison sect's martial artists with a raise of his hand. Such means are heaven-defying. That was because Senior Brother Lu was also a very powerful existence among the core disciples. However, these people from the 10,000 poison sect are too despicable. They actually dared to come to our pill sect and behave atrociously. And from the looks of it, there were quite a few of them. Could it be that they were plotting something? The new disciples quickly conversed. At this time, the core disciple called Lu Chao looked down and said in a low voice, Are you all inner sect disciples? Yes, Zhou Hai quickly said. Thank you for your help, Senior Marshal Brother Lu. Lu Chao nodded and said again, You should go back. This time, the 10,000 poison sect's martial artists are strong. They are not people you can fight against. Okay, we'll go back now. Zhou Hai and the others nodded. They knew that the other party was right. This time, the 10,000 poison sect's martial artists were very strong, and there were many of them. They were afraid that it would be very dangerous for them to stay here. Lin Xian, let's go. Zhou Hai looked to the side and said quickly, Okay. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. However, at this time, a young man in the sky frowned and asked coldly, Lin Xian? You're Lin Xian, the new inner sect disciple? There was a sinister coldness in this voice. Lin Xian stopped and looked back. Zhou Hai and the others were confused and stopped as well. He looked back and saw a handsome man standing there. However, his eyes were very cold, and there was even a hint of killing intent. This made him very confused. The other party wanted to kill him, but he did not know him at all. At this time, the other disciples asked, Family, what's going on? Do you know him? It's nothing, just some personal matters. Fan Li explained. Then, he looked to the front and said respectfully, Senior Marshal Brother Lu, I have some matters to settle, so I'd like to stay here for a while. Okay. Lu Chao nodded. Then, his body flashed and he turned into a rainbow and left. It seemed that he was going to hunt down the other 10,000 poison sect martial artists. When the remaining people saw this, they also followed after him. At this time, only Fan Li was left in the sky. Suddenly, Fan Li's body sank and he landed on the ground. On the opposite side, Zhou Hai and the others frowned. They could not understand why Fan Li stayed. However, looking at his eyes, it was probably not something good. Therefore, they hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Brother Lin, be careful. Fan Li is considered a figure in the inner sect, but he is not to be trifled with. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He really did not know what Fan Li's intentions were. This was because he had not interacted with anyone in the past few days in the alchemy sect. It was impossible for him to have a grudge with anyone. In front, Fan Li sneered. Lin Xian, how dare you steal my sister's spot? Your sister? Lin Xian frowned even harder. He did not know this person's sister at all. Ridiculous! Lin Xian snorted and turned to leave. He did not have time to waste with this person. You want to leave? Fondly sneered. Then, his body flashed, and he appeared in front of everyone, blocking their way. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged from his body. It was very sharp. Fondly, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around, Zhou Hai said quickly. Mess around? Who do you think you are? How dare you control me? Get lost! Fondly snorted and threw a punch, instantly pushing Zhou Hai back. Bang! 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 Zhou Hai stepped back, cracking the ground. His expression was very ugly. When the others saw this, they all roared. Fondly, although you are a 3-star king, we are not to be trifled with. If you push us too far, we will fight to the death. Fight to the death? Just a few of you. You are not worthy of my attack. Fondly said coldly. As long as you get lost and don't interfere, I will not kill you. However, I will not let this kid go today. Chapter 1561. Lin Xian frowned when he saw this. Do I know you? You don't know me, but my sister could have entered the inner sect, but she was replaced by you. Tell me, how can I let you go? So that's what happened. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others' faces turned ugly, but Lin Xian understood. He did become an inner sect disciple directly, but this was the sect's decision, and it had nothing to do with him. As for replacing Fondly's sister, he didn't know either. But now, Fondly didn't explain at all and showed killing intent to him. He didn't take him seriously at all. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of a mere 3-star king. So, he said coldly, becoming an inner sect disciple is the sect's decision. If you have any opinions, you can raise them directly. It's no use looking for me. Of course, if you insist on finding trouble with me, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Fondly was stunned, then he sneered disdainfully. Haha, what a shameless boast. Kid, I think water must have entered your brain. How dare you say such a thing? He sneered disdainfully. As far as he was concerned, Lin Xian was only a 1-star king round cultivator. Such a person definitely wouldn't be strong. And he was a 3-star king, an extremely powerful existence among the inner sect disciples. He had many secret techniques in his hands, and he also had a very unique flame. It could be said that he was incomparably powerful. He only needed to move his finger, and he would be able to squash the other party to death. Yet Fondly still dared to boast about teaching him a lesson? What a joke! Kid, I don't care what background you have, and I don't know how you entered the inner sect. Since you dared to replace my sister, you must die. Remember, in your next life, be careful. Don't provoke people you can't afford to provoke. Fondly's voice was cold, and boundless killing intent surged from his body, forming a murderous aura that pierced through heaven and earth. What? You dare to kill someone? Fondly, don't you know the sect rules? Zhou Hai roared. According to the rules of the alchemy sect, disciples of the same sect are not allowed to kill each other. Thus, even if there was enmity between them, they would usually just teach each other a lesson. But now, Fondly wants to kill Lin Xian. This is too shocking. What's wrong with that? A bunch of idiots. In any case, you're out on a mission. Even if you can't return, others will think that you were killed by the 10,000 poison sect. So, you won't suspect me. Die, brat. Fondly roared angrily and charged towards Lin Xian. It was a terrifying martial art right from the start. Purple Tiger Beast Fire. A ball of purple flames appeared on Fondly's body, burning fiercely and releasing a terrifying aura. This type of flame was extracted from the body of a type of demon king. It was extremely terrifying. Now that Fondly was using it, it was even more terrifying. Purple Tiger Form. On Fondly's body, purple flames surged rapidly, forming a huge purple tiger. Then, it charged towards Lin Xian. This momentum was too terrifying. It was as if a real demon king was emitting a terrifying aura. Everywhere it passed, the void quickly collapsed. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body flashed. Like a ghost, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared on the other side. He dodged it? Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others were overjoyed. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed. This was because they realized that the purple tiger did not disappear. Instead, it charged towards Lin Xian again. The monstrous flames caused the void to distort incomparably. Humph, it's useless. Brat, you can't escape. This is my origin source flame. It won't stop until I kill you. In the distance, Fan Li sneered. Although Lin Xian's speed surprised him, he did not care because he was very confident in himself. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were worried. Damn Fan Li, this guy really wanted to kill Lin Xian. They were afraid that Lin Xian would be in danger. In that case, don't blame me. Lin Xian stopped dodging. Instead, he attacked quickly. He was not a timid person. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he had to kill the other party to prevent future trouble. Azure Dragon Break! A black demonic sword appeared in his hand. Then, he stabbed it out. This was a move that he had just learned. When he used it now, its power was terrifying. The sword chi surged and turned into a furious black dragon, roaring at high speed. This black dragon shone brightly like a real divine dragon. It stirred up thousands of waves and moved quickly in the void. On his body, there were countless sword radiances that pierced through the sea of clouds. Boom! The black sword chi instantly collided with the purple tiger shadow, causing a shocking explosion. The terrifying energy shook heaven and earth. However, the explosion disappeared in an instant. All the energy, including the purple tiger, was destroyed by the black sword chi and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Hai and the others had already retreated to a distance to watch the battle. They could not block that energy at all. What? He blocked it? How is that possible? On the opposite side, Fan Li was shocked and could not believe it. Fan Li was only a 1-star king, while he was a 3-star king. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. But he actually managed to block his attack? How is that possible? He can't believe it. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others were also shocked. Although they had seen Lin Xian fight against the experts of the 10,000 Poison Sect, they thought that it was a secret technique that would not last long. But now, Lin Xian blocked Fan Li's attack with ease. This made them extremely shocked. They even realized that it was not a secret technique that could achieve this. Perhaps Lin Xian was really strong. Thinking of this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Fan Li's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead. Damn it, that's impossible. How did you do it? Could it be that you took some kind of energy-boosting pill? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could you block my attack? As an alchemist, he naturally knew about this kind of pill that could instantly increase a cultivator's strength. However, it would cause great damage to the body. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have taken such a pill to be able to fight against him. Humph, it's just a pill that relies on external strength. How can it compare to me? Next, I'll let you know my true strength. Fan Li comforted himself. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Shameless fool. With that, his figure flashed, and he charged forward again. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand emitted a monstrous power. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens as it exploded again. Chapter 1562. You are courting death. Fan Li was enraged. He did not expect Lin Fan to take the initiative to attack him. This was undoubtedly a provocation. Thousand Beasts Fist! He waved his fists, and countless purple flames danced. They formed thousands of fist shadows and charged toward Lin Xian. Every fist was the size of a mountain. They carried a monstrous force and shattered the void. Bang! 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 The sword chi and fist shadows collided, and the violent energy destroyed the entire sky. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too powerful. The 9 darkness demonic sword slashed down like a death scythe and sliced all the fist shadows apart. In an instant, the purple flames in the sky were extinguished, and nothing was left. However, the black sword she charged toward Fangli again. Before the sword she landed, the terrifying murderous intent pierced through the void. What? How is this possible? Fangli was scared out of his wits when he saw this. That was his ultimate skill. How could it be so easily broken by someone else? He could not believe it. When he felt the chilling murderous intent, his heart raced. At this moment, he finally knew that Lin Fan was stronger than him. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and retreated quickly like a purple light. What? He retreated. Fangli retreated. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw this. Fangli was a real 3-star king and was extremely powerful. Everyone in the inner sect knew about him. Moreover, his opponent's flame was even more terrifying. It was at the Demon King level. But now, Fangli had actually retreated, and from the looks of it, he was in such a sorry state. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Fangli retreated quickly like a purple rainbow. However, the black sword she was even more violent and faster. Not only that, the black sword she had already firmly locked onto him. It was like a black dragon roaring in the air. Fangli could not dodge it. At this critical moment, Fangli gritted his teeth and quickly took out a purple alchemy cauldron to block the black sword chi. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard and the entire void cracked. Although Fangli used the purple alchemy cauldron to block the sword chi, the powerful force still sent him flying and smashed a few mountains. Fangli screamed crazily as blood splattered everywhere. Impossible! This is impossible! Damn it, how did you do it? He was truly crazy. Beside him was a sea of purple flames, which formed a king's domain, burning the mountains, trees, and forests. His face was hideous, like a demon. He didn't dare to believe it. However, Lin Xian was like a flickering shadow, instantly appearing beside him. The demonic sword in his hand quickly stabbed down. Pun! Fangli was sent flying again. God knows how many of his bones were broken. This time, he received serious internal injuries and could barely get up. However, when he saw Lin Xian walking towards him again, he immediately screamed. Because he realized that the other party really wanted to kill him. Stop! Damn it! You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? Fangli screamed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What does it have to do with me who you are? I don't know you, yet you came to kill me for no reason at all? Do you think I'll let you go? Hearing this, Fangli's face turned ugly. He quickly said, I was wrong about what happened before. I'll apologize to you. Can you let me go? In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others couldn't believe their ears. The arrogant Fangli was begging for mercy? This was simply too unbelievable. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I don't like to leave threats behind, so you must die. Then, he slowly raised the 9 darkness demonic sword. You're courting death, kid! Don't you know that I'm senior brother Lu Chao's man? If you dare to touch me, senior brother Lu Chao won't let you go. Fangli roared crazily as if he had gone mad. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Fangli to be on Lu Chao's side. One had to know that Lu Chao was a core disciple, and his cultivation had reached the 4-star king level. He was extremely terrifying. If he was angry, he could kill any inner disciple in front of everyone without being punished by the faction. It could be said that in their eyes, Lu Chao was a supreme existence. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He had already witnessed the methods of that core disciple, Lu Chao. Seeing Lin Xian hesitate, Fangli sneered again. How about it, kid? Are you scared now? Kneel down and kowtow to me now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, when I tell senior brother Lu Chao, you'll die. Shut up! Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sword, he chopped off Fangli's head. Puff! Blood spurted out as Fangli fell. Even in death, he couldn't believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. Was he not afraid of the revenge of the core disciples? Lin Xian said coldly. You don't have to threaten me. If he dares to cause trouble for me, I'll kill him too. With that, he waved his hand, and the black nine darkness flame gushed out and burned the corpse on the ground. However, he put away the storage ring and the purple pill cauldron. The cauldron was able to resist his sword qi, so it must be of a high grade. As a powerful inner disciple, Fang Li must have many treasures in his storage ring. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really kill Fang Li. They couldn't believe that Fang Li had been killed. Brother Lin, you... Zhou Hai and the others rushed over and looked at the scene on the ground, dumbfounded. Lin Xian shook his head. I had no choice. If I didn't kill him, I don't know when he would kill me. Don't worry, the sect won't be able to find out. As he said, as long as you don't say anything, no one will know that I did it. They'll definitely think that the 10,000 Poison sect did it. Don't worry, Brother Lin, we won't say anything. Zhou Hai and the others swore. But you have to be careful of senior brother Lu Chao. After all, he's a core disciple. If he finds out about this, we'll be in trouble. Core disciples have the power to kill. They don't even need to go through the sect to attack the inner disciples. Zhou Hai said worriedly. Don't worry. A 4-star king is strong. I might not be able to defeat him, but I'm still able to protect myself. Lin Xian wasn't boasting. He had many tricks up his sleeve, which was far beyond Zhou Hai and the others' imagination. Then, the group moved and left the place. Lin Xian and the others didn't continue with their mission. Instead, they returned to the sect. With their current strength, they couldn't fight against the 10,000 Poison sect. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood, so the group went back. Chapter 1563. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood either, so the group went back. However, Lin Xian's face darkened when he returned to the alchemy sect. He realized that half of his courtyard had been destroyed. This made him extremely angry. When the crowd saw that Lin Xian had returned, they began to point at him and discuss among themselves. 2 young men were sitting in the courtyard that Lin Xian had destroyed. When they saw Lin Xian return, they opened their eyes. You're Lin Xian? The 2 of them stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. That's right, it's me. You destroyed my courtyard? Lin Xian asked coldly. Humph, so what if we destroyed your courtyard? Do you dare to resist? The 2 of them sneered. How dare you offend young Master Fang? You're courting death. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You're back so soon. If you meet young Master Fang outside, you're dead meat. Don't worry. He didn't meet young Master Fang, but he met us. We'll teach him a lesson. Let him know that there are some people he can't mess with. Kid, I advise you to kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. You're the ones who should kneel down and apologize. How dare you destroy my courtyard? Lin Xian's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare you threaten me? The 2 young men sneered. Kid, don't you know who you are? You're just a newcomer to the inner sect. How dare you be so arrogant? I'm young Master Fang's man, and young Master Fang is senior brother Lu's man. You've offended us. You won't be able to stay in the inner sect for long. At this point, the 2 young men laughed wildly. The crowd was silent because they knew that they were right. That Lin Xian is dead meat. Yeah, he could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend Fang Li. He's too young and doesn't know any better. He'll understand after staying in the inner sect for a while. The 2 arrogant disciples became even more smug when they heard the crowd's words. Brat, did you hear that? You can't be saved. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to us. Maybe we'll let you go if we're in a good mood. Humph, you're courting death. Lin Xian didn't waste any time and attacked like lightning. Like a phantom, he arrived before the 2 young men in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and slapped forward. Pa! Pa! 2 crisp sounds rang out. Immediately, the 2 arrogant youths received 2 slaps on their faces. You are courting death! You dare to hit us? The two of them were stunned for a moment before they roared angrily. Mad, they were really mad. Normally, they would flaunt their prowess in the inner sanctum. When had anyone ever dared to bully them? But now, a newcomer who had just arrived. How dare he slap them? This was intolerable. Upon seeing this, the minds of the surrounding inner disciples went blank, and they stood rooted to the ground. They couldn't believe what was happening. However, Lin Xian only sneered. He waved his hand and slapped again. Pa! Pa! The crisp sounds of slapping could be heard. Very soon, the two arrogant youths were beaten until their heads were swollen. Blood mixed with teeth, all fell out. The two arrogant youths' faces were swollen and bleeding profusely. Their eyes were filled with anger. They roared as if they had gone mad. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't avoid the slap at all. In the end, there was a look of horror in their eyes. This was because they realized that although the other party was only a one-star king, his strength was too terrifying and unfathomable. They couldn't afford to offend him at all. No, don't hit us. I was wrong. Big brother, stop. Please spare us. The two arrogant youths knelt on the ground and quickly begged for mercy. When the surrounding inner disciples saw this, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe that the two arrogant youths were kneeling before Lin Xian. Heavens, am I dreaming? Aren't they Fang Li's men? They are usually arrogant. Why are they terrified this time? Who exactly is Lin Xian? How can he be so powerful? In an instant, everyone was talking about it. Only Zhou Hai and a few others were calm. This was nothing. Even their boss, Fang Li, had been killed by Lin Xian. Of course, they wouldn't tell anyone about this. Lin Xian retracted his hand and wiped his fingers. Then, he said, "You destroyed my courtyard. You should know what to do, right?" Yes, big brother. We'll fix it for you now." The two of them quickly moved to fix Lin Xian's courtyard. This scene was too strange. More and more inner disciples came to watch. However, the two arrogant youths didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Instead, they quickly lowered their heads and started working. Soon, the courtyard was fixed. Lin Xian didn't make things difficult for them and told them to get lost. After the two of them left, the surrounding inner disciples also left one after another. However, from now on, no one would dare to offend Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he entered the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, a formation quickly formed and surrounded the courtyard. Then, he sat down cross-legged and took out Fang Li's storage ring. There were dozens of subdivine crystals, many elixirs, and many spiritual herbs in the storage ring. In addition, Lin Xian also found some cultivation techniques. Most of them were useless to him. However, he was quite interested in one of them, the fire manipulation art. As he became more familiar with the shaken world, Lin Xian realized that the subdivine crystals this time were unusual even in this place. Therefore, Fang Li had dozens of subdivine crystals, which was quite a lot. As for the ordinary disciples, most of them still used high-grade spirit stones. After putting away the subdivine crystals, Lin Xian opened the fire manipulation art. This fire manipulation art was about the control of fire by an alchemist. Some parts of it were exquisite and inspired Lin Xian a lot. With a wave of his hand, the 9 underworlds flame rushed out and danced between his fingers. Then, he used the fire manipulation art. Immediately, the black flames moved and formed many demonic beasts. If one looked closely, they would find that the demonic beasts formed by Lin Xian's flames were more realistic. In fact, some details were exactly the same as real demonic beasts. Their power had also increased by a lot. Lin Xian nodded and put the fire manipulation art aside. Lin Xian checked all the spiritual herbs and elixirs carefully. He put away all the useful items. As for the useless ones, he planned to find a place to sell them. He also couldn't use the purple cauldron. Otherwise, people would definitely suspect him. Next, Lin Xian didn't go out again. Instead, he went into seclusion to break through and become a 2-star king. After all, Fang Li had a core disciple, Lu Chao, behind him. If Lu Chao found out about this, he might attack him at any time. Chapter 1564. If Lu Chao found out about this, he might attack him at any time. He had to be careful. Lu Chao was a 4-star king. With his current strength, he couldn't fight against him. Therefore, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Also, if he wanted to become a core disciple, he had to make a breakthrough. Based on the current situation, only 4-star kings had a chance of becoming a core disciple. Lin Xian held the dozens of sub-divinity crystals in his hand and used the long-life incantation to absorb them quickly. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion. The other inner disciples were still on the mission of hunting down the 10,000 poison sect. Among them, the most eye-catching was the small team led by the core disciple Lu Chao. Wherever they went, the 10,000 poison sect was immediately destroyed. No one was spared. Lu Chao was wearing a white robe. His face was cold, and he emitted a powerful aura. He was like a fire god standing in the void. With a wave of his hand, the red cauldron above his head shone brightly and formed a sea of fire that killed hundreds of 10,000 poison sect martial artists. Behind him, a few inner disciples clapped and cheered. Lu Chao was expressionless as he slowly descended to the ground. Then he frowned. How long has it been? Why isn't Fangli back yet? It's been 2 days. Yeah, what's Fangli doing? Has he returned to the sect? A few inner disciples were confused. Lu Chao looked at the contribution points in his hand and nodded slightly. It's about time. We should be able to exchange for many things. Let's go back to the sect first. Then, they set off and returned to the alchemy sect. However, when they returned, Lu Chao and the others found that Fangli hadn't returned. However, they didn't care and went to exchange for treasures. However, after waiting for 3 days, Fangli still hadn't returned. Those people all started to frown. Even Lu Chao's expression had sunk. Under normal circumstances, Fangli wouldn't have dared to leave him for so many days without sending him a message. There was only one possibility for such a thing to happen. Something had happened to Fangli, and he couldn't come back. No matter what, as his subordinate, Fangli was very capable. Moreover, he was talented and wanted to nurture him. Thus, Lu Chao became worried upon seeing that Chu Feng had yet to return. He asked in a low voice, "Who was Fangli with the last time?" "It should be those inner sect disciples," someone said from the side. "Didn't Fangli say that he had to deal with some personal matters the last time we worked together? After that, there was no news of him." "Have you searched outside?" Lu Chao asked again. "Yes, I've already searched the nearby forests and cities. In fact, we even searched the place where he left. However, we were unable to find any trace of him. It's like Fangli has evaporated into thin air." Hearing this, Lu Chao's face darkened. The surrounding disciples were also extremely confused. "That's impossible. With Fangli's strength, there shouldn't be any accidents. Even if I encounter people from the myriad poison sect, I should be able to escape even if I can't defeat them." The few of them conversed, but the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was off. Did something really happen to Fangli? Lu Chao's face was also gloomy. "I think it's very likely." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding inner disciples gasped in shock. Then, their eyes widened. "How is that possible? Who could put Fangli in such a predicament? Unless it's a 4-star king. But we've been on this mission for so many days, and we haven't seen a single 4-star king or myriad poison sect martial artist. It's useless to think so much. Who did he meet last? Call those inner disciples over," Lu Chao said coldly. "Yes, I'll call them over right now." An inner disciple quickly left. On the other side, Lin Xian had been in seclusion all this time, and he finally opened his eyes today. However, he sighed slightly because he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm. After entering the king realm, the energy required to break through was extremely huge. Especially for him, he required even more energy than an ordinary person. This was actually very normal. The Dragon Sword Soul was extremely powerful, and its attack power was unparalleled. Thus, the energy it required was much more than an ordinary martial artist. Although Lin Xian had many natural treasures and the powerful absorption power of the longevity art, he still couldn't meet the requirements of the Dragon Sword Soul. It seemed like he had to go out and search for opportunities. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to go out. However, although he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm, his current cultivation had reached the late stage of the 1-star king realm. His strength was also much stronger than before. However, at this moment, Zhou Hai came over again. His expression was extremely solemn as he said to Lin Xian, "Brother Lin, senior brother Lu Chao has sent people to look for us. Could it be that we've been exposed?" Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. However, he still took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We shouldn't have been exposed yet. If we were, he wouldn't have sent people to look for us and would have directly charged over. Perhaps he's just suspicious, or perhaps he doesn't know what happened at all, and wants to ask us about it. Don't worry. Our cultivations are very low, and we're nothing in his eyes. He wouldn't think that we can kill Fangli. We just have to calm down." Very quickly, Lin Xian, Zhou Hai, and the others were taken away. Lu Chao's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Lin Xian and the others. He asked coldly, "Let me ask you, do you know where Fangli is?" "Fangli? We don't know. Hasn't he returned yet?" Zhou Hai and the others played dumb. "Why did he look for you that day?" Lu Chao continued to ask. "Nothing special, just a small misunderstanding. It's already been resolved." Zhou Hai continued to explain. "Nonsense!" Lu Chao was suddenly enraged, and his expression was abnormally cold. "Nothing special? I heard that Fangli has a grudge with this kid, and it's not a small one. Now you're telling me that there's nothing special? What else are you hiding from me? Hurry up and tell me! Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'm a core disciple, and I have the right to kill you. Therefore, even if I kill you now, the sect won't say anything." Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and Lin Xian's gaze was also cold. Lu Chao's forcefulness made him very uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, he would have already attacked. However, he still had a mission to complete in the alchemy sect. Therefore, he couldn't fall out with them. At least, he couldn't let the higher-ups of the alchemy sect notice him. Chapter 1565. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, there was some misunderstanding between me and Fangli. I was promoted to an inner disciple by an elder of the sect, taking away his sister's spot. I didn't know about this before. Because of this, Fangli wanted to make trouble for me. But that day, he didn't do anything and left. It seems he discovered something else. It should have something to do with the 10,000 Poison sect." Lin Xian said half of the truth. As for the other half, he pushed the blame to the 10,000 Poison sect. Lu Chao didn't say anything. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. At the same time, he released the pressure of a 4-star king. Feeling this pressure, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Lin Xian snorted inwardly. This pressure had no effect on him, but he still used the immortality incantation and squeezed out a few drops of sweat, causing his face to turn even paler. After all, he couldn't reveal too much of his strength. Lu Chao was like a demon god. His cold gaze was like a sharp sword that could pierce through them. As the atmosphere became more and more tense, an inner disciple suddenly flew in. With a panicked expression, he said, "Senior brother Lu Chao, something bad has happened." "What happened? Is it news about Fangli?" Lu Chao asked coldly. "No, it's about the 10,000 Poison sect. The 10,000 Poison sect came with a purpose. They built an ancient tomb in the Fengshan mountain range, and it's filled with killing intent. It's already attracted the attention of many sects and countries. Our Pill sect is also very shocked. Many people are heading there now. Senior brother, should we go as well? Ancient tomb? Let's go take a look." Lu Chao stood up without hesitation. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and stared at Lin Xian and the others. You better be telling the truth. If I find out that you're lying, I'll kill you immediately. With that, he let out a cold harumph and led the other inner sect disciples up into the sky, disappearing into the void. Zhou Hai and the others were pale. They sat on the ground with a plop, covered in cold sweat. The situation just now really scared them to death. It was fortunate that they had news of the 10,000 poisons hall as a shield. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger by now. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He knew that this matter was very troublesome. From the looks of it, regardless of whether he was the culprit or not, they still wanted to kill him. Humph, what an overbearing fellow. However, it's still not certain who will kill who. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he coldly snorted. Zhou Hai, you guys go back. I need to go out for a while. Lin Xian had always wanted to go out and look for opportunities. This time, the 10,000 Poisons sect had created an ancient tomb, which piqued his interest. With the character of the 10,000 Poisons sect, there must be treasures inside. If he could get them, he might be able to become a 2-star king warrior. Once he became a 2-star king, Lu Chao and the others wouldn't be his match at all. At that time, it would be hard to say who would kill who. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he also disappeared in the air. This time, he didn't move together with the other inner disciples. Although those people's strength was not bad, it would be difficult for them to explore such an ancient tomb. Of course, he didn't move alone. He was accompanied by the dark red divine dragon. Finally, there's another treasure. I'm so excited. The dark red divine dragon stretched out its neck and howled like a hungry wolf. These days, it had been holding back for too long. Kid, let's go all out this time. Let's see what good things are in that ancient tomb. The two of them were like lightning, flying in the air. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they found their target. In the distance, there was a black mountain range. Killing intent soared into the sky, and demonic chi ran rampant. It was very terrifying, as if it had turned into hell. That aura made even the dark red divine dragon tremble. Damn! What a dense baleful aura! The dark red divine dragon was very suspicious, but then its eyes lit up. Lin Xian also carefully examined and warned. Be careful. This is not the Tianwu continent. There are experts everywhere. We must not enter danger. The two of them descended from the sky and hid their auras. They walked carefully. When they looked up, they could see many figures flashing on the mountain peak in the distance. Among them, there were not only people from the alchemy sect, but also the nearby sects and countries. They were all looking for the ancient tomb. The closer they got to Feng Mountain Range, the more the aura of death there was. Black liquid began to appear on the ground, and even the trees were rotting. The entire mountain range seemed to have turned into hell. This is Feng Mountain. Even if there's no ancient tomb, it's still a land of death. Zombies often appear here, so you have to be careful. He Tu also warned. There's such a thing? Lin Xian was surprised. He originally thought that this change was caused by the appearance of the mysterious ancient tomb, but after hearing He Tu's words, he realized that was not the case. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also explained. He's right. Feng Mountain has been a dead mountain since ancient times. Who knows how many corpses are buried here, and there's no lack of experts among them. Of course, if the situation is good, they'll die and turn into bones. If the situation is bad, they'll turn into zombies. Ordinary martial artists will turn into zombies at most, but those peerless experts will turn into zombies with intelligence. Those zombies can cultivate. They're very terrifying. Kid, if we meet those zombies, we can only run. The dark red divine dragon also had a lingering fear. It was obvious that he knew a lot about Feng Shan. With the two's warning, Lin Xian naturally became more careful. However, it was useless. The closer he got to Feng Mountain, the more bones there were. Crack! Lin Xian could crush several bones with a single stomp. Finally, he alarmed a skeletal creature. Crack! Crack! Countless white bones crawled out from the ground, forming skeletons. These skeletons were of different shapes. Some were humanoid, and some were beast-like. At this moment, there were more than 10 skeletons, and they quickly pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used dragon catcher hands. His palms were like 2 real dragons, and they instantly sent the skeletons flying. However, this action of his caused an even greater commotion as even more powerful skeletal creatures appeared. An angry roar came from below. Suddenly, the entire ground began to tremble. A crack that was almost 1,000 meters long formed, and then a huge figure appeared. It was also a skeleton's creature, but its body was the size of a small mountain. There were 2 balls of green flames on the huge skeletons of a cow. Those were soul flames. Chapter 1566. The white bone ox head held a huge black axe in its hand. It was as big as a door, and its surface was full of holes. It had been corroded to the extreme. However, its power was extraordinary. The giant black tiger axe was swung in the air and turned into a black ray of light. It was like a bolt of lightning that blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian clenched his fist and punched out. The blood in his body roared like a dragon. Bang! He used his fist to meet the giant black axe head-on. The collision of the two caused the void to tremble. Boulders rolled down from the surrounding mountains. With a single strike, Lin Xian was forced to take a step back, whereas the ox-head white bone was forced to take 3 steps back. So powerful! Lin Xian was surprised. His punch was extremely terrifying. Even a 3-star king might not be able to take it. However, the skeletal creature was only pushed back by 3 steps. He had to admit that it was too powerful. As for the white-boned bullhead, it roared furiously. Although its intelligence was not very high, it was still able to understand what was happening before its eyes. A human brat was actually able to force him back. This made him extremely furious. In the next moment, the green flames in its eye sockets suddenly surged and a layer of light appeared on its white body. It roared and the sound waves with a strange killing intent quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Roar! At the side, the dark red divine dragon also roared and let out a dragon roar. Immediately, the sound waves of the skeletal creature were dispersed. At the same time, Lin Xian clenched his fist and the 1,000-beast cauldron appeared in front of him. Then, he formed a seal with his fingers and a black ray of light quickly appeared and shot into the skeletal bull's eye sockets. Roar! In the next moment, the skeletal bull let out a miserable cry. The giant black axe in its hand slashed in all directions, causing the ground to sink. The green flames in its eye sockets jumped as if it was in great pain. However, after a while, the green flames calmed down and the skeletal bull stopped rampaging. It stood respectfully in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian grabbed and put away the 1,000-beast cauldron. He then nodded in satisfaction. His figure flickered as he arrived at the white-boned bull's head and sat down cross-legged. On the other side, the dark red dragon also flew up. Let's go! Once the order was given, the white-bone ox head took a huge step forward and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang! It was as if a white ancient mountain was moving, causing the earth to tremble. Along the way, many skeletal creatures were alarmed, but when they saw the skeletal bullhead, they all hid underground, not daring to come out. This saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Xian used his soul power to scan the surroundings. He avoided most of the martial artists in the sky and arrived at the nearest mountain range. There's a cave! The dark red divine dragon's gaze was like lightning as it immediately locked onto the front. Shall we go in and take a look? He asked excitedly. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the two of them turned into rainbows and flew toward the cave ahead. As soon as he entered the cave, Lin Xian felt a cold aura surrounding him. That aura was very strange, like a gust of chilly wind, causing his hair to stand on end. His figure flashed, and the red lotus armor appeared. After all these years, Lin Xian had gathered all the materials and refined the complete red lotus armor. The red lotus armor's might was even above the starry sky armor. At the very least, it could be used by King Realm martial artists. As soon as the Red Lotus armor appeared, Lin Xian immediately felt that the effect of the chilly wind had weakened greatly. This caused him to heave a sigh of relief. On the other side, the dark red dragon roared as well. The dragon blood in its body surged and formed a defense to resist the chilly wind. Once the two of them got used to the environment in the cave, they started to size up the surroundings. The inside of the cave was different from the outside. The outside was a swamp with rotten flesh and bones, but the inside of the cave was much cleaner and had a hard rock floor. It was very dark inside, but it wasn't a problem for Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to see that there was a passageway ahead. It seemed like it was probably a cave abode. They hadn't expected that they would be so lucky to find a cave abode at random. A wisp of joy appeared on Lin Xian's face. The dark red dragon was delighted as well. Although it's not the main cave abode, it should be pretty good. Let's go down and take a look. The passageway was in the shape of a spiral and extended downwards. Lin Xian and En Hong Mystical Dragon were both bold and skilled as they walked downwards. The passageway was very deep and seemed to lead to hell. Gradually, they discovered that there were footsteps echoing in the passageway. Could there be people? The two of them were shocked. They restrained their auras and moved quickly. Then, they were stunned. There were indeed footsteps ahead, but they didn't belong to humans. They belonged to skeletons and zombies. The zombies and skeletons outside were mostly demon beasts, but they were all humans inside. They wore shabby armor, had expressionless faces, and their eyes were dead gray. They walked in the cave like patrolling soldiers. How strange! These zombies can actually absorb the aura of death around them. The dark red dragon was surprised. Then, it looked carefully and exclaimed in surprise. Kid, look at the inscriptions on their bodies. Lin Xian looked over as well, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Indeed, the dark red dragon was right. The zombies in front had obscure inscriptions on their bodies. Fortunately, the two of them were experts in this area. Otherwise, they might not have noticed it. This is a formation inscribed on the zombies. It allows them to absorb the aura of death around them and maintain their mobility. What a clever method. I wonder who set it up for them? Could it be the owner of this cave abode? I don't know. Let's go down and take a look, said Lin Xian. The aura of death around them grew thicker, but Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He activated the red lotus armor on his body and formed a red lotus that enveloped him to resist the aura of death around him. The dark red dragon flew quickly and let out a dragon's roar. His aura was like a furnace of heaven and earth. It was so powerful that the aura of death around him didn't dare to come close. The two of them were like lightning as they rushed forward with large strides. Bang! 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 Wherever they passed, the zombies and skeletons were smashed apart. But gradually, more and more zombies appeared. Their bodies even flickered with a metallic glow. Their aura was also much stronger than before. Boom! Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of them and rushed over. It was a tall zombie. Most of his clothes were rotten, and the exposed skin was cold and metallic. His movements were stiff and strange, but his speed was strange. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. What a powerful zombie! It has the aura of a king! Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that the zombie had the aura of a one-star king. Buzz! Chapter 1567. 1. That tall zombie was covered in a murderous aura. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword as he charged forward. Boom! He stretched out his hand with a cold aura and grabbed at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Pun! Dang! Lin Xian punched out and hit the zombie's palm. The dark red dragon also waved its dragon claw and slapped out quickly. Instantly, the tall zombie was sent flying. Although he was powerful and had reached the level of a one-star king, he was powerless in front of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. However, To Lin Xian's surprise, this attack did not kill the zombie. Lin Xian's punch hit the zombie's palm. Although the zombie was pushed back, it did not seem to have suffered any substantial damage. The dark red dragon's claw only dented the zombie's body and did not break it open. What kind of constitution is this? It's so powerful! The dark red dragon was shocked. Even an ordinary 3-star king would not be able to withstand this claw. However, the zombie's body did not crack open. It was too strange. The tall zombie let out a furious roar, and its body suddenly bounced up like a spring, and instantly attacked again. His movements were very stiff, but his arms were like 2 demonic blades that slashed in all directions and even cut the void open. Pung pung pung. A low sound rang out as Lin Xian and the dark red dragon engaged in a fierce battle. To be honest, this zombie should have died more than 100 times. However, his constitution was very special. It was like a rare divine weapon that was abnormally tough. In the end, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were annoyed. With a low roar, Lin Xian waved his hand and the 9 underworld devil flames surged out quickly, forming a ferocious beast that charged forward. Boom! Whoosh whoosh! The 9 underworld devil flames were very terrifying. Even the zombie could not withstand it. Its body began to melt, forming a puddle of molten iron. The puddle of molten iron quickly condensed into a fist-sized iron ball that flickered with a cold light. It even emitted a wave of energy. What is this? It should be able to absorb it, right? Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the iron ball. No problem, it can be absorbed. This is the zombie's energy, said Hey Tuesday. That's good. Lin Xian was overjoyed. What he lacked the most now was energy. Holding the mysterious iron atom in one hand, Lin Xian used the longevity secret art to madly absorb the energy inside. At the same time, he and the dark red dragon set off again. Not long after, another change occurred ahead. It was a powerful zombie. It quickly pounced over, but it wasn't completely human. There was even a pair of black wings on his back. What is this? Lin Xian was shocked. He then said to the dark red divine dragon, Ruffian dragon, I'll leave it to you. It's just a Batman. It's no big deal. The dark red dragon god was very knowledgeable and recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Therefore, he waved his dragon claws and quickly rushed over. Although the Batman's aura was stronger than the previous one, the battle ended quickly. The reason for that was because the dark red divine dragon had directly smeared the dragon's blood onto its claws. With a single slap, it had severed the divine dragon's head. Pooh! A pearl the size of a longan fell out of the Batman's head. The dark red divine dragon grabbed it and swallowed it in one gulp. Not bad. It tastes good. The dark red divine dragon grinned. Following that, the two of them encountered many powerful zombies. In the end, they killed all of them. The energy inside the zombies was also absorbed by them. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's aura rapidly increased along the way. Finally, they arrived at the end of the cave. The cave was very vast. It was like a huge square. There were countless stone pillars supporting it, and on top of the stone pillars, there were cryptic inscriptions engraved on them. They flickered with a strange light. There were also inscriptions carved on the ground. They were incomparably complicated. The source of those inscriptions all pointed forward. There was a black coffin there. It was emitting a cold and gloomy aura. The coffin was very large. It was 5 meters long and 1 meter tall. At that moment, it was lying there quietly. It was like a primordial demonic mountain that made it difficult for people to breathe. Judging from the aura, it was definitely not an ordinary tomb. How is it? Is there anything special around here? What are these inscriptions for? Lin Xian asked. It was similar to a kind of inscription that gathered death chi for cultivation. It should have been set up by the person in the coffin when he was alive. Set it up when he was alive? Could it be that he still wants to cultivate after he's dead? Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Ghouls are very strange. I'm not too sure either, but let's open the coffin and take a look. Okay. The two of them discussed for a while and carefully walked forward. The black coffin was very heavy. It was unknown what material it was made of. That weight was even heavier than 10 mountains. Lin Xian reached out his hand, grabbed it, and raised it forcefully. Rumble! With a loud bang, the black coffin slowly opened. At the same time, Lin Xian was extremely cautious, afraid that there would be an attack from inside. However, no danger appeared. There was indeed a corpse inside. It was a middle-aged man. His eyes were closed. He was 2 meters tall and wore luxurious clothes. Around him were dozens of gems that flickered with resplendent light. This is top-quality subdivine crystals! The dark red divine dragon exclaimed. It waved its dragon claw and quickly grabbed a few of them. That's right. They were top-quality subdivine crystals. Subdivine crystals were a kind of energy crystal. Naturally, they were divided into grades. Ordinary warriors used ordinary subdivine crystals. Above these, there were many subdivine crystals and supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Different grades had different amounts of energy contained in them. It was like the difference between low-quality spirit stones, middle-quality spirit stones, and top-quality spirit stones. To be honest, Lin Xian had never seen top-quality subdivine crystals before. It was also his first time seeing one. Those subdivine crystals were like colored agates. They flickered with incomparable light and terrifying energy. Eh? What's this? Lin Xian's eyes moved and stared at the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man put his hands together and placed them flat on his body. However, Lin Xian's soul power was strong. He naturally discovered that there was something else in the man's hand. He performed the dragon capturing hands. 2 real dragons rushed out and opened the man's hands. There was something similar to a jade pendant. It was half the size of a palm and flickered with mysterious light. Lin Xian waved his hand and took the jade pendant. He looked at it carefully. What's this? He was very surprised. However, the dark red divine dragon glanced at it and exclaimed, Top-quality subdivine crystal! This is a top-quality subdivine crystal! Top-quality subdivine crystal? Lin Xian was also surprised. Chapter 1568. There was a tinge of anger in his eyes and his calm face became ferocious. Not only that, but his body also started to change and red hair started to grow on his body. Oh no, the corpse is mutating! Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon's scalp went numb. He waved his dragon claws and took away all the high-quality subdivine crystals. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. Lin Xian's body swayed as he retreated backward. He really couldn't figure out how the mysterious corpse that had been fine all this time had mutated. Could it be because of the supreme-grade subdivine crystals? However, there was no time for him to think about it. The corpse stood up and his eyes swept across the area like a rainbow. He cut open a black spatial crack in the void. At that moment, his body was covered with red hair, and he looked ferocious. He turned into a bolt of red lightning and charged at Lin Xian at high speed. Bang! He threw out 2 palms and they landed heavily on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was immediately pushed back. So powerful! Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the mysterious demonic corpse to be so powerful. This palm strike was too terrifying. It caused his chi and blood to roil and almost split open. Fortunately, he had put up a defense and used the red lotus armor. Otherwise, he would have been more seriously injured. Roar! Seeing that the palm did not kill Lin Xian, the mysterious demonic corpse roared angrily. The light in his eyes exploded again, and he slashed at Lin Xian like 2 long knives. Lin Xian snorted and his body shone with light. It formed a sharp sword chi and slashed forward. Clang! 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 The terrifying sword chi hit the mysterious demonic corpse and made clanging sounds and sparks. However, it could not penetrate the mysterious demonic corpse's body. At the same time, the mysterious corpse had arrived in front of Lin Xian. His palms were like ghost claws that slapped down quickly. "You're courting death!" Lin Xian snorted. He formed a seal with his palms and pushed them out. Suddenly, a golden heavenly rock appeared in his palms and rushed out. It collided with the mysterious demonic corpse's claws. This time, the mysterious demonic corpse was finally forced back. It let out a furious roar, and the red hair on its body fluttered like red flames. It was incomparably strange. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the void and formed dozens of sharp lights that slashed toward Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian directly used the dragon sword domain to envelop the other party. Suddenly, green sword chi surrounded the entire space. It was like a rain of swords crazily slashing at the other party. The great dragon sword spirit roared within, emitting a dragon's roar. A terrifying aura permeated the heavens and the earth. For a moment, the entire void was boiling. Bang bang! The dragon sword domain was incomparably powerful. Even if the mysterious demonic corpse was powerful, it was still shaken to the point of continuously retreating. White scars appeared on his body. They were caused by the sword chi. There were even some places that had cracked open. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. This situation was indeed extremely strange. Not only that, red hair began to grow out from the wounds, causing the wounds to rapidly heal. With a clap of his hands, it was like a demonic tablet that ruthlessly pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain. His body turned into a ray of light and instantly dodged. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon's attack also arrived. Countless dragon claws danced in the air, directly enveloping the mysterious demonic corpse. This attack caused a few more terrifying holes to appear on the mysterious demonic corpse's body. However, they were soon covered by the red hair again. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Lin Xian's expression was ugly. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon. Because if it was an ordinary king, he would have long been killed under such an attack. But this red-haired zombie seemed to have an immortal body. It was impossible to kill him. Try attacking his head? He Tu suggested. Head? Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon spat out a sea of fire. It turned into a long rainbow and instantly slashed at the other party's head. However, it was dodged by the mysterious demonic corpse. As expected, it's his head. The dark red divine dragon was overjoyed because the other party didn't dodge the previous attacks. Instead, he used his powerful physique to resist. But this time, he actually dodged. This meant that the other party was afraid. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was also overjoyed. He took out the 9 darkness demonic sword and his entire body emitted a sharp aura. With a furious roar, his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. The 9 darkness demonic sword erupted with an incomparably terrifying light. The power was so strong that the entire void trembled. With a slash of the sword, a black sword she slashed down from the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. The void split open and it ruthlessly slashed at the mysterious demonic corpse's head. Buzz! The mysterious demonic corpse turned into a red afterimage and dodged back and forth in the cave, dodging the sword chi. But this time, Lin Xian had already locked onto it. Roar! The red-haired zombie roared, and a terrifying light burst out from its eyes. At the same time, the red hair on its body rapidly grew. It was like a red river that spiraled in front of its body, forming a powerful defense. Bang! A shocking sound rang out. The red-haired zombie was sent flying. Not only that, the red hair on its body disappeared for the first time. Yes, that's right. It disappeared. Under Lin Xian's sword chi, it couldn't grow at all. Seeing this scene, the red-haired zombie's eyes revealed a trace of shock. It seemed that it didn't expect that someone could actually injure it. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. The other party's strength was too strong, and it seemed to have an indestructible body. It couldn't be killed at all. Its strength was almost on par with a 4-star king. But fortunately, the power of his great dragon sword soul was displayed at this moment. It could cut off the red hair on the other party's body. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before he killed the other party. The red-haired zombie also felt the danger. It roared and quickly waved its palms. Four terrifying palm shadows were thrown out and bombarded the surrounding stone pillars. Buzz, buzz. In the next moment, the stone pillars were like the pillars of gods and demons. The inscriptions on the stone pillars shone. Together with the inscriptions on the ground, they formed a strange formation. Not good. Damn that red-haired zombie. It actually knows how to use formations. The dark red dragon's expression changed. As a formation expert, he could naturally feel the terror of this formation. Even he couldn't break it in a short time. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was grave, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. The blood in his body began to boil. As the successor of the Great Dragon's sword, he had inherited the Great Dragon's sword's bravery and strength. He wasn't afraid of anything. At this moment, even though the red-haired zombie had activated the mysterious formation, it couldn't stop his shocking battle intent. The blood in his body surged like the roars of dragons and tigers. The Great Dragon's sword so roared. Beside him, the Dragon Sword domain was completely activated. A green domain quickly formed to resist the surrounding formation. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. With the 9 Darkness demonic sword in his hand, it was as if the sword demon had been reborn. Kill! With a roar, the Dragon Sword domain trembled. Countless sword chi swept out in all directions, each as large as a mountain. These sword chi slashed out in all directions, causing a huge commotion. Chapter 1569. Bang! The formation that had just been formed also shattered in an instant. All the strange scenes and terrifying auras disappeared. Only the green sword chi was left in the air. The red-haired zombie's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He couldn't think of what kind of power could destroy his formation in an instant. One had to know that this formation was very strange and couldn't be destroyed at all. However, a human youth in front of him had actually destroyed it. Moreover, he had destroyed it so easily. He couldn't believe it. Although the red-haired zombie couldn't speak, he obviously had the intelligence of a human. His gaze was uncertain, and his heart was filled with shock. In fact, the sword Dao aura emitted by the other party caused his body to begin to tremble. However, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. In the next moment, he roared angrily, and a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. Then, the red hair all over his body began to burn, forming balls of red flames that completely enveloped his body. Oh no, he's going to go all out. Be careful! The dark red dragon exclaimed. Sure enough, in the next moment, the red-haired zombie turned into a ray of light and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Let's end this! Lin Xian shouted coldly and raised his combat strength to the limit. Then, he waved the 9th Hell Demon sword and stabbed out. Azure Dragon Break! A wisp of black sword light instantly charged forward like a dragon. This move was very terrifying as it directly attacked the red-haired zombie's head. Instantly, the red-haired zombie's head exploded, and its entire body fell to the ground with a bang. There was no blood, but the surrounding cold aura had disappeared. Moreover, the red hair on the zombie's body also quickly disappeared, and finally drilled into its body and disappeared. In addition, a red crystal core fell out of the zombie's body. That was the source of the zombie's energy. Great! Lin Xian retracted his hand and held the red crystal core in his hand. He was extremely happy. The red-haired zombie's strength was close to that of a 4-star king. It was extremely powerful. If he could absorb all the energy inside, he believed that he should be able to break through to the 2-star king realm. Therefore, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and held the supreme-grade subdivine crystal in one hand and the red crystal core in the other. He used the longevity art to quickly absorb the energy. On the other side, the dark red Shenlong was cleaning up the battlefield, collecting all the valuable items in the cave. Then, he started to absorb those high-quality subdivinity crystals. At this moment, Lin Xian's secret art of longevity was circulating madly, displaying a powerful and mysterious power. The energy inside the supreme quality substandard divine crystal and the red crystal core was like a torrential river. It unceasingly poured into Lin Xian's body, cleansing his meridians. Boom! A low voice sounded, and then Lin Xian's aura suddenly soared. Originally, his cultivation base had already reached the late stage of one-star king realm. Moreover, along the way, he had continuously killed zombies and absorbed their crystal cores. His cultivation base had also increased rapidly, and had already reached a critical point. Now, with the supreme grade substandard divine crystal and the red crystal core, his cultivation had finally reached the 2-star king realm. So strong! Feeling the energy in his body, Lin Xian was overjoyed. After breaking through to the 2-star king realm, his strength had increased greatly. If he faced the red-haired zombie now, he would probably be able to kill it in a few moves. Moreover, his current strength was still equivalent to a 4-star king. He was even confident that he could defeat core disciples like Lu Chao. It seemed like it was time to find an opportunity to become a core disciple. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He decided that when he returned to the sect, he would find Chu Yu and see if there was any way for him to become a core disciple as soon as possible. Only by becoming a core disciple would he be able to find out more about King Pillfeather. On the other side, the dark red dragon had absorbed all the high-quality substandard divine crystals. His cultivation base had also recovered, and he had advanced by another level. Now, he had also reached the 2-star king realm. The dragon blood in his body surged like a furnace of heaven and earth, emitting a rumbling sound. "Ha ha! I've recovered a bit more!" The dark red dragon laughed loudly. It wouldn't be long before he could recover his full strength. Lin Xian also laughed and said, "Since there's nothing left here, let's go." Thus, the two turned around and flew outside. At the same time, outside the cave, several figures were flying towards them at lightning speed. "Senior Brother Lu, we've received news that there's a tomb here." "Yes, I've heard that there are many treasures inside. We spent a lot of money to obtain this information." Several voices sounded. It turned out that these people were Lu Chao and the others. They had actually found this cave, and flew over. Soon, Lu Chao and the others descended from the sky. Just as they were about to enter the cave, two black figures flew out of the cave. Whoosh whoosh. "Who is it?" "Stand still!" Lu Chao waved his hand, and a terrifying palm image immediately pressed down. He had originally come to the cave to search for treasures. How could he not be shocked when two figures flew out of the cave? He had to stop them and investigate thoroughly. As expected. Under the palm image, the two figures that came out of the cave stopped. "What? It's you!" Lu Chao and the others were stunned because they realized that they actually knew the people who came out of the cave. That's right. The people who came out were Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not expect to meet Lu Chao and the others at the entrance of the cave. "How dare you! Who allowed you to go in? Presumptuous! Hand over all the things that you've obtained inside. Otherwise, I'll make sure you crawl out of here today." A few inner sect disciples beside Lu Chao shouted coldly. They did not take Lin Xian seriously at all because they were elite inner sect disciples and were very powerful. The other party was just a newcomer and could not fight against them at all. "Who do you think you are? How dare you have designs on me? Get lost while I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had broken through to 2-star king and was very imposing. "Presumptuous! You're courting death!" The inner sect disciples were furious. They did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to talk back to them. They really did not know what was good for them. Lu Chao also snorted coldly. "Lad, I let you go earlier because of the urgency of the matter. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant in front of me. It seems that I can't let you live today." "Humph, you're really arrogant. Do you think you can kill whoever you want?" Lin Xian sneered. "Let me tell you. I've obtained 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals and countless treasures in this cave. Come and snatch them if you can. What? Supreme-grade sub-divine crystals! Hearing this, the inner sect disciples opposite him were shocked. Then, their eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Supreme-grade sub-divine crystals were extremely powerful sources of energy. If they could obtain them, they would definitely be able to raise their cultivation level again. They might even be able to make a breakthrough. Chapter 1570. He hadn't expected that Lin Fan would have such a fortuitous encounter and obtain 2 supreme-grade sub-divine crystals. But soon after, he laughed wildly. Kid, I have to say that you're really stupid. You actually dared to say that you obtained such a treasure? But very good, he's mine now. Obediently hand over the supreme-grade sub-divine crystals, kneel at the side, and await my punishment. Hand it over? That's impossible, I've already absorbed it. Lin Xian shrugged. Don't even think about it. You won't be able to obtain a supreme-grade sub-divine crystal in your lifetime. Scram! What? You're courting death. Those inner court disciples went crazy, and their hearts ached. On the other hand, Lu Chao's face sank, and his eyes shone with a terrifying light. He stared fixedly at Lin Xian, and then he frowned. As expected, you've broken through to the 2-star king realm. What a piece of trash. 2 supreme-grade sub-divine crystals only increased your cultivation by so little? Kid, you dare to waste my supreme-grade sub-divine crystals? I'll definitely kill you. You've just absorbed them, so there's probably still dense energy left in your blood. Even if I can't absorb the supreme-grade sub-divine crystals, I'll still absorb the energy in your blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chao stretched out his palm, and it was like 5 sharp blades that swiftly slapped towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his fist to meet the attack. His terrifying fist was like an enormous mountain as it swiftly blasted out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. Ruffian Long, I'll leave those inner court disciples to you. Don't let a single one of them go. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. The dark red dragon grinned, and his body shot out like a red bolt of lightning. Bang! A shocking blow caused a huge explosion in the air, and then the 2 figures quickly retreated. Lu Chao took 5 steps back and stabilized his body, but he was extremely shocked. His eyes were filled with shock, and he didn't dare to accept the reality before his eyes. Lin Fan was just a 2-star king who had just entered the inner court, but he had blocked his attack? This was something that he never thought possible. Because as far as he was concerned, Lin Fan was just an ant that he could crush with a single finger. Therefore, he had never taken the other party seriously. But now, not only had his opponent blocked his attack, he had even forced him to retreat. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. It was simply impossible for a 2-star king to contend against a 4-star king. Behind him, the few inner sect disciples widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Damn it, what's going on? How could he block senior brother Lu Chao's attack? Dream, I must be dreaming. The few of them shook their heads in disbelief. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon flew over and waved its dragon claws. Hee ants, you should worry about yourselves first. You're courting death. A 4-horned snake dares to be arrogant in front of us. Catch him, peel his skin, cook him, and eat him. A few of the inner disciples were enraged. One after another, they used their ultimate techniques to attack the dark red divine dragon. Bang, bang, bang. A few more thunderous noises were heard. Then, a few inner sect disciples vomited blood and were sent flying. Their eyes were filled with shock. They couldn't believe that a 4-horned snake could send all of them flying so easily. What was going on? Were the 2 of them humans or ghosts? How could they have such powerful strength? Seeing the few inner sect disciples vomiting blood, Lu Chao's face turned even uglier. He gritted his teeth and said, Good, good, good. Kid, I underestimated you. However, do you think you can be arrogant just because you blocked one of my attacks? Let me tell you, you're too naive. I'll let you know how powerful I really am. Now, it seems like you were the one who killed Fong Li. Lin Xian snorted. So what? Not only am I going to kill him, but I'm also going to kill you. Kill me? You're dreaming. Go to hell. Lu Chao roared. His face was ferocious, and a cold murderous aura shot into the sky. Boundless flames surrounded him, making him look like a god of fire. He waved his hand, and a red alchemy cauldron appeared in the air. There were 2 lifelike fire dragons hovering above it. With a wave of his hand, endless flames gathered and formed a fire dragon that roared. A terrifying heat wave covered the sky as if the entire sky had turned into a sea of fire. The fire dragon roared and charged toward Lin Xian. The entire void was left with endless lava as if it had been cut open. Lin Xian was in the dragon sword's spiritual domain, and it was empty. He emitted a sharp aura like a peerless god of war. Whoosh! He turned into a sword light and dodged the fire dragon's attack. At the same time, he clenched his hand and summoned a small black cauldron. Thousand Beast Cauldron! It was a true Earth-grade weapon. In the past, Lin Xian's cultivation was too low to unleash its true power. Now that he was a 2-star king, he had the strength to use the Thousand Beast Cauldron. The palm shadows kept slapping, and the Thousand Beast Cauldron trembled and emitted a black light. One after another, rare beasts swam on top of it. Woo-woo! Roar! It was as if 10,000 beasts were roaring at the same time, emitting a terrifying aura. In a trance, there were countless demonic beasts circling around. With a flick of his finger, a black light gathered and formed a huge hand of death that slapped forward. Bang! With a shocking blow, the huge black hand covered the sky and slapped the fire dragon, breaking it. Boom boom! Sparks flew everywhere, and the void was dyed red. What? It's broken! On the opposite side, Lu Chao's pupils constricted. If it was a coincidence that Lin Xian had forced him back the first time, then this time, it was definitely not a coincidence that Lin Xian had broken through his attack again. This time, he had even used his own weapon. It could be said that he was going all out. However, Lin Xian could still block it. Damn it, how is this possible? How can this kid have such powerful battle strength? Lu Chao roared and instantly activated his king domain. Immediately, a fiery red domain enveloped him. The terrifying domain distorted the entire void as if it had become a real sea of fire. Kill! Lu Chao roared and charged toward Lin Xian with the Red King domain. Soon, he collided with the huge black hand. Instantly, the black hand shattered into pieces, unable to resist. Humph, kid, so what if your weapon is powerful? You're no match for me in terms of domains. At this moment, Lu Chao was very confident. He was a 4-star king, and his domain was already very terrifying. It was definitely not something that a 2-star king could contend against. He had already seen that the reason Lin Xian had been able to break his attack was because of the small black cauldron. Other than that, it was impossible for Lin Xian to break his attack. Confidence is a good thing, but stupidity is not good. You're obviously the stupidity type. Chapter 1571. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon sword realm quickly appeared beside him. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sword chi pierced through the sky, and the entire void seemed to have become a killing ground. The monstrous aura stirred up the clouds as if it could kill gods and demons. What? This sword chi? Lu Chao felt the sword chi emitted by the dragon sword realm, and his face changed drastically. To be honest, he had never felt such a sharp sword chi, even though he was far away and had the protection of the king realm. However, he could still feel the killing intent brought by the sword chi. The hair on his body stood on end. Damn it, how can his realm be so strong? I don't believe it! Lu Chao gritted his teeth and crazily activated the Red King realm. Suddenly, endless flames shot up into the sky, and 8 fire dragons circled around his body, quickly attacking forward. Mirror still water! Lin Xian was expressionless. He waved his hand, and the dragon's sword realm trembled. Countless sword chi circled around, forming a huge sword screen. It was like a mirror, incomparably bright and clean. The 8 fire dragons, with monstrous heat waves, fiercely collided with the mirror surface, and were all immediately reflected back. What? All of them were reflected? How is this possible? Lu Chao was shocked and couldn't believe it. The few inner disciples below had already opened their eyes wide, as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone knew how terrifying Lu Chao was. Among the inner disciples, no one was a match for him. Even among the core disciples, he was one of the stronger ones. But now, a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect was actually able to compete with Lu Chao, and even suppress him. This made them unable to believe it. Impossible, damn it, I don't believe it! How can you be so strong? Lu Chao's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. I can only say that you are ignorant. I originally had no enmity with you, but you repeatedly tried to kill me. So, you only have yourself to blame. Now it's all over. Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, and tens of thousands of sword chi circled around him. He was like a sword demon, incomparably terrifying. It's over? Impossible. I still have many secret techniques, and I still have pills to increase my strength. Brat, let me tell you, my methods are not something you can imagine. As long as I don't care about the price to increase my strength, I can even compete with a 5-star king. What do you have to fight me? Today, I will teach you how to kill. After saying that, Lu Chao flipped his palm. Immediately, 2 red pills appeared in his palm. As long as he swallowed 2 red pills, he would be able to stimulate the potential in his body and temporarily obtain great power. However, Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold. He gripped the 9 Serenity's demonic sword and quickly slid it through the air. Underworld Dao Waning Moon Break! With a wave of his sword, an invisible force condensed in the air. Crack, crack! A black crack appeared in the air. It was incomparably terrifying and emitted a strange aura. It was as if a peerless demon had opened its terrifying mouth and was about to devour everything. In the next moment, the spatial crack enveloped Lu Chao's figure. Ah! With a miserable shriek, Lu Chao was sucked into the black crack and disappeared. Soon after, the pitch-black crack began to slowly heal. The sky regained its clarity, but Lu Chao's figure had already disappeared. Only the remnant energy still lingered in the surroundings. What happened? Below, a few inner disciples saw this scene and looked at each other. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not see Lu Chao again. This gave them a bad premonition. What did you do to Brother Chao? A few of them asked in horror. He was no longer in this world. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. The move just now had directly cut open the void and connected to the void. As for Lu Chao, he had been exiled and could not return. This outcome was even more terrifying than being killed. You are a demon, not a human! A few inner disciples felt their skin crawl. They turned around and ran. You want to run? Hee hee! The dark red dragon sneered. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out several rays of red light that pierced through the inner disciples. With a wave of his dragon claw, a terrifying dragon flame gushed out and burned the corpses to ashes. After doing all this, he stopped and returned to Lin Xian's side. Let's go. It's about time to go back. All right then. Let's go to the other mountains next time. The dark red dragon glanced into the distance. Indeed, strictly speaking, they had not entered Feng Mountain yet. They were only at the periphery. Therefore, there were not many people nearby. It seemed that the real Feng Mountain and the great ancient tomb would be even more terrifying than the previous cave. The 2 of them turned into lightning, flew into the sky, and disappeared. Lu Chao's incident had caused a sensation in the sect. After all, he was a core disciple, and his strength was not bad. Such people were the elites of the alchemy faction. However, after the alchemy faction investigated, they did not find out who did it. Moreover, the culprit had disappeared in Feng Mountain. It was very likely that it was another sect or some existence in the ancient tomb who did it. Therefore, the alchemy faction could only give up on investigating. On the other side, Lin Xian had also returned to the alchemy faction. He stayed for a few days and then prepared to look for Chuyu. He now knew that Chuyu was also a core disciple. However, what surprised him was that Chuyu's cultivation was obviously not a 4-star king. However, if he could become a core disciple, it meant that his attainments in alchemy were definitely extraordinary. However, in the past few days, he found out that Chuyu was not only a core disciple, but an extremely powerful one. A personal disciple. That's right, Chuyu was a personal disciple of the alchemy faction's elder. His status was even more noble than a core disciple like Lu Chao. Lin Xian finally understood. No wonder the other party could arrange for him to enter the alchemy faction so easily. It turned out that he was a personal disciple. However, this was even better. He believed that the other party would definitely have a way to promote him to a core disciple. The alchemy faction was located in a continuous mountain range. The inner and core disciples were not on the same mountain peak. Therefore, Lin Xian had to fly away from the inner sect disciples' residence and head to the core disciples' residence. After flying for about half an hour, his body sank and he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just as he was about to enter, a cold shout suddenly came from ahead. "Stop!" The voice was like a clap of thunder. It was abnormally terrifying and caused the void to tremble. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian frowned, but he still stopped in his tracks. Soon, 6 disciples flew over from afar like rainbows. "Who are you? How dare you barge into the core disciples' residence? Aren't you afraid of being killed? This isn't a place where you can enter. Leave quickly! You've misunderstood. I'm here to look for someone," Lin Xian said slowly. "Look for someone? Who is it?" the guards asked coldly. They were not core disciples and were only guards in charge of guarding this place. However, their status and strength had already surpassed the majority of the inner sect disciples. They were extremely powerful. Chapter 1572. "I'm looking for Chuyu," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Chuyu?" Hearing this, their expressions changed. Clearly, they knew Chuyu's identity. "Fairy Chuyu is a personal disciple. Why are you looking for her?" "That's right. How could a mere inner disciple know a personal disciple? Kid, I advise you not to lie. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Whether I know Chuyu or not, wouldn't you know once you report to her?" Lin Xian said calmly. If it were an ordinary inner disciple, they would probably be trembling in fear when they met these guards. However, he wouldn't. No matter how strong they were only 3-star kings. As for him, he was someone who could even kill a 4-star king. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't take these guards seriously. "Report to you?" The guard's lips curled into a cold smile. "Kid, we're very busy. We don't have time to report to you. You should come back another day." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What were they busy with? They obviously wanted to get some benefits from him. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to give them any benefits. He snorted. "What, you want to extort me? Aren't you afraid that I'll report it to the sect?" "Report it to the sect? Then go report it. See if the sect will believe you." The guards sneered. Clearly, they often did this kind of thing. "Is that so? If the sect doesn't care, then what about Chuyu? Let me tell you, I'm looking for Fairy Chuyu because it's urgent. If it's delayed, can you bear the consequences? When the time comes and Fairy Chuyu punishes you, I'm afraid you'll end up worse than me," Lin Xian said slowly. "You dare threaten us? Kid, you're courting death." The guards were enraged. One of them even snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Immediately, a huge force surged towards Lin Xian. "A mere inner disciple dares to behave atrociously in front of us? You're courting death. Today I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know what kind of attitude you should have in front of me." The sleeve trembled, and like a floating cloud, it suddenly grew larger in the wind. It was like a cage of heaven and earth that was about to suck Lin Xian in. This was a very terrifying skill called the Heaven and Earth Sleeve. It was rumored that when it was refined to the extreme, it could swallow the heavens and swallow the earth. Of course, It was impossible for the guardian disciple before him to pull off such a feat, however. Collecting the mountains and rivers was not an issue at all. The terrifying sleeve enveloped Lin Xian and was about to swallow him whole. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, several streaks of sharp sword qi surged out, transforming into a long river that soared into the clouds. Pung pung pung! That terrifying heaven and earth sleeve was instantly slashed by the sword qi and instantly exploded. In an instant, the terrifying scene disappeared. The guardian disciple even took a few steps back, his face extremely ugly. Above his wrist, the wide sleeves were already shattered. You! His face was ferocious as he stared at Lin Xian. The surrounding guardian disciples also had ferocious expressions. They did not expect that a mere inner disciple would be so powerful that he could destroy the heaven and earth sleeve with a raise of his hand. How dare you behave atrociously here? Take him down! With a furious roar, the remaining guardian disciples immediately acted, wanting to capture Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flash of his palm, the dragon's sword realm quickly flew out. In an instant, it completely enveloped the remaining 5 guardian disciples. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword qi was like a rainbow, incomparably sharp and filled with monstrous killing intent. Countless sword qi surged and surrounded the 5 guardian disciples. As long as they moved, they would be pierced by the sword qi, and hundreds of thousands of holes would appear on their bodies. Immediately, the guardian disciples were stunned, and their faces were extremely ugly. They did not expect that the other party could actually subdue all of them in an instant. One had to know that they were all 3-star kings. And the other party's aura was only that of a 2-star king. How was this possible? Even the strongest inner sect disciples wouldn't be able to do something like this, right? However, they had all seen the strongest few people. But the young man in front of them was incomparably unfamiliar. It was obvious that he had just joined the inner sect. That was why they were so arrogant before, but they did not expect that they would almost be killed. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped down their bodies, and they no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Lin Xian. Stop, let's talk nicely. We were wrong before, we apologize to you. We'll go report for you now. The few of them hurriedly apologized. They had no choice. If they dared to say anything else, the sword qi would probably kill them immediately. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he removed the dragon sword realm. Soon, the few guardian disciples left to report the news. However, Chu Yu did not come out. Instead, a young man in a blue robe walked out. Fairy Chu Yu is in seclusion refining a type of pill, so she can't split herself. Since you want to find her, I'll bring you in. The blue-clothed young man said coldly. Moreover, he carefully sized up Lin Xian. When he saw the identity of the disciple and the cultivation of a 2-star king, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He did not expect that the person who came out was not Chu Yu, but someone he did not know at all. Looking at the other party's arrogant expression and strong aura, there was no need to think to know that he should be a core disciple. However, he did not care about the other party's attitude, as long as the other party could bring him in. Nodding, Lin Xian followed the blue-clothed young man into the mountain range where the core disciples lived. As soon as they entered, the blue-clothed young man walked in front with large strides and said coldly, This is where the core disciples live, far surpassing your inner sect. There are formations everywhere here, and there are even traps in some places. It can be said that one wrong step will consign you to eternal damnation. With your strength and identity, you have no right to enter this place. However, I'll bring you in for Chu Yu's sake. However, you have to know your limits and follow me closely. Don't wander around. Do you hear me clearly? The blue-clothed young man said coldly. However, Lin Xian did not reply. Instead, he sped up and walked side by side with the blue-clothed young man. Don't worry, I have some knowledge of formations, so there shouldn't be any danger. Lin Xian looked around and said indifferently, Even if there is any danger, I can deal with it. Hearing this, the blue-clothed young man's face sank. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. A small inner sect disciple with a 2-star king cultivation actually dared to boast that he was proficient in formations and could even resist the formations here? The array formation here was no ordinary array formation. Every one of them was extremely terrifying, and inner sect disciples could not withstand them at all. Chapter 1573. However, core disciples were very familiar with the surrounding terrain, so under normal circumstances, they would not enter these formations. Kid, it seems that you're very confident in yourself. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. The man in blue sneered, his eyes full of disdain. He did not believe Lin Xian's words at all. Therefore, he planned to teach him a lesson and let him know what it meant to be arrogant. In the next moment, the man in blue's figure swayed, and he could not help but speed up. Like a bolt of blue lightning, he instantly disappeared on the spot and walked forward. Soon, he arrived at a safe place. Proficient in formations? Can you handle it? Humph! What an idiot! Let me see how you're going to pass through the formations and traps there. The man in blue raised a disdainful smile because in his opinion, the other party would not be able to walk out at all. If he left, he would probably fall into the formation very quickly. At that time, he wanted to see if the other party could still be arrogant. The man in blue revealed a sinister smile. To be honest, if the other party was not looking for Chuyu, he would have killed him with a slap. Is that so? I think senior brother is overthinking. Are the formations here as magical as you say? At this moment, a light voice was heard. Hearing this voice, the man in blue jumped in fright. He suddenly turned around and found Lin Xian standing not far away from him. Immediately, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could he walk out of those formations and traps so quickly? One had to know that he had displayed his powerful speed just now. No one below the 4-star king level could keep up with him. However, the other party had arrived at almost the same time as him. It was too strange. Lin Xian saw the other party's shocked expression and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Then, he said indifferently, "Senior brother, let's go. I have something important to talk to Fairy Chuyu about." Humph! Seeing the other party's disdainful smile, the man in blue's face darkened. His eyes flickered with a trace of killing intent. To be honest, he had never been so embarrassed before. Moreover, it was in front of a small inner sect disciple. This made him want to kill him. However, after thinking for a moment, he gave up in the end. Because he didn't know what the relationship between this kid and Chuyu was. Chuyu was a personal disciple. Her status was even higher than that of a core disciple. If he really killed her now, Chuyu would blame him. At that time, he would be the unlucky one. The blue-clothed young man snorted again and said coldly, "Come with me." In the end, he brought Lin Xian to the mountain peak where Chuyu lived. Fairy Chuyu is inside. You can wait outside. After saying that, he turned into a blue light and left without looking back. Lin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and looked ahead curiously. The mountains and rivers were clear, just like a fairyland. It was indeed a good place to live and cultivate. This treatment is really different, Lin Xian sighed. He only had a single courtyard, but the core disciples all had their own mountain peaks. This was a world of difference. With a flicker, Lin Xian arrived at the peak of the mountain. There were several palaces in front of him, but he didn't go in. Instead, he found an ancient tree and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. About 2 hours later, a strange fragrance came from the palaces in front of him. The fragrance was very strong. When one smelled it, they would feel the spiritual energy in their body boil. This is a pill fragrance. Lin Xian opened his eyes and revealed a trace of surprise. He could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary pill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a strange fragrance. A profound pill! It looks like it's at least a mid-grade profound pill. Lin Xian was shocked. Profound pills were pills used by kings. They were divided into 4 grades: basic, mid-grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Different grades had different effects. Generally, people below 3-star kings would only use basic grade profound pills. It was very rare to encounter a mid-grade profound pill. After all, even though it was just a difference of 1 word, a mid-grade profound pill was very difficult to refine. With Lin Xian's current state, the failure rate was also very high. However, he didn't expect that Chu Yu would actually succeed. He had to admit that it really surprised him. Soon, the pill fragrance disappeared. Then, the doors of the palaces slowly opened and a beautiful figure walked in. It was a tall and slender woman. She wore an aqua-green robe. Her skin was fair, and her face was exquisite. She looked like a fairy. There was still a faint fragrance on her body. "Congratulations on successfully refining a mid-grade profound pill," Lin Xian walked forward and said with a smile. Why are you here?" Seeing the person in front of him, Chu Yu was stunned. Then he smiled. "I didn't expect that. Not only are you strong, but your eyesight is also very sharp. You can tell that I'm refining a mid-grade profound pill at a glance. Don't laugh at me. I'm just a small inner disciple. How can I compare to you, a direct disciple? Come in." Chu Yu rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Then, Lin Xian walked in. "How is it? Are you used to living in the alchemy sect?" Chu Yu asked. "It's okay, but it's not as comfortable as you core disciples." "Of course." Chu Yu smiled. "The status of a core disciple and an inner disciple are completely different. It's like the difference between heaven and earth." Then, she asked suspiciously, "No way, you're thinking about becoming a core disciple again?" "That's right. That's why I came to find you." "Heavens, how many days have you been in the inner sect?" "Only a month? You want to become a core disciple already? That's too fast. I'm afraid this has never happened before in the history of the alchemy sect." Chu Yu was shocked. Lin Xian smiled. "It didn't happen before, but it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Also, I heard that some core disciples have disappeared. No one knows if they're dead or alive. I'm afraid they won't be coming back. Do you have any way to prevent me from becoming a core disciple?" Lin Xian asked. "Okay." After a while, Chu Yu came back to her senses. "Indeed, Lu Chao of the core disciples disappeared in Mount Feng. I'm afraid he won't be coming back. So, it's certain that a new core disciple will be chosen. And it's probably something that happened recently. I have to say, you're really lucky. You've just arrived and you've already encountered such a thing." One had to know that under normal circumstances, an inner disciple might not encounter such a thing even after 8 to 10 years. Lin Xian only smiled, but he muttered in his heart, "How can I not be lucky? Lu Chao was killed by me. A core disciple, a 4-star king. With such a terrifying status and strength, no one would dare to provoke him. Not to mention 8 to 10 years, he might not even die in a few decades." Chapter 1574. Chu Yu continued. "Based on past experience, whenever there's a vacancy in the core disciple position, the top 10 inner disciples will compete for it. The winner will become the new core disciple. I think this time will be no exception." "Top 10 inner disciples?" Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Can you give me a spot?" Chu Yu smiled. "I've helped you so much. What do you have to give me?" "Pill formula." "Pill formula?" Chu Yu was confused. "This is the alchemy faction. There are countless pill formulas here. I'm a direct disciple. I can have any pill formula I want. You're fooling me with this condition. What if it's an ancient pill formula?" Lin Xian smiled. "What? Ancient pill formula? You have an ancient pill formula?" Chu Yu was shocked. She quickly asked, "What grade is it?" "Mid-grade Xian pill." Chu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian smiled. "I can give it to you now." He flipped his hand and took out a jade slip. However, Chu Yu received the jade slip and quickly examined it. After a while, she smiled. Yes, it's an ancient pill formula. It's a mid-grade Xian pill. Where did you get such a good thing from? Chiyu asked doubtfully. Even in the alchemy faction, there weren't many ancient pill formulas. It was good to have one more. Lin Xian smiled and said, I found it in an ancient ruin. You could say that it was a coincidence. Of course, he was lying. He had many such pill formulas. King Pillfeather's inheritance wasn't very useful to him now, but he still had wine lords. And the fourth-generation successor of the Dragon Sword had also collected many pill formulas. So, he had a lot of pill formulas in his hands. Then I'll accept it. On the other side, Chuyu happily accepted the pill formula. Then she said, Don't worry about the challenge. I'll arrange it for you. However, I have to remind you that the battle this time will be very intense. Because becoming a core disciple is like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. So, the inner disciples will fight with their lives. That's fine. I'm confident, Lin Xian said. Indeed, he had absolute confidence in his battle strength and alchemy skills. Okay then. I'll let you know when there's news. Chiyu nodded. As a direct disciple, her strength was frightening. So, this was something she could do. After that, Lin Xian left. On the other side, the entire inner sect was in an uproar as well. This was because the news was spreading everywhere. That was to choose a new core disciple. The news of core disciple Lu Chao's disappearance was no longer some secret. Now, the entire pill sect knew. The most excited ones were, of course, the inner court disciples. Especially the top inner disciples of the inner disciples. Normally, they had no chance to become a core disciple, however, things were different now. Now that they were short of a core disciple, the sect would definitely quickly replenish them. And the core was the core, of course. The ordinary inner disciples had no hope at all. They could only watch the show. Only the top inner sect disciples would have a chance to fight for it. I'm so excited. The core disciple selection this time will probably be the most intense battle in the sect. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen such an intense battle. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Indeed. But thinking about it, the one most likely to become an inner disciple must be Chiyu. He's recognized as the number one in the inner sect. However, Luo Yuan is also quite powerful. I heard that his cultivation has improved greatly recently. He might even surpass Chiyu. Yeah, there's also my goddess Luo Shi. Her alchemy skills are unparalleled and she's super strong. She'll definitely become a core disciple. Everyone was talking about it excitedly. Lin Xian happened to pass by. When he heard these names, he raised his eyebrows. They should be the strongest among the inner sect disciples. However, he didn't care. With his current strength, he didn't need to care about anyone. Sure enough, 6 days later, the news of a new core disciple selection was officially announced by the sect. Suddenly, the entire inner sect was in an uproar. At the same time, Lin Xian received a letter from Chiyu. The letter stated that he was still qualified to participate in the core disciple selection. After hearing the news, Lin Xian smiled. He could finally become a core disciple. That way, he would be able to learn some of the secrets of the alchemy sect. Moreover, the core disciples had a very high status. They had the power to decide life and death. Some of the more powerful core disciples were actually not inferior to the elders. If he could become a core disciple, it would be a good thing for Lin Xian. The other inner sect disciples gathered at the side to look at the names. Chiyu, Luo Yuan, and Luo Shi, one by one, familiar names appeared in front of them. That's right, the top 10. It's really the top 10 inner sect disciples. I knew it. Everyone nodded. It was the same in the past. The top 10 inner sect disciples would compete for a core disciple spot. However, they were soon stunned. Because they found the 11th person at the bottom of the list. Lin Xian. Who is Lin Xian? Is he famous? I don't know. I've never heard of him. We all know the famous geniuses in the inner sect, but we've never heard of Lin Xian. Who is he? For a moment, everyone was very confused and started discussing. Obviously, they could not understand this name that suddenly appeared. However, soon someone said, "Right, wasn't there an inner sect disciple who just joined a month ago? I think his name is Lin Xian." "What? A new inner sect disciple who just joined a month ago? Lin Xian?" Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens, what kind of joke is this? A newcomer can enter the core disciple selection list? How is that possible? Yeah, could it be the same name? Maybe the sect made a mistake. Yeah, there were only 10 people before. Why are there 11 now? And it's a newcomer. This doesn't make sense. Everyone was discussing. However, in the end, they found that the sect did not make a mistake. Moreover, it was the newcomer who had just joined the inner sect a month ago. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. The entire inner sect was in an uproar. They really could not understand. How could a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect be on the list? I heard that when Lin Xian entered the inner sect, he was promoted directly. It seems that he has some background. Chapter 1575. The top 10 geniuses all have powerful backgrounds. Most of them have core disciples behind them, and some even have elders behind them. That's right. Even if there's one more person, it shouldn't be Lin Xian. The top 15 are all qualified to enter. But why is it a newcomer? Everyone was dissatisfied with the decision. However, this was the sect's decision, and they could not change it. The crowd snorted. What's the point of being on the list? If he's not strong enough, he'll still be eliminated. That's right. He just entered the inner sect a month ago. How powerful can he be? The last time I saw him, he was only a 1-star king. What? Only a 1-star king? That's not even as strong as me? Haha, I really want to see Lin Xian get beaten black and blue in the arena. Why bother? With his cultivation, he'll just be humiliating himself. Everyone sneered. However, in the crowd, when Zhou Hai and the others saw this, their eyes widened in shock. They had seen Lin Xian's skills and knew that Lin Xian was not as simple as he looked. One had to know that even the extremely terrifying Fang Li had been killed by Lin Xian with ease. Therefore, they believed that Lin Xian would be able to participate in the core disciple competition. However, only a few of them believed him. Most of the others were sneering at him in disdain and jealousy. Therefore, no one thought highly of Lin Xian. The top 10 geniuses in the inner sect sneered when they heard the news. Their eyes were full of disdain. None of them took Lin Xian seriously. In their eyes, a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect was not worth mentioning. They could kill him easily with a finger. Their real targets were Qiyu, Luo Yuan, and Enluoshi. They were their real enemies. Alchemy sect, Baiyun Mountain. This was a very important place in the inner sect. Every time an elder gave a lesson, it would be held here. Today, no elder was giving a lesson, but the number of people who came to Baiyun Mountain was many times greater than before. On top of that, even more disciples were arriving from all directions. Because today was the day of the inner court competition, the selection of core disciples. This kind of opportunity could be said to be extremely rare. Normally, there were very few opportunities to be promoted to core disciple. If Lu Chao hadn't gone missing, they wouldn't have obtained such a precious spot. In this place, the top disciples would engage in an intense battle. To the ordinary inner disciples, this was undoubtedly a grand battle event. Halfway up Mount Baiyun, there was a huge piece of flat land. It was covered with green stone slabs. It was the White Cloud Plaza. At this moment, countless people had gathered in the White Cloud Square. They were like dark clouds. Basically, all the inner disciples had arrived. The main characters of this competition, the elite disciples of the inner court, had also arrived one by one. Every time one of them appeared, it would cause a wave of exclamations. It could not be helped, as the top 10 inner disciples were extremely powerful and had outstanding reputations. They already possessed extremely high statuses among the inner disciples. 10 inner disciples stood in a row at the front. Those people were dressed in luxurious clothes and had dignified appearances. They carried a powerful and confident aura. However, at this moment, another silhouette slowly walked forward. Who is that? Everyone was puzzled as they realized that it was an unfamiliar face. Young, handsome, and confident. However, when they sensed the cultivation of the other party, they were all dumbfounded. Two-star king. He was only a two-star king. Oh, I know, he's that Lin Xian. What? He's Lin Xian? He really dares to come? With his cultivation, he dares to come on stage. What a disgrace. He's really courting death. What can he do? He's probably a hothead who thinks he can become a court disciple just because he has some background. But he doesn't know that this battle is about strength. Any schemes and tricks are useless. Cold laughter could be heard as the entire plaza fell into an uproar. Lin Xian heard the voices around him and narrowed his eyes. He snorted coldly. He did not say anything because later, he would use his strength to let everyone know who was the frog at the bottom of the well. Brother Lin, you can do it. In the crowd, Zhou Hai and the others saw this and cheered. Lin Xian smiled and greeted Zhou Hai and the others. Soon, Lin Xian came to the front of the plaza. The 10 inner sect geniuses in front of him were indeed arrogant, and looked at him with disdain. In their eyes, Lin Xian was not qualified to stand with them. Kid, get lost. This is not a place where you can come. I advise you to admit defeat and leave quickly. You'll only embarrass yourself later. Trash wants to become a core disciple? What a joke! A few disdainful laughs could be heard. The others also looked at Lin Xian with arrogance. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the 3 arrogant fellows. He asked coldly, "May I know the names of the 3 geniuses?" Yang Fan, Qing Feng, Wu Kun. The 3 of them said arrogantly. Then they sneered. Kid, you're really ignorant. You don't even know our names? Lin Xian said coldly. It's not too late to know now. I'll remember the 3 of you. I won't be merciful to you in the competition later. I'll let you know the consequences of talking nonsense. After saying that, he turned and stood aside. Kid, you're courting death. The 3 of them were furious. A new inner sect disciple dared to threaten the 3 of them? He was really courting death. The remaining 7 inner sect elites also widened their eyes in disbelief. Many gazes continuously sized up Lin Xian, wanting to know where he got his confidence from. One had to know that he was only a 2-star king. So what if he was strong? At most, he was equivalent to a 3-star king. However, they were 3-star kings, and most of them were late-stage 3-star kings. If they used some secret techniques, they could even contend with 4-star kings. They were extremely powerful. They could be said to be the top group of people in the inner sect. Now a new ant dared to look down on them? It was truly unbelievable. Kid, I'll teach you a lesson now. You don't know your place. The few of them were about to attack. However, at this moment, a few air-rending sounds could be heard from afar. A few figures were flying toward them like rainbows. It's the core disciples and elders. In the crowd, the inner sect disciples exclaimed. Everyone looked up at the sky. Upon seeing this, the 3 inner disciples who were about to attack immediately halted their actions and harumphed coldly. Kid, you're lucky. However, you won't be so lucky in the competition later. Chapter 1576. Kid, you're lucky, but you won't be so lucky in the competition. I'll cripple you in front of everyone. That's what you get for messing with us. Kid, you're dead meat. Just you wait. A few threatening voices were heard. Then, the 3 of them ignored Lin Xian and looked at the sky. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. He did not care about these 3 arrogant guys at all. No matter how strong they were only slightly stronger than Fang Li. Compared to a true core disciple like Lu Chao, they were a far cry. He could even kill Lu Chao, let alone these 3 inner sect disciples. He smirked and looked up at the sky as well. There were 5 or 6 rainbows in the sky. They arrived above Baiyun Mountain in the blink of an eye. Then, their figures flickered and appeared on the square. 2 of them were elders in robes. Their hair and beards were white, and their bodies were full of power. The other 3 were young, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was Chuyu. The other 2 young men were also handsome, and their bodies were surrounded by dazzling light. Undoubtedly, they were all court disciples. "Greetings, elders!" All the inner sect disciples shouted at the front. Then, they began to discuss quickly. Most of them looked at Chuyu and the other 2. When the top 10 inner sect disciples saw Chuyu and the others, their eyes turned red and they trembled with excitement. Idols, these were their idols. At the same time, they were extremely excited, because after today, one of them would become a core disciple like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. They would be above all the other inner sect disciples. Thinking of this, they were excited. Chuyu looked in Lin Xian's direction and revealed a charming smile. Instantly, the inner sect disciples went crazy. They had never seen such a beautiful smile before. "So beautiful!" everyone exclaimed. "I wonder who that fairy is smiling at?" Needless to say, it must be one of the top 10 inner sect disciples. The others have no chance at all. The top 10 inner sect disciples were also excited. Their eyes turned red. They thought that Chuyu was smiling at them. However, only Lin Xian understood that Chuyu was smiling at him. Thus, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled and nodded in response. Of course, no one paid attention to Lin Xian. Otherwise, his action would cause everyone to go crazy again. Then, under the instructions of the 2 elders, everyone retreated to the back, leaving enough space for them to move. In the center of the square, 100-foot-long battle array appeared. It shone with countless lights. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the surroundings rolled violently and gathered around it. This was a defensive array, naturally, to protect Baiyun Mountain. Otherwise, these genius disciples could destroy the mountain with a wave of their hands. The rules of the competition was simple. Those who lost with more than 3 rounds. Only when the final 3 were chosen would the final battle begin. "Now, the core disciple selection!" A dignified voice rang out like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. Suddenly, the entire square quieted down. Everyone widened their eyes and looked ahead carefully. As for the inner disciples, they held their breaths. They knew that it was time for them to be tested. In front of them, on the Baiyun Square, the battle array flickered. Under the feet of Lin Xian and the other 10, there were circles of light that flickered. When 2 of the circles lit up, it was time for the 2 to fight. This was a random selection. No one could tamper with it. Soon, the light flickered. The light under the feet of 2 people lit up. Then, the 2 of them appeared on the battle array in front of them. Of the 2 youths, one was Ding Li, ranked 9th, and the other was Wu Kuan, the arrogant Wu Kuan, ranked 7th. "Humph, Ding Li, you're no match for me. Back off now. Don't embarrass yourself. Humph, we'll know if I can beat you after we fight." Ding Li gritted his teeth. Although his ranking was lower than Wu Kuan's, he would not admit defeat. "Humph, you're really stubborn. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson." Wu Kuan sneered and attacked quickly. The 2 of them exchanged 50 moves. Ding Li, who was ranked 9th, was hit by Wu Kuan's punch. He spat out blood and flew backward. "Humph, I told you, you're no match for me." Wu Kuan looked arrogant after defeating his opponent. At the same time, he turned and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, you'll end up worse than him later." Sensing that aura, the surrounding disciples all trembled. Lin Xian, on the other hand, completely ignored the other party. Of course, this was just a small interlude. Next, the competition proceeded quickly. These disciples were the top geniuses in the inner sect. Each of them was terrifying. Their battles were very exciting. Next, it was the young man named Yang Fan's turn. He was more powerful than Wu Kuan. Therefore, he defeated his opponent in 30 moves. Qi Yu, Luo Yuan, and Enluoshi, who were ranked in the top 3, were even more powerful. They defeated their opponents in 10 moves. The 3 of them formed the first echelon and were above the rest. However, at this moment, a light flashed under Lin Xian's feet. Is it my turn? Lin Xian whispered. Then, his body flickered and he appeared in the arena. Haha, my luck is really too good. I actually met an ant. This battle would be as easy as blowing off dust. At the same time, an arrogant laugh was heard. Then, a figure flew forward. Lin Xian's opponent was one of the arrogant young men, Qing Feng. He was ranked 10th and was very nervous. He was afraid that he would not be able to pass the first round. However, it seemed that his luck was too good. It was his first time meeting a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect. This was great news for him. Seeing this, the others also exclaimed, while the few inner court geniuses whispered to each other. Qing Feng is so lucky. It seems that he will be able to survive the first round. Yes, that kid is so weak. He can probably send him flying with one slap. What a pity. It seems that I don't have to do anything. Wu Kun sneered. But it was good. Qing Feng was enough to deal with that kid. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Qing Feng. Qing Feng, don't be soft. Teach this kid a lesson. Don't worry, Brother Wu. I know what to do. In the arena, Qing Feng replied. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, Kid, you didn't expect this, did you? It's your misfortune to have met me. But now, it's too late for you to beg for mercy. I will teach you a lesson in front of everyone. I'll let you know that ants are not allowed here. Chapter 1577. The others also laughed because no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. A 2-star king and a 3-star king were not on the same level. The outcome would be decided in one move. The surrounding inner sect disciples also looked on with a mocking expression. Even the 2 core disciples who came frowned. They could not imagine how a 2-star king could participate in such a competition. However, the 2 elders asked in a low voice, Is this the person you recommended? Can he really do it? He's only a 2-star king. Don't worry, elders. There will be no problem. Chu Yu stood up with a smile. The 2 elders nodded and did not say anything. However, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Xian said coldly when he heard his opponents clamor from the battle array arena. You'll pay for your cheap mouth. You're courting death. Qing Feng roared in anger. His 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. The horrifying palm extended like a 5-fingered mountain and shrouded Lin Xian at high speed. Lin Xian snorted. His eyes shone with a cold light. He clenched his fist and punched. Boom! The punch was extremely terrifying. It was as bright as the sun and the entire void was burning. Bang! An earth-shattering sound was heard as the 2 palms collided. The entire space shattered. Crack! Crack! Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Then, a figure was sent flying. Humph! The outcome has been decided. I've said that Lin Xian can't do it. A 2-star king. How dare he go up with such strength? He's courting death. The surrounding disciples were discussing. As for the genius martial artists in the top 10, they were all sneering at him. It's over so soon. What a piece of trash. Wu Kun said coldly. It seems that I won't have a chance to fight. On the other side, Yang Fan was also disdainful. The others were also mocking. However, they were all stunned in the next moment. Yang Fan and Wu Kun widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The surrounding inner disciples also exclaimed, What? That's impossible! It turned out that the light on the array arena had disappeared, revealing the scene inside. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Beside him, Qing Feng was holding his arm and half kneeling on the ground with a ferocious expression. There was still blood flowing on the ground. Now, they realized that the one who was screaming was not Lin Xian, but Qing Feng. How could that be possible? Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. That was Qing Feng. He was a genius disciple ranked in the top 10 of the inner sanctum, and he had even reached the late stage of 3-star king realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian's level as a star king. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. On the other side, Qing Feng was half kneeling on the ground. He was also panicking. He shook his head frantically. Impossible. Damn it! This is impossible. I don't believe it. He could not believe it and thought it was an illusion. However, the pain that came from his palm made him realize that this was not an illusion, nor was it a dream. It was real. He had been injured by a 2-star king realm. He was injured by a punch. Humph, I told you that you would pay the price for your foul mouth. This is just the beginning. Lin Xian snorted and took a step forward. Suddenly, the light under his feet shone and formed a sword ray. Lin Xian appeared in front of his opponent in an instant. So fast. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in surprise because that speed shocked them. Even the ordinary inner court disciples couldn't catch Lin Xian's trajectory at all. Even the top 10 sky prides of the inner sect were frowning. On the array arena, Qing Feng's expression changed drastically. He screamed in horror. What are you trying to do? Slap. However, the answer he got was a slap. The slap landed on Qing Feng's face and broke all of his teeth. Blood splattered in the air. Qing Feng's face became swollen in an instant. He looked like a pig's head. However, Lin Xian did not let him go. He waved his palm continuously. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the valley. The 10th slap. Qing Feng was sent flying and crashed to the side, creating a huge crater. His face was unrecognizable. His body kept twitching. He had suffered severe internal injuries. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Shock, absolute shock. For a moment, the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the White Cloud Square were silent. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian was weak? Trash? Did he get in through the back door? Everyone's mouth twitched. They felt that their faces were swollen. If such a person was trash, then no one in the inner sect could be considered a genius. He had completely defeated the top 10 geniuses in the inner sect. However, they still could not believe it. Lin Xian was only a star king. How could it be possible for him to fight above his level? Even the 2 elders were astonished. Now they knew why Chuyu had such a confident smile. Lin Xian was definitely not trash. He was a genius. A peerless genius. He had even surpassed most of the disciples in the alchemy faction and could compete with the geniuses in the sacred ground. Only the geniuses in the sacred ground or the disciples of the clan of the ancients could defeat a star king in the advanced stage. However, they did not expect such a person to appear in the alchemy faction. We must train this person well. The 2 elders made up their minds. The other 2 core disciples beside them also looked solemn. They wanted to watch a show, but they did not expect to see such a shocking scene. In the next moment, they stared at Lin Xian with shining eyes. The inner sect geniuses were even more shocked. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. Wu Kun and Yang Fan's faces were terrifyingly gloomy. They did not expect that the ant they despised was a giant dragon. He was even more terrifying than them. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? The 2 of them gritted their teeth. After Lin Xian sent Qing Feng flying, his body swayed and he returned once again. However, he stared at Wu Kun and Yang Kun. Don't worry. The 2 of you can't run away. I'll deal with you personally later, Lin Xian said coldly. You're courting death. How dare you? The 2 of them were furious. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You may be strong, but so what? Qing Feng is only ranked 10th among the inner sect disciples. He's nothing compared to us. Chapter 1578. The 2 of them swore that they would defeat their opponent in the battle. Moreover, they had to severely injure their opponent, preferably cripple him. Only then would they be able to prevent future troubles. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored the 2 of them. There was no need to say anything now. He would just meet them in the battle arena. He would not stop until his opponent's face was swollen. Next, the competition continued. Another genius went up to fight. Soon, the crowd exclaimed again. This time, it was Chi Yu. Chi Yu, the number 1 inner sect disciple, was recognized as the strongest inner sect disciple. He had a high chance of becoming a core disciple. Now that he went up, he attracted a lot of attention. Even Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked carefully. A figure appeared in front of him. He was burly, had a cold expression, and had a valiant aura around him. He was like a god of war as he strode forward. Opposite him was a similarly fierce young man. His eyes were like lightning, and he was also very fierce. He was Guo Xiaotian, ranked 5th. I didn't expect that my opponent would be you. Guo Xiaotian's voice was deep, like a bell, resounding through the void. Chi Yu nodded slightly, then said in a deep voice, Show me your full strength. Let me see your strength. You will see, Guo Xiaotian replied. Then, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, countless purple flames appeared around him, forming a powerful king's domain. With a roar, Guo Xiaotian charged forward with the purple flame domain. Facing Chi Yu, he did not dare to be careless at all. Therefore, he used his strongest skill right from the start. On the other hand, Chi Yu roared to the sky. Endless light rushed out from his body, and his red hair fluttered like red flames. Behind him, a burning moon quickly appeared, exuding a monstrous aura. Flaming Moon Palm. With a wave of his palm, an endless sea of fire condensed, forming a burning moon that pressed forward. In the next moment, the two attacks collided. The two terrifying flames burned silently, but the sky kept cracking. The purple flame domain and the burning moon kept colliding, eroding and attacking each other. The overflowing energy turned into waves that swept in all directions, causing the crowd to retreat in shock. Fortunately, there was a formation that formed a strong defense. Otherwise, this attack would have definitely shattered the entire White Cloud Mountain. In the end, the two types of flames erupted with unparalleled power, blasting one black hole after another into the void. Guo Xiaotian, on the other hand, vomited blood and was sent flying. He had lost. Even though he had used an extremely powerful domain technique right from the start, he had still lost. In fact, Chi Yu didn't even use his king's domain. He only used a palm technique to achieve victory. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. They did not dare to imagine just how strong Chi Yu was. So strong! I'm afraid no one is his match. Yeah, the core disciple spot this time is very likely to be his. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even the two elders nodded their heads slightly. Facing Chi Yu's strength, those inner sect geniuses all felt a sense of powerlessness. Humph! However, there were a few exceptions. Luo Yuan, who was ranked 2nd, coldly snorted, his eyes flashing brilliantly as he stared at Chi Yu. Luoshi, who was ranked 3rd, also had a cold expression. Her delicate face was filled with seriousness. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. To be honest, Chi Yu's strength was indeed not bad. Although he was only a late-stage 3-star king, he was close to becoming a 4-star king. If he did not participate in the competition, no one among the inner sect disciples would be Chi Yu's match. Unfortunately, with him participating in this competition, Chi Yu would definitely not win in the end. Then, the competition continued. Lin Xian went on the stage again. To everyone's surprise, Lin Xian's opponent this time was Wu Kun. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed again. Wu Kun was one of the people who had mocked Lin Xian before. The other person, Qing Feng, had already been beaten into a pig's head. Would Wu Kun win? Or would he be beaten into a pig's head? Everyone was looking forward to it. Wu Kun's face was terrifyingly gloomy as he gritted his teeth. He did not expect to meet Chi Yu again so soon. This made him feel a sense of fear. This was because the strength that Lin Xian had displayed previously had shocked him greatly. But soon, he comforted himself. Careless. It must be Qingfeng's carelessness that allowed Chi Yu to win. If he used his full strength this time, he would definitely be able to kill Chi Yu. With a cold shout, Wu Kun appeared on the stage and said coldly, "Kid, don't be arrogant. I will suppress you later." "Is that so?" I am looking forward to it. Lin Xian shrugged and said indifferently. Do you want me to only use one hand? You are courting death. Wu Kun roared. As an inner sect genius, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? With a roar, he rushed over. Lightning Fire Domain. Wu Kun immediately unleashed his King's Domain, intending to kill Lin Xian. He would not give Qiyu any chance. Flames filled the air as lightning intersected. The entire void was extremely violent. The power of fire and lightning intersected, creating thousands of rays of light that caused people's hearts to palpitate. In an instant, Wu Kun arrived in front of Lin Xian and attacked with his lightning fire domain. Ha ha, kid, go to hell! Wu Kun laughed sinisterly. The inner sect disciples around him also exclaimed. They did not expect Wu Kun to use his secret technique right from the start. He did not give Qiyu any chance. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yeah, Wu Kun is rank 7th. He is definitely not someone Qi Feng can compare to. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, everyone looked forward. However, Lin Xian looked calm. He looked at Wu Kun, who was charging at him, and sneered. Then, he raised his palm and slapped forward. What? He hasn't used his domain? Seeing this, everyone was shocked and could not believe their eyes. Even the inner sect experts frowned. They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Slap! However, in the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. Lin Xian slapped Wu Kun's face and sent him flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect the slap to hit Wu Kun. Wu Kun did not dodge at all. Suddenly, everyone's mouth twitched. Many of them even touched their faces subconsciously. Judging by the power of the slap, half of Wu Kun's face would definitely be smashed. That was indeed the case. Wu Kun was sent flying with half of his face smashed. He could not believe what he had just seen. He had already used his King's domain and used his strongest strength. However, he was still sent flying. Chapter 1579. Next, he suffered the same fate as Qing Feng. He was slapped into a pig's head and thrown out of the arena. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. It was simply a one-sided beating. Heavens, just what realm has his strength reached? Why do I feel like he's a bottomless pit? That's right. To be able to send Wu Kun, who is rank 7th, flying with a single slap, I'm afraid only the top 5 experts can do that. Are you kidding me? He's at least at the level of the top 3. Everyone was shocked, and the inner sect geniuses were frowning. They realized that they had once again underestimated the young man in front of them. Even in Luoshi, Luo Yuan, and the others frowned at the power he had displayed. What an interesting kid! The two elders' eyes lit up as they stared at Lin Xian. Soon, the first round was over. Then came the second round and the third round. Of course, some people were eliminated in the middle. After the fourth round, more people were eliminated. The battle between the crowd became more and more intense. Soon, the crowd in the White Cloud Square exclaimed again because the competition had reached a climax. Luoshi, who was rank 3rd, was fighting against Luo Yuan, who was rank 2nd. Luoshi was wearing a blue robe. She looked like a fairy and was extremely beautiful. Beside her, countless blue flames were rolling like an ocean. With a wave of her hand, the blue flames instantly enveloped the entire arena. Then, an ice-blue sword quickly formed in the flames. Thousands of rays of cold light were emitted, and the terrifying aura seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. On the other side, Luo Yuan snorted coldly, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. Countless wolf shadows appeared in the air, each of them exuding a terrifying power. A giant blue sword was waved, carrying a bright light, and like a meteor, it slashed forward fiercely. As for the tens of thousands of divine wolf phantoms, they moved rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, filling the entire space. A fierce collision sound was heard, and the entire space was hit by a huge collision. With a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere. Everyone retreated in horror. This kind of attack was too terrifying. Just the aftershock alone was enough to destroy everyone. The two peerless experts kept exchanging blows, and each blow was earth-shattering. Violent energy roared like an ocean. After hundreds of blows, the blue sword exploded and turned into countless flames again, spreading in all directions. And Luoshi was defeated. But on the other side, Luo Yuan was also suffering. His face was pale and he didn't have much strength left in his body. It could be said that the victory was very dangerous. Many sighed. And Luoshi was the goddess in their hearts, yet she had been defeated. However, it had to be said that this was definitely a shocking battle. Every strike made people's hearts jump. Not long after, Lin Xian went up again. His opponent was Yang Fan, who was ranked 4th. Yang Fan was much stronger than Wu Kun. However, he was still defeated by Lin Xian. Moreover, his face had been beaten until it looked like a pig's head, and he didn't escape this fate. From then on, everyone was extremely shocked. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed was too strong. Even Yang Fan, who was ranked 4th, was not his match. With such strength, he definitely had the qualifications to enter the top 3. Until now, no one thought that Lin Xian was weak. Even the majority of the inner sect geniuses were ashamed of their inferiority. This was because they were unable to reach such a level of strength. And Luoshi, who was ranked 3rd, and Luo Yuan, who was ranked 2nd, looked even more dignified. They didn't expect that at this time, a peerless expert would appear. And it was a newcomer. The 6th match. And Luoshi and Qiyu met. Everyone watched nervously. And Luoshi also used all her strength in this battle, but she was defeated after 50 moves. And she was defeated wholeheartedly. It couldn't be helped. Qiyu was really too strong. That burning flaming moon was extremely terrifying. It seemed to be able to suppress everything in the world. This made everyone feel despair. Next, not long after, Lin Xian finally met Luo Yuan. Suddenly, everyone was excited. Because the strength that Lin Xian displayed was definitely at the level of the top 3, and Luo Yuan was even stronger. He was ranked 2nd only to Qiyu. This was undoubtedly going to be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. In the ring, Luo Yuan's eyes were cold. He stared at Lin Xian like a divine wolf. He said in a deep voice, "I admit that you are very strong, beyond everyone's expectations. But against me, you have no chance of winning. It's useless to say more. Let's fight," Lin Xian said indifferently. Boom! Luo Yuan roared. Suddenly, countless divine wolf phantoms filled his surroundings. Each of them was more than 3 meters long, and had a pair of divine wings on their back. They exuded a terrifying aura. This is Luo Yuan's unique skill, divine wolf howling the sky. I wonder what Lin Xian will use to resist it. I don't think he has a chance. After all, Luo Yuan is 2nd only to Qiyu. He is the only one who can compete with Qiyu. No matter how strong Lin Xian is, he is probably only on par with Luoshi. I'm afraid he will still lose to Luo Yuan. While everyone was discussing, Luo Yuan had already made his move. He brought the divine wolf phantoms with him, and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked calm. He formed a seal with his palms and immediately displayed the 9 heavens transformation. A huge 9-headed snakelet took shape in front of him. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and its 9 heads swayed in the air. Instantly, lightning, flames, frost, cold wind, light blades, and various other attacks flew out of the 9 heads and rushed forward. Boom! The divine wolf phantoms were pierced through and turned into spiritual energy that dissipated in the air. What? He actually pierced through them? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in shock. They had never expected that Lin Xian would have such a method capable of instantly defeating a large number of divine wolf phantoms. Even Luo Yuan on the opposite side was moved. The next moment he roared, "Wolf conquers the world!" As his voice rang out, purple radiance erupted from the eyes of the divine wolf phantoms. All the phantoms merged rapidly, forming a huge divine wolf that walked between the heavens and the earth. The divine wolf looked ferocious and terrifying. It walked upright like a giant, black fog rolling around its body and emitting a terrifying energy. Not only that, a huge black saber appeared in its hand. It flickered with an incomparably dark radiance. At this moment, Luo Yuan finally unleashed his strongest technique. With a roar, the wolf god phantom brandished its huge black saber and viciously slashed forward. The saber flashed, shattering the void. The saber cleaved the nine-headed snakelet in half. Instantly, all the flames, lightning, hailstones, and other energies disappeared. How powerful! Seeing this scene, many inner court disciples exclaimed in surprise. It's out! This is Luo Yuan's strongest technique. That Lin Xian definitely won't be able to block it. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. Even Lin Xian was slightly astonished. This was the only person capable of blocking a single attack of his. Chapter 1580. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he clenched his fist and slammed it forward. Instantly, the great dragon sword soul in his body revolved. Boundless spiritual energy gathered and formed two huge steels in the sky. The steels were formed by spiritual energy. They shone brightly and illuminated their surroundings. Although they weren't real, they were like ancient divine steels. They emitted a mysterious energy that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Suppress! Lin Xian's palm slammed down. Instantly, the ancient steels in the sky pressed down slowly. Shockwaves rolled, and the void shattered. The ancient steels directly suppressed the terrifying wolf god. Roar! The wolf god howled madly. Black energy surged out of his body, forming a hellish scene. The black saber in his hand slashed in all directions, creating a black hole in the void. However, he couldn't escape from the divine steels in the sky. In the end, he was trapped in the void and howled in pain. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, they all inhaled a mouthful of cold air. As for Luo Yuan, he was stunned. His mind was blank. He couldn't believe it. His strongest technique had actually been easily suppressed by someone else. Moreover, he realized that his opponent had held back. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. He might even have been killed. You've won. You're very strong. I've lost. Finally, Luo Yuan sighed and admitted defeat. The moment these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Shocking. This was too shocking. Even the second-ranked genius had admitted defeat. Had Lin Xian become so strong? At this moment, even the first-ranked Qiyu had a solemn expression. The eyes of the core disciples shone. The two core elders were also extremely excited. They realized that Lin Xian was truly a peerless genius. He was comparable to those from the sacred land. At this point in the competition, it was clear that everyone had a record of defeat. Only Lin Xian and Qiyu had a record of complete victories. Therefore, the core disciple position would be decided between the two of them. The winner would be the next core disciple. At this thought, everyone couldn't help but get excited. This was going to be the strongest battle of the inner disciples. At this moment, Luo Yuan, Enluoshi, Chuyu, and the other core disciples all focused their gazes forward. Chuyu was a tall man with a head full of fiery red hair that fluttered in the wind like a burning flame. He stared at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "You're very strong, and you've exceeded my expectations. I never thought that the final battle would be with you." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Life is full of surprises. No one can predict what will happen next. Perhaps you didn't expect to lose in a while." "Humph." Hearing this, Qiyu snorted coldly. "The one who will lose is you, there is no doubt about that. There's no point in talking. Let's do it." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Seeing Lin Xian's contemptuous look, Qiyu was furious. As the number one disciple of the inner sect, he had always been high and mighty, and no one dared to look down on him. But now, he was being looked down upon. How could he not be angry? Therefore, the moment he made his move, he used a powerful ultimate skill. A burning moon quickly appeared and shrouded Lin Xian. This aura was too terrifying. Even Luo Yuan and Luoxi trembled. Their expressions changed greatly. They had not expected Qiyu to be so strong. Damn it, he hid his cultivation! Luo Yuan trembled, his eyes filled with fear. He had originally thought that he could compete with Qiyu, but now it seemed that it was impossible. Qiyu's aura was very close to that of a 4-star king. Apart from the core disciples, no one could compete with Qiyu. Even the 2 core disciples and the elders nodded slightly, acknowledging Qiyu's strength. Lin Xian was expressionless, his expression calm. The next moment, he raised his hand gently and pointed with a finger. Void shattering! A ray of finger light flew out like a heaven-shaking divine rainbow, flying in the sky. At this moment, the finger beam seemed to be the only thing in the world, so bright that no one could open their eyes. Pung! A deep sound rang out as the finger beam instantly shattered the red moon. This scene stunned everyone. They didn't dare to believe it. The red moon contained spiritual energy that was infinitely close to that of a 4-star king. Among the inner disciples, no one could compete with it. But now, it had been shattered with a single finger. How terrifying was the energy needed to do that? However, the one who did it was only a 2-star king. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. On the opposite side, Qiyu looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale as he kept retreating. A stream of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. It was bright red and dazzling. He was too shocked. This red moon was his ultimate skill. No one in the inner sect could resist it. Only the core disciples could compete with it. But now, the other party had merely pointed out with a finger, and his ultimate skill was broken. He could not accept it at all. At that moment, even the 2 elders widened their eyes. That was because Lin Xian's battle prowess was truly astonishing. Does this guy have the combat strength of a 4-star king? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Damn it, I don't believe it! Qiyu roared. He waved his hand, and a huge red moon formed beside him. The Moonlight Realm was Qiyu's king's realm. As soon as the Moonlight Realm was formed, it quickly condensed into red moons that pressed forward. Each red moon was like a red mountain, shaking the void and crushing the surroundings. However, Lin Xian only waved his finger and shattered these terrifying red moons. Qiyu roared crazily. He wanted to get closer to Lin Xian with his red moon realm. As long as he could envelop Qiyu in his king's realm, he would be able to win. However, that frightening finger light caused him to be alarmed. He could only use his maximum speed to continuously dodge. In the end, after 9 red moons were destroyed, Qiyu finally arrived in front of Lin Xian. Suddenly, Qiyu was ecstatic. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. The red moon realm beside him was even more dazzling. It was like a sea of fire. It's over. The huge red moon realm quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. Could it be that Lin Xian was really finished? At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. Lin Xian was still calm. He waved his hand, and the dragon sword realm was quickly displayed. Tens of thousands of swords she roared. Killing intent soared to the sky. The whole world seemed to have become a world of sword chi. Bang! In the next moment, the 2 kings' realms collided. Countless cracks appeared in the void. In an instant, the red moon realm was shaken by the collision. It was directly blasted away. Poof! Chapter 1581. One hit, just one hit, and he was severely injured. Moreover, it was because his opponent was defending passively. If his opponent took the initiative to attack, he would have been killed. Everyone was stunned. The entire White Cloud Square was extremely quiet. Defeated, Qiyu was actually defeated. After a long time, the crowd exclaimed. They could not believe that Qiyu, the number 1 inner sect disciple, was defeated. This was too terrifying. His opponent was only a 2-star king, but the combat power he displayed was even more terrifying than Qiyu's. He had probably reached the 4-star king level. At this moment, all the inner sect disciples looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. The two core disciples in the distance also looked very serious. His combat power was already on par with theirs. As for the two elders, they were also extremely excited. A peerless genius, an absolute peerless genius! Their alchemy faction had picked up a treasure this time. Qiyu was seriously injured and fainted. He was carried away for treatment. The entire place was completely silent. After a long time, an elder said in a deep voice, "This competition has ended. The one who became a core disciple is Lin Xian." Everyone was silent. They had never thought that today's result would be like this. Lin Xian revealed a smile. Very good, he had finally become a core disciple. Next, the elder told Lin Xian about the situation of core disciples. After becoming a core disciple, their treatment was greatly improved. They could have their own mountain to cultivate. Moreover, they could obtain more resources and could even enslave inner and outer sect disciples. Because Lu Chao had disappeared, a mountain was empty, so Lin Xian directly took over that mountain. Everything that Lu Chao had before was replaced by Lin Xian. In addition, core disciples had 2 opportunities to listen to the elders' lectures every month. They could read the middle-grade Earth-class martial arts and middle-grade Xian pill recipes. They could cultivate their own spiritual herbs in the mountains, and only needed to give 50% to the sect. Of course, the sect had a rule that core disciples would be given a mission every 3 months. If they could not complete it, their treatment would be greatly reduced. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. He knew that the sect and its disciples had a coexisting relationship. They needed to cooperate with each other. He didn't need to worry about these things. He planned to wait until things were stable before going to the library to see if there were any clues about King Pillfeather. Just like that, Lin Xian became a core disciple. The resources he needed were all sent to the mountain peak. Among them, in addition to the cultivation method, pill Dao, and spiritual medicine, there was also a blue pill. It was said that this was a very good pill. Only core disciples and above could possess it. The inner and outer sect disciples did not have the fortune to enjoy it. How could there be such a good thing? Lin Xian was overjoyed. What he lacked the most now was energy. If the great dragon sword's soul wanted to improve, it would require an extremely large amount of energy each time. Moreover, it would increase exponentially. If he couldn't find so much energy, he was afraid that his realm would stagnate. Now, this blue pill seemed to be a very good pill, so he planned to try it. After those people left, Lin Xian set up a defensive array on the mountain peak and named it Star Mountain. Then, he sat down cross-legged, took out the blue pill, and quickly swallowed it. Immediately, the pill dissolved, and a torrent of energy rushed into his meridians. So powerful! Lin Xian was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the blue pill would have such a strong energy. It's indeed a good thing. No wonder only core disciples have it. He used the longevity incantation to quickly absorb the energy. But soon, he frowned because the longevity incantation seemed to have changed. The longevity incantation was a cultivation method that he had been practicing since he started cultivating. It could be said that it was very powerful. Moreover, there had never been any changes. But now, the longevity incantation had changed. The cultivation method had reversed. Every cultivation method followed a certain path between the meridians and acupoints in the body to provide energy to the body. It could be said that this path was very stable. But now, the longevity incantation had reversed. Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Damn it! What's going on? Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop, but he realized that he couldn't do it. The longevity incantation was like an azure dragon that quickly reversed in Lin Xian's body, expelling all the energy from the blue pill. Puff! Lin Xian's body trembled and he spat out a blue liquid. Those were all the blue pills from before. After spitting out the blue liquid, the longevity incantation calmed down and returned to normal. What's going on? Lin Xian's eyes widened. He couldn't understand. The longevity incantation had stopped him from absorbing energy. This had never happened before. Therefore, he called the dark red dragon and Hei-Tu over. The two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, so they should know what had happened. After Hei-Tu and the dark red dragon heard this, they were also suspicious. They couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that something went wrong with your cultivation? The dark red dragon said. That's impossible. If something went wrong, I should be seriously injured. But I'm completely fine. Lin Xian shook his head. At this moment, Hei-Tu said, Kid, try taking other pills and see if your cultivation method will reverse. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He took out a pill that he had refined himself and quickly swallowed it. This time, the longevity incantation didn't reverse. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. After a while, Lin Xian said doubtfully, Could it be that there's something wrong with this blue pill? Or could it be that it conflicts with my cultivation method? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason. One had to know that he was an alchemist. He had taken countless pills and nothing had ever happened. Only this big brother's blue pill could cause the cultivation technique to reverse. Thus, after thinking about it, there were only these two possibilities. Hei-Tu nodded. Your cultivation method is very magical. Moreover, it hasn't made any mistakes for so many years. I don't think it's a problem with your cultivation method. So, it's the pill's problem, the dark red dragon said. Then, his eyes flickered as he carefully looked at the pool of blue liquid on the ground. What a strong energy! He waved his dragon claw and took out a drop to examine it carefully. After looking at it for a long time, he didn't find any problems. Although we didn't find any problems, it doesn't mean that there's no problem. Perhaps we just don't know yet. Hei-Tu said. Kid, don't eat this blue pill. If you want energy, you can find it anywhere. As the new successor of the dragon's sword, Lin Xian couldn't be allowed to have any problems with him. Lin Xian also nodded. Even if he wanted to eat it now, he couldn't. As soon as he took this pill, the longevity incantation reversed and spat out all the energy of the pill. Lin Xian had been using the longevity incantation for many years, so he felt that longevity wouldn't be harmful. It must be the pill's problem. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Chapter 1582. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly had an idea. Do you think the matter of King Dan Yu has something to do with this blue pill? Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, Hei-Tu and Dark Red Dragon were deep in thought. Could it be that there's a secret behind this blue pill? I think it's possible. The two of them whispered. Lin Xian was delighted. It seemed that he had found a very important clue. In the future, he would search for this blue pill. He should be able to find some clues. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. His figure flashed and he left for Chuyu's mountain peak. If he wanted to know about the blue pill, he could only ask the core disciples. However, among the core disciples, he was only familiar with Chuyu. Therefore, he could only ask him. Chuyu saw Lin Xian and said with a smile, Why are you here instead of enjoying your cultivation resources? Oh, it's like this. I just received a blue pill from the sect. After consuming it, I felt that the effect was very good. So I want to ask, how can I get more? Oh, you're talking about that pill. Chuyu smiled and said, There's no other way. There's only one pill per month. Only one pill per month? Is it the same for everyone? Lin Xian asked calmly. Yes, it's the same every month. No matter what method you use, you can't get more. What kind of pill is it? How do you feel after consuming it? Do you feel uncomfortable? Lin Xian asked again. Why do you ask? Chuyu was puzzled. The effect of that pill is very good. Every time I consume it, I feel refreshed. I feel that my energy and body have reached the peak. It's definitely a rare pill. Only core disciples can consume it. However, I don't know what it's called. Everyone calls it Blue Wave Pill. Blue Wave Pill. Lin Xian muttered and then frowned. From what Chuyu said, it seemed that no one felt uncomfortable after consuming it. Moreover, the effect was surprisingly good. But why couldn't he take it? Of course, he didn't dare to tell Chuyu about this matter. Otherwise, it would alarm the sect and he would be used for experiments or something. That would be terrible. It looked like he couldn't ask any more questions. Chuyu seemed to have begun to suspect something. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions. After chatting about some matters related to alchemy and cultivation, he left. Kid, don't worry, take your time. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of others. He Tu also reminded him. Yes, I know. Lin Xian nodded and put the matter aside for the time being. A few days later, he went to the sect's library to read some books. He specifically selected some historical records. However, there was no record of King Pil-Loom. According to the Thousand Beast Cauldron, King Pilfeather was an elder in the past. His status and strength were even higher than that of a core disciple. Logically speaking, there should be records of it. However, even after rummaging through the entire library, he did not find any records related to King Pilfeather. From the looks of it, he should have been erased by the alchemy sect. What did King Pilfeather do? He was actually hunted down by the Pill sect, and all his deeds were erased? Could it be related to that blue pill? Lin Xian was puzzled, but he wasn't very sure. It looked like this matter couldn't be rushed. He could only wait slowly. With a sigh, he returned to Star Peak again. There was no progress on King Pilfeather's matter. Lin Xian could only cultivate and increase his strength in order to deal with the unknown danger. After cultivating for a period of time, he felt that his progress was too slow. After all, he had the great dragon sword soul. The energy required was several times or even more than 10 times that of an ordinary king. Therefore, normal energy was simply not enough for him to absorb. It looked like he could only go out and search for opportunities again. Lin Xian sighed. As expected, one had to pay a higher price than others in order to be powerful. Fortunately, the matter of Mount Foam wasn't over yet. Perhaps he should go and explore again. The dark red divine dragon was very much in favor of this suggestion. The benefits he obtained last time allowed him to advance by 1 level. Therefore, he couldn't forget about it now. The two of them didn't hesitate and left the Pill sect again. They wanted to set off for Mount Foam. The demonic chi in Mount Foam was now even thicker. It overflowed into the sky and looked like hell. However, there were more martial artists in the surroundings. Moreover, it wasn't just the sects and countries nearby. Even sects and great sects from further away had come. It could be said that there were countless experts now. Damn, what did you discover? Why did you attract so many people? The dark red divine dragon looked at the figures flying in the sky and exclaimed. Kid, be careful. Although there aren't any people from the sacred grounds or the remote antiquity families, those people from the great sects are also very powerful. I'm afraid that their strength is much stronger than your Pill sect. Great sects? So powerful? Lin Xian was also surprised. He thought that above the Pill sect were the remote antiquity families and sacred grounds. He didn't expect that there were countless great sects in between. He Tu reminded. Kid, don't underestimate these great sections. Some of the more powerful great sects have existed for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. The terrifying great sect's foundation and strength are not inferior to the sacred grounds or the remote antiquity families. So powerful! Lin Xian was shocked. Indeed, there were countless experts in the true spirit world and many sects. It seemed that the Pill sect wasn't ranked among these great sects. The great sect's foundation was limitless and incomparably terrifying. Even He Tu's words carried a trace of seriousness. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He believed that with his talent and hard work, he would be able to rule the world one day. While they were talking, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly arrived near Mount Foam. Compared to a few days ago, this place was even more terrifying. The overflowing aura made people tremble just by looking at it. The two carefully advanced. Not long after, they passed through the cave they had entered last time. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the aura became. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon weren't ordinary people, so they were able to resist this terrifying aura. If it were other kings, they wouldn't have dared to enter. However, just as they entered Mount Feng, they were attacked. It was a group of ghosts, emitting a cold aura that surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. But this time, Lin Xian's strength had greatly increased, so he easily dealt with them. As they continued forward, he finally frowned. Because there were fighting sounds coming from ahead. It was obvious that the various forces had started fighting. Relying on his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed danger and quickly avoided those warriors. He didn't want to fight with these people right now and waste his energy. Chapter 1583. There were about a dozen people in this group, and the leader was an old man. However, what made Lin Xian feel at ease was that this old man was only a 4-star king. The young people behind him were at most 3-star kings. The old man stared at Lin Xian, his eyes flickering, but he did not say anything. However, the young disciples beside him sneered. "Kid, who are you? How dare you wander around here? Aren't you afraid of death? A 2-star king dares to come in alone? You're really courting death." A few young disciples stepped forward and looked down at Lin Xian with arrogant expressions. The old man frowned, but he did not say anything. This was because he had already checked Lin Xian's cultivation before, and he was only a 2-star king. Such a person was not a threat at all. Moreover, he was also very curious. Where did the other party get the courage to appear here? Lin Xian's expression was grave. He did not pay attention to these people. His figure flashed, and he prepared to leave from another place. There was danger everywhere now, and he did not want to fight too much. He wanted to preserve his strength. However, those young people did not intend to let him go. A hint of anger even appeared in their eyes. "You're courting death. I asked you a question, and you dare not answer? You're too arrogant. No one dares to ignore us. A mere 2-star king dares to be so arrogant. Looks like we really need to teach you a lesson." They sneered and were about to attack. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "If you don't want to die, scram! You're courting death." Hearing Lin Xian's warning, the young people were furious. In their opinion, he was simply courting death for daring to reprimand them. Therefore, these people shouted coldly and erupted with a powerful force, quickly attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He did not want to fight too much and preserve his strength. However, these people in front of him provoked him again and again. It seemed that he had no choice but to attack. He snorted coldly and raised his arm. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light flew out from between his fingers. It was like a long river, fiercely slashing forward. A beam of sword light turned into 3 beams of sword chi and slashed towards the 3 young men in front of him. Puff! Puff! 3 low voices rang out as the 3 arrogant youths were sliced in half. "What? He was killed!" Seeing this scene, the surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. Even that old man had a shocked expression on his face. To be honest, the other party was only a 2-star king tier, and he didn't attract his attention at all. Among his disciples, any one of them could easily kill the other party. However, he did not expect that the other party had actually concealed his strength and displayed such powerful strength, killing 3 of his disciples with a raise of his hand. "Brat, you're courting death!" At this moment, the old man could no longer hold it in. An extremely powerful force surged out from his body, and together with his huge palm, he slapped towards Lin Xian. Instantly, the palm of light covered the sky and the sun, and the immense pressure caused the void to tremble. 4-star king tier? Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? What a joke! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. Then, a dragon's roar rang out from his body. A shocking beam of sword light shot up into the sky. He clenched his fist, and a black demonic sword appeared in his hand. Then, he slashed it forward. A sword that split the sky. The huge sword she was like a black mountain, and it was extremely terrifying. It directly blasted away the huge palm that covered the sky and enveloped the old man. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the wind and clouds between heaven and earth moved violently. A huge crack appeared in the sky. The old man's expression changed drastically. He felt an extremely sharp radiance slashing his body, and he was instantly sent flying. At this critical moment, he activated 7 layers of defense. Among them, 3 layers of spiritual power defense, 3 layers of shields, and a piece of armor on his body blocked in front of him. He was truly too terrified because this sword chi made him shudder with fear and trepidation. However, even if he activated 7 layers of defense, it was useless. The black sword chi cut through all of his defenses, and then slashed his body. Boom! The old man was sent flying. More than half of his bones were broken, and there was a horrifying sword wound on his body. Blood splattered in the sky, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Damn it, how is this possible? The old man was sent flying for dozens of miles, and he crashed into countless mountains. Only then did he stop, and his eyes were filled with horror. He was a 4-star king! He was extremely powerful, and his opponent was only a 2-star king. However, he was able to seriously injure him with a single sword strike. This was simply too sensational. Damn it, is this kid from a sacred ground or a clan of the ancients? Or is he a disciple of one of those great sects? The old man's scalp went numb. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Only a disciple of such a force could fight someone of such a high level. Thinking of this, his expression became extremely ugly. In the next moment, he burned the spiritual power in his body, and his entire body turned into a bright light, and he fled into the distance. Humph, black dragon break! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The black sword chi turned into a black dragon, and it roared forward. In an instant, the huge black dragon's body engulfed the old man. The sword light exploded, and the sword chi soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. The old man was blasted into powder, and nothing was left behind. The disciples that he brought with him were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They did not expect their master to be killed. And this person was the ant that they had mocked before. Who are you? You're not human! You're a demon! Everyone, run! The disciples were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they fled in all directions. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon sneered. He waved his dragon claws and shouted, "Dragon roars!" In an instant, countless dragon claws lashed out in all directions, filling up the entire space. Bang! Bang! Soon, the dozen or so disciples were all turned into blood mist by the dragon claws. The dark red dragon chuckled, and Lin Xian was also expressionless. To be honest, he did not have any pity in his heart because this world was very cruel. If he did not kill these people, they would kill him. If he and the dark red dragon were weak, they would have been killed by the other party long ago. After dealing with a few problems, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon continued on their journey. In front of them, black chi filled the air, and the aura of death soared into the sky. It was extremely cold. Some of the weaker warriors had no choice but to retreat. However, some of the bolder ones directly activated their king domains or armor to force their way in. As for the powerful kings, their blood chi was monstrous, and they were as vigorous as a furnace. From afar, one could see patches of red light that connected the heavens and the earth. Those were the scenes emitted by the blood chi of powerhouses. They were so powerful that ghosts and evil beings did not dare to approach. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's blood chi rumbled in their bodies, emitting powerful auras. However, the two of them controlled themselves very well and did not appear too shocking. Chapter 1584. However, along the way, he had also found many spiritual herbs. There were countless spiritual herbs in the world, and they all had different habits. Some liked sunlight, some liked water, some liked darkness, and some even grew in the wilderness of mountains of corpses. Therefore, there were countless precious spiritual herbs in the Feng Mountain range. Moreover, they were very old, thousands of years old. These were all 1,000-year-old herbs, and they were very precious. Lin Xian took some, then sat down cross-legged and quickly made pills. He could now make middle-grade black pills, so he would not let go of any opportunity. In the end, he was only in charge of making pills, while the dark red dragon and snow-white monkey were in charge of collecting. The two of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to collect more than 10,000-year-old herbs. Soon, a cauldron of pills was made. There were a total of 12 pills. Each of them was the size of a longan, and they emitted a strange fragrance. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and snow-white monkey shared the pills equally, and they quickly consumed the pills to increase their strength. However, every time Lin Xian raised his cultivation, the amount of energy he needed was too great. Therefore, this small amount of elixir could not provide any significant improvement. However, his strength increased little by little. When night fell, the entire Feng Mountain was shrouded in a layer of ghostly aura. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Under such circumstances, Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and the rest did not set off. Instead, they sat cross-legged on the ground. They started a bonfire, but the dim light could only illuminate the surrounding area for a meter. However, that was enough. The dark red dragon set up a defensive array around them. Lin Xian, on the other hand, prepared to cultivate. Bang! However, at that moment, a low sound was heard, as if something was hitting the array. "Who is it?" Lin Xian shouted coldly, and his voice turned into a murderous aura that spread in all directions. The dark red dragon also set up an array, and suddenly, light shone and illuminated the surroundings. Then, their eyes widened, and they felt their scalps go numb. 2 meters in front of them, there was a corpse lying on the ground. It was a dried corpse, and there was only skin and bones left. It was lying on the ground, emitting a cold aura. "Damn, what is that? When did he appear?" The dark red dragon was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. There was nothing they could do about it. This mummy was too strange. Previously, they had scouted all directions, but there was nothing within a radius of 1 mile. But now, 2 meters in front of them, there was a dried corpse. How did it appear? Did the other party run over on his own? Or was it put here by someone? No matter which one it was, it made their scalps go numb. "Kid, why don't we go back? This place is too creepy." The dark red divine dragon was somewhat hesitant. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Even the dark red divine dragon had said so. Was this place really that dangerous? However, before he could say anything, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the front. There were also angry roars. "Someone is fighting!" Lin Xian frowned and spread out his soul force. He found that the source of the sound wasn't far, only a few dozen miles away from them. This distance was nothing to them. "Let's go take a look," Lin Xian said. Then, he turned into a sword light and flew forward. The dark red divine dragon didn't dare to stay here alone, so he followed closely. At this distance, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly flew over. Then, they found that there was indeed a battle. On one side, there was a man in black. His wide black robe wrapped around his body. His eyes were unusually cold, with an unfathomable evil aura. On the other side, although Lin Xian didn't know him, his clothes were very familiar. He was actually a disciple of the alchemy faction. And looking at his cultivation, he should be a core disciple of the alchemy faction. At this moment, they were fighting the black-robed man. However, they weren't fighting the black-robed man himself, but a few dried corpses. That's right, there were a few dried corpses around the black-robed man. They were walking very strangely. As they moved, there was a strange and evil power. "Damn, what a heavy death aura!" The dark red divine dragon looked ahead and was shocked. "Death aura? This uncomfortable feeling is the death aura?" Lin Xian asked. At the same time, he also found that the dried corpses beside the black-robed man were very similar to the one beside the bonfire. Thinking about it, they should be in the same group. Among them, one of the dried corpses was very terrifying. It was tall and purple all over. It seemed to be wearing armor, and there was a gray light in its eyes. Its body was like lightning, and its strength was immense. With a palm strike, it sent a core disciple flying. It seemed that the purple zombie was at least a 4-star king. And the dried corpses around it weren't weak either. Although they weren't as strong as the purple zombie, they had strong constitutions. The attacks of the core disciples didn't cause much of an impact on them. "Damn it, who are you?" the core disciple roared angrily. There were a total of 3 of them. Now that one of them was sent flying, there were 2 left. It was a man and a woman. The 2 of them were fighting 6 dried corpses. The situation was very dangerous. After the black-robed man heard that, he sneered. "Dead people don't need to know so much. Don't worry, after you die, I'll refine you into dried corpses and make you my slaves forever." As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hands and gently clapped. Immediately, a very low voice was heard. The dried corpses and purple zombie seemed to have received some kind of order and attacked even more crazily. The purple zombie, in particular, was incomparably fierce. When the palms and swords of the 2 core disciples slashed on it, a series of sparks burst out. However, they couldn't hurt the other party at all. As for the purple zombie, it waved its palms, carrying a terrifying death aura. It immediately blasted the 2 core disciples and forced them back. Pfft! The 2 core disciples spat out blood. Their faces were pale. At the same time, a wave of death aura crazily flowed into their bodies, destroying their spirit energy and bodies. Because of that, their situation became even worse. "Hee, the disciples of the alchemy faction are good at refining pills, but when it comes to fighting, you're trash. Why didn't you stay in the mountains? Why did you have to get involved in this mess? Since that's the case, you can go to hell obediently." The black-robed man laughed sinisterly. His palms clapped in a strange rhythm. Then, the purple zombie's body flashed like lightning and charged again. Its withered palms were like the claws of death that quickly blasted forward. Even the void couldn't withstand it. The 2 core disciples were about to be killed. However, at that moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand and a ball of black flames immediately flew out. It was like a black sun that covered the sky and covered the earth. It quickly blasted onto the purple zombie's body. Bang! Pfft! Immediately, the purple zombie was forced back. Not only that, its body quickly burned. It was only a dried corpse, so it wouldn't feel any pain at all. However, when the black-robed man saw this, he was shocked. Chapter 1585. "Who is it? How dare you hurt my zombie? Get out here!" As he roared, he quickly formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, endless death aura enveloped the purple zombie and quickly extinguished the black flames. Then, he looked gloomily to the side. There, he found a young man standing with a red 4-horned snake. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Do you want to die?" The black-robed man's voice was gloomy. At the same time, he was shocked. The other party was actually able to injure his purple zombie. One had to know that his purple zombie was extremely terrifying. Those core disciples from the alchemy sect could not injure it at all. Now, the young man who appeared out of nowhere could injure his zombie. It was indeed shocking. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Xian. When he heard the other party's roar, he did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" "Humph, you don't have the right to know who I am. How dare you meddle in my business? You will end up very miserably." The black-robed man snorted coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. "Then you don't have the right to know who I am either. However, since you dared to provoke my alchemy sect disciple, I can guarantee that you will also end up very miserably," Lin Xian said slowly. He returned the other party's words completely. "You're courting death." The black-robed man was furious, but the 3 injured alchemy sect disciples were delighted. The other party was actually a disciple of their alchemy sect. This was really good news. However, what puzzled them was that they did not know the young man in front of them. Could he be an inner sect disciple? As soon as this thought came out, they quickly rejected it. How could an inner sect disciple defeat this black-robed young man in front of them? He must be a core disciple. They heard that there was a new core disciple recently. It should be him. The few of them conversed and finally confirmed. On the other side, the black-robed man wanted to attack, but suddenly, a strange voice came from afar. Immediately, the black-robed man's expression changed. "Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. The next time we meet, I will kill all of you and refine all of you into mummies." After saying that, he snorted coldly. Endless death aura spread out from his body and enveloped all the mummies. Then, his body swayed, turned into a black light, and left this place. After seeing that person leave, the 3 core disciples completely heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they sat on the ground. One by one, they began to consume pills to heal their injuries. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian gratefully. "Thank you for your help, brother." "It's fine." Lin Xian smiled. "You said you're a disciple of the pill faction. Could it be that you're that new core disciple, Lin Xian?" asked a woman wearing a red skirt. "That's me." Lin Xian nodded. As expected, the 3 of them looked at each other and confirmed their thoughts. "Brother Lin's strength is really strong. He actually injured that purple zombie with one move. We were just lucky," Lin Xian said. "How did you meet that guy?" After that, the few of them chatted and quickly exchanged information. As it turned out, these people had only met him by chance. They had no idea who the black-robed youth was. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a disciple in a green robe at the side suddenly trembled. "What happened?" Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were shocked. The other 2 disciples were also anxious. Could it be because of the corpse she just now? Lin Xian frowned. However, the green-robed disciple was already somewhat delirious. He kept rolling on the ground and spasming. He roared with difficulty. "Pills! Give me pills!" Hearing that, the woman in red and the other disciples' expressions changed. As for Lin Xian, he quickly took out a few healing elixirs and handed them over. However, the green-robed disciple on the ground was quickly thrown away. His eyes were red and he roared with a ferocious expression. "Give me pills!" Looking at this scene, Lin Xian frowned. This situation was way too strange. "What does he want?" He turned to look at the woman in red. "He's talking about the blue wave pill." The woman in red sighed. "Brother Lin, I think he should have gotten a blue wave pill. I wonder if you've taken it. If you haven't, you can lend it to him." "What? Blue wave pill?" Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He was extremely shocked. How did this strange situation have anything to do with the blue wave pill? "What's going on? What does this have to do with the blue wave pill?" Lin Xian asked quickly. "I've already swallowed mine. I don't have it now." The woman in red sighed. "Senior brother was going to take the blue wave pill, but it was destroyed by the zombies. Without the blue wave pill, I'm afraid the days ahead will be very difficult. You know, that's Junior's sister." The woman in red wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by the disciple beside her. Then, the youth gave her a look. Suddenly, the woman in red was shocked. She realized that she had said too much. Then, she shook her head slightly. "It's nothing. Brother Lin, you'll understand these things yourself in the future." The other disciple walked up and looked at the green-robed disciple who was screaming and twitching on the ground. Then, he struck him with his palm and knocked him unconscious. "Brother Lin, we can't travel together anymore. I have to bring him back to the sect." The disciple cupped his fists and said. Then, he left with the unconscious green-robed disciple and the woman in red. As for Lin Xian, his frown deepened. What's the meaning of this? The 3 people in front of him clearly know something, but they don't want to talk to him. Could it be that they're afraid of something? And what was the relationship between the twitching disciple and the blue wave pill? What they meant was that the green-robed disciple originally had the blue wave pill, but it was destroyed by the zombies. That was why he didn't take it. But why would this happen if he didn't take it? Lin Xian's expression was ugly. Could it be that after taking it once, he would go crazy if he didn't take it again? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. He seemed to have discovered something extremely terrifying. If this was true, then it was a shocking matter. One had to know that all the core disciples in the entire alchemy sect had taken the blue wave pill. Even the elders had taken it. If the blue wave pill was no longer available one day, wouldn't it mean that the entire upper echelon of the alchemy sect, including the elite disciples, would go crazy? Thinking of this, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, his longevity art was extremely mysterious and directly rejected the blue wave pill. Otherwise, he would probably end up in a terrible state. Damn it, what's going on? Why would something like this happen in the alchemy sect? Lin Xian's expression was unusually gloomy. He realized that he seemed to have been involved in a huge conspiracy. Chapter 1586. Lin Xian's face was unusually gloomy. He realized that he was involved in a huge conspiracy. Could it be that King Danyu discovered this back then and was hunted down? Perhaps that's the case, the dark red dragon said in a low voice. To be honest, he has never seen such a strange thing. Kid, you have to be careful. This blue wave pill seems to be addictive. The dark red dragon's expression was serious. Even a 4-star king couldn't avoid it. Who could have refined it? Damn, I didn't expect King Danyu to be hiding such a huge conspiracy. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Kid, it's not too late for us to leave now, the dark red dragon reminded him. After all, you didn't take the blue wave pill, and the sect didn't find out. They won't know if we leave now. But if we stay for too long, I'm afraid something will happen. Yeah, kid, this situation is too strange. He Tu also advised. Lin Xian shook his head. It's fine. There's no danger now. I want to see what the alchemy sect is up to. He realized that there was a huge conspiracy right in front of him. To be honest, he wanted to uncover it. But before that, he needed to be powerful. Let's go and explore the ancient tomb first. We'll talk about the alchemy sect after we return. Then, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon moved again and flew forward. Whoosh! Lin Xian and the dark red dragon landed on a mountain peak and looked forward. They were very close to the center of Feng Mountain. At this moment, the air was filled with a thick ghostly aura. It was eerie and very oppressive. Countless martial artists around them turned into rays of light and rushed forward. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon didn't hesitate and also flew forward. When Lin Xian got closer, he felt the ghostly aura surging toward him as if it was going to devour him. He snorted and activated the great dragon sword soul. A sharp sword light surged and cut open the surrounding deathly aura. However, at this moment, many martial artists flew past Lin Xian. When they sensed his cultivation, they immediately sneered. Humph, a mere 2-star king dares to come here. You're courting death. Don't worry about him. Soon, he will be swallowed by the ghost chi and become a zombie. The few of them sneered and left while laughing. Lin Xian did not pay attention to those people. His figure flickered as he directly entered the center of Feng Mountain. The black mountain peaks were thousands of feet tall. They were like demonic swords that stood on the ground, emitting a torrential aura. That aura was extremely terrifying. Ordinary kings didn't even dare to approach it. Not far ahead, a group of people stood. They were the ones who had mocked him earlier. At this moment, those people were also looking around. When they turned around and saw Lin Xian, they sneered again. You actually managed to come in? What a surprise! Humph! So what? 2-star kings coming here are just seeking death. It was a group of young men. There were a total of 9 of them. Each of them was outstanding and had a powerful aura. Moreover, there was a moon embroidered on their sleeves. Obviously, they were from the same sect. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to come here. However, if you continue walking, you'll also be courting death. Why don't you join us and become our slave? That way, you can keep your life. Moreover, if you serve us well, we can give you 1 or 2 treasures. Who knows? At this moment, a young man in front said coldly. Lin Xian said coldly. Join you? Become a slave? You're really shameless. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. I don't want to kill anyone now. However, if you continue to be so presumptuous, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, you dare to threaten me? The young man sneered. The others sneered disdainfully. Kid, do you know the situation in front of you? Do you know who we are? What's your cultivation? How dare you threaten us? You really don't know how to spell the word death. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize. Break one of your arms, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, the young man was very arrogant. He looked down at Lin Xian. However, before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a slap. Half of his face was smashed, and he fainted. That was naturally Lin Xian's doing. He slapped the young man unconscious, then swept his gaze around like lightning. He said coldly, I don't want to do anything, but you've gone too far. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. As he spoke, his body moved like lightning and quickly rushed forward. You're courting death. Those people were furious. They did not expect that the other party would dare to attack and succeed. Catch that kid and kill him! They counterattacked. However, in the next moment, everyone regretted it. That was because Lin Xian was too powerful. He subdued all of them with a raise of his hand. One by one, they covered their faces and wailed on the ground. Lin Xian did not kill them, but he did not show mercy either. Those people were all seriously injured. Impossible! Damn it! This is impossible! You're just a 2-star king. How can you be so powerful? Who are you? Those people screamed in horror. They could not believe that a 2-star king could be so powerful. You talk too much! Lin Xian raised his leg and directly kicked those people away. However, their storage rings were left behind. Lin Xian used his soul power to search quickly and took out all the useful things. As for the storage rings, they were thrown away by Lin Xian. Firstly, he had a king domain that could store things. Secondly, the storage rings might have been sealed by the elders of the sect. He did not want to take them. From these people's storage rings, he found 50 substandard divine crystals that were not of good quality. Damn, that's all you have? You're really poor. The dark red divine dragon curled his lips with a look of disdain. Puff! Hearing this, those seriously injured young men vomited blood and fainted. As for Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, they took the items with them and left the place in a flash. Then, he and the dark red divine dragon set off toward the depths of Feng Mountain. During this time, they encountered many people who laughed at them. However, they were all chased away by Lin Xian's swift and fierce means. Of course, those who laughed at him left behind a painful price. There were storage rings all over the ground. Lin Xian also obtained a few hundred high-quality subdivine crystals, which he absorbed one by one. His strength and cultivation were also gradually increasing. Now, his cultivation level was very stable. Moreover, his strength had also improved compared to before. However, at this moment, Lin Xian once again discovered that there were sounds of fighting coming from the mountain in front of him. He and the dark red divine dragon flew over and found that many people were fighting over something. After careful investigation, they found out that those people were fighting for supreme grade subdivine crystals. Chapter 1587. Even though Lin Xian had obtained hundreds of good quality substandard god crystals, they couldn't compare to a single supreme grade substandard god crystal. Kid, good stuff! The dark red divine dragon was drooling. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning. Since he had encountered it, he would not miss it. Get out of here! This belongs to the Golden Light sect. A roar was heard. Then, a few young men in golden robes appeared. Their bodies shone like the sun, illuminating the surroundings. Their aura was extremely powerful when they stood together. What? The Golden Light Sect! Seeing this, many people were horrified and quickly retreated. Humph! So what if you have the Golden Light Sect? Our moon-worshipping cult wants this item. Get out of here if you don't want to die! On the other side, an arrogant voice was heard. Then, a few powerful martial artists appeared. Their powerful aura collapsed the void. Suddenly, more people retreated. Both the Golden Light Sect and the moon-worshipping cult were major sects, and were extremely terrifying. The surrounding local sects were no match for them. Therefore, they could only retreat temporarily. However, the power of the subdivine crystal was too tempting. After some discussion, they decided to form an alliance to fight against the Golden Light Sect and the moon-worshipping cult. Forming an alliance? You're courting death. Kill. In an instant, the three forces fought fiercely. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions like a raging tide. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Screams were heard. Not long after, many martial artists collapsed. At this moment, the greed of human nature was on full display. Everyone seemed to be in a killing frenzy as they fought desperately for the subdivine crystal. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon hid in the dark and were ready to attack. However, at this moment, another terrifying voice was heard. It sounded like the roar of a ferocious ghost. It made one's scalp tingle. Ha ha! 3 subdivine crystals. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. The voice was extremely ferocious. Then, countless black gas appeared in the void and formed a large hand that grabbed downward. You're courting death. Put it down. Get out of here. The martial artists of the Golden Light Sect, the moon-worshipping cult, and the allied forces roared. They had fought so hard and had not obtained anything. How could they allow others to interfere? In the next moment, these martial artists made their moves one after another, unleashing powerful attacks that bombarded the sky. Bang bang. A terrifying explosion rang out. High up in the sky, strong winds blew, thunder rumbled, and energy exploded. However, the berserk energy was unable to stop that figure. That mysterious person was like a ghost. Carrying a shocking amount of energy, he quickly arrived in the sky. What? He was actually fine. How is this possible? The surrounding martial artists were astonished. Even if they were 4-star King Realm martial artists, they would still suffer if they were hit by these attacks. However, nothing happened to the other party. This was simply too inconceivable. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, who were hidden in the shadows, looked up. In the sky, there was a strange figure. It was a young man wearing a black robe. His eyes were cold and evil. He wasn't floating. Instead, he was sitting cross-legged on a purple zombie. The purple zombie was extremely tall. Its entire body was purple, and it flickered with a cold metallic luster. At the same time, it also had an extremely cold aura. Who are you? Seeing this strange scene, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. The disciple of the School of Golden Light roared furiously. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to get lost and leave behind the 3 supreme-grade subdivine crystals. How dare you? You're courting death. Kid, you're too arrogant. Angry roars could be heard. At this moment, the disciple of the moon-worshipping cult said, You're also sneering. Although you're strong, you can't withstand our attacks. If you don't want to die, get lost now. Humph, you're alone and you want to get the 3 supreme-grade subdivine crystals? You really don't know how to spell the word death. What a bunch of idiots. Who said that I'm alone? In the sky, the black-robed man sneered. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a black scroll fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, a black light shone. 6 dried corpses flew out from the scroll. Each of them looked ferocious and evil. This is... The martial artists below were shocked. The disciple of the School of Golden Light exclaimed. The path of corpse ghost. You're from the South Ridge. They were indeed shocked. In the eastern wilderness, it was rare to hear of any sect that cultivated the path of corpse ghost. However, the South Ridge was different. There were many such sections. Therefore, the disciples of the School of Golden Light exclaimed, "Humph, it's just a ghost. You want to use it to defeat us? What a joke!" The disciple of the moon-worshipping cult snorted, "Watch me destroy your zombies." Immediately, 3 disciples of the moon-worshipping cult stepped forward. With a wave of their hands, a fire appeared in the sky and swept toward the sky. "Humph, zombies are most afraid of fire and lightning. We'll use fire to burn your dried corpses." The others heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, these dried corpses were very afraid of the power of Yang. At this moment, the fire in the sky would definitely burn those corpses to ashes. However, the black-robed young man in the sky sneered. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, the 6 dried corpses in the sky raised their hands. Balls of black light burst out from their palms. These balls of light grew bigger and bigger. They connected and surrounded the 6 dried corpses completely. Then, they spread out in all directions. In the next moment, a black defense was formed. Suddenly, the fire in the sky blasted on the black defense and set off huge waves. However, it did not break. It was blocked outside. What? He blocked it? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. However, in the next moment, they screamed. This was because the black-robed young man commanded the 6 zombies to dive down quickly and penetrate the bodies of 2 disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. What kind of technique was this? How could the zombies not be afraid of fire? This was completely beyond common sense. In the sky, the black-robed young man did not stop. He moved his hands again, and the 6 zombies rushed toward the disciples of the Golden Light sect. The disciples of the Golden Light sect narrowed their eyes and quickly dodged. At the same time, they roared and performed their powerful ultimate techniques to resist. However, this time, the 6 dried corpses did not rush over directly. Instead, they stretched out their 10 fingers. Suddenly, the 10 fingers shone with a dazzling light and left their bodies. Like 10 hidden weapons, they pierced the heads of the 3 disciples of the Golden Light sect. Bang! 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 The 3 disciples of the Golden Light sect fell and blood flowed out. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They kept retreating. In just a moment, 5 disciples of the major sects were killed. This technique was too terrifying. Seeing the horrified expressions of the people below, the black-robed young man laughed loudly. "How is it? Now you know how powerful I am. If I don't show you some tricks, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Now you can all get lost." Chapter 1588. Now all of you can get lost. Those 3 supreme divine crystals are mine. I will kill anyone who dares to snatch them from me. The black-robed youth sneered. Damn it! Damn it! I can't accept this. Countless martial artists roared in anger. Those were 3 supreme divine crystals, and each of them was extremely precious. Now they were asked to leave and they could not accept it. However, the black-robed youth in the sky was too powerful. Moreover, his methods were vicious. He had killed 5 disciples of the large sects in an instant. If they continued to stay, their lives would be in danger. All of a sudden, everyone was in a dilemma, and their faces turned pale. Humph, don't even think about it. How dare you kill the disciples of the Golden Light sect? Today, you will never leave. The moon-worshipping sect will not let you go. At this moment, the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping sect gave up on fighting and joined forces to kill the black-robed youth in the sky. Humph, you are really stubborn. Let's play with you. How dare you? Wang Dong from the Golden Light sect is here to kill you. A handsome young man walked out from the Golden Light sect. He was in a golden robe and held a golden sword in his hand. He exuded a powerful aura. He was as dazzling as the sun. Humph, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The black-robed youth sneered. Then, he controlled the purple zombie and swooped down. The purple zombie emitted a dazzling light. It was like a bolt of purple lightning as it swooped down quickly. Along with it, there was a thick fog and an eerie ghostly aura. When the surrounding martial artists saw the black-robed youth, they retreated nervously. They had no choice. The black-robed youth was too terrifying. His aura alone was enough to make them uneasy and their bodies tremble. What a fast speed! Lin Xian frowned as he observed the black-robed youth carefully. At the same time, he summoned Little White Monkey and was ready to snatch the 3 supreme divine crystals. On the other side, Wang Dong, a disciple of the Golden Light sect, also roared and slashed out with his golden sword. The sword radiance turned into 5 dazzling sword chi and slashed forward. Each and every one of them was like a golden river, and the surging energy caused the void to tremble. As for the black-robed young man, he controlled the purple zombie to quickly dodge, and in an instant 3 more sword chis were dodged. As for the other 2, he urged the purple zombie to resist them. The purple zombie stretched out both of its palms. Like 2 purple thunderclouds, it pressed down viciously. Immediately, a purple light surrounded him, and a terrifying energy surged out. The momentum was extremely great. Pun! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the 2 purple hands pressed down on the sword chi, instantly shattering the 2 sword chi. Just one move was enough to shatter the terrifying sword chi. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. As for Wang Dong from the Gate of Golden Light, his pupils abruptly shrank. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. With a roar, he brandished his sword again and quickly charged over. At the same time, the black-robed man rode the purple zombie and arrived in front of Wang Dong. The tall purple demonic figure was like an iron wall. It was extremely powerful. Its purple palms stretched out and with a whistling sound, it quickly grabbed forward. Wang Dong was shocked and raised his sword to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard, and the entire sky shook violently. Then, the black-robed man waved his hand, and 2 short wooden sticks appeared. He threw them forward. The wooden sticks were very short, only a foot long. They were very old and bumpy. If the black-robed man did not use them and threw them on the ground, no one would take a second look at them. However, the 2 wooden sticks in the black-robed man's hand emitted a strange force. A terrifying light flashed out, and like 2 ghost claws, it instantly tore through the sky. Pun! The Gate of Golden Light disciple, Wang Dong, did not expect the black-robed man to have such a move. He was immediately hit and flew backward while vomiting blood. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. As for the Gate of Golden Light martial artists, they roared angrily. Damn it, you're cheating! 2 of you attacking 1 person. What kind of skill is that? If you're so good, fight 1-on-1. Hearing this, the black-robed man sneered disdainfully. Idiots! This zombie is my weapon! How can it be counted as 2 people? Of course, since you're weak, it's not impossible for the 2 of you to come at me together. I'll fulfill your wish and let you give up completely. All right. Let's go! On the other side, the people of moon-worshipping cult roared. Then 2 disciples stood out. Kill! They were 2 4-star kings. At this moment, they unleashed their power. Their bodies were shining brightly, and they were extremely powerful. One of them held a long saber in his hand and slashed forward. The terrifying saber light was like a divine saber from the heavens. It was extremely sharp. The other disciple of moon-worshipping cult moved and appeared behind the black-robed man at lightning speed. Then, he waved his palms. Countless afterimages of moonlight appeared. A surging and majestic force quickly shrouded the black-robed man. One from the front and the other from the back. The 2 experts attacked at the same time. It was extremely powerful. However, the black-robed man only sneered. He suddenly turned around and waved his arm. Suddenly, the wooden sticks in his hand emitted a black light. The 2 attacks broke through the back and collided with the moonlight palm. At the same time, the purple zombie waved its palms. With a shocking force, it collided with the dazzling saber light and caused a huge explosion. What? He blocked that. So powerful! The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that two 4-star kings together could not take down the opponent. Damn it! I don't believe it! The disciple of moon-worshipping cult with the long saber roared and rushed forward again. Bang! 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 The purple zombie waved its palms and collided with the long saber dozens of times. Every strike tore through the void. Soon, the disciple with the long saber retreated rapidly. His arm was numb, and his face was extremely ugly. His long saber was an extremely terrifying treasure. However, he could not hurt the opponent? What kind of body did the purple zombie have? How could it be so hard? How could it resist his treasure with its bare hands? Haha, stop struggling. It's useless. This zombie was refined from the corpse of a 6-star king. You can't destroy it at all. The black-robed man sneered and said a shocking piece of news. What? The corpse of a 6-star king? The crowd was shocked, and their scalps went numb. No wonder the purple zombie was so powerful and invulnerable. It turned out that it was the corpse of a 6-star king. A 6-star king was extremely terrifying. It was an existence that was close to becoming an almighty. Moreover, the strongest among them was only a 4-star king realm. How could it break the body of a 6-star king? Thinking of this, the crowd's faces turned ugly. In the darkness, Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the purple zombie to have such a background. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. It's nothing. It's just a zombie. It's not a real 6-star king. Chapter 1589. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. The dark red dragon was right. The purple zombie was not a threat to them. What he needed to do now was to seize the 3 subdivine crystals. Little White, it's up to you. The little white monkey nodded and started to collect the 3 subdivine crystals with its small bowl. Now that the little white monkey's strength had increased greatly and reached the king realm, it could snatch things from the king realm. However, as soon as the little white monkey started to move, the black-robed young man chuckled on the other side. He controlled the purple zombie and instantly arrived above the subdivine crystals. Then, he stretched out his large purple palm and grabbed at the subdivine crystals. Oh no! Everyone's expression changed drastically. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the black-robed young man to attack suddenly. Buzz! In the next moment, the little white monkey performed a technique and a piece of subdivine crystal appeared in the shabby bowl. The other 2 pieces were grabbed by the purple zombie. The purple zombie swayed and returned to the black-robed young man's side. Damn it! Everyone's expression turned ugly. The black-robed young man looked up and laughed. Ha ha ha, only I deserve to have such things. Then, he took the subdivine crystals from the purple zombie's hand. However, in the next moment, his expression darkened. Because there were only 2 subdivine crystals in the purple zombie's hand. The third one had disappeared. How is this possible? Why did one of them disappear? The black-robed young man could not figure out what had happened. However, in the next moment, he glanced around and shouted coldly. Who dares to touch my things? Get out here! His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. When the surrounding people heard his words, they were shocked. What's going on? Did someone secretly attack? However, they did not notice anything unusual at all. Boy, what should we do? On the other side, the dark red dragon asked. Snatch it! Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and there was no hesitation. He was not satisfied at all with only 1 supreme-grade substandard divine crystal. Therefore, he had to get the other 2 pieces. Let's attack together. I'll deal with the purple zombie and you deal with the black-robed young man, Lin Xian said to the dark red divine dragon. No problem. The dark red dragon nodded. It just so happens that I haven't exercised in a long time. Then, he let out a long howl. His sinister voice rang out. Ha ha, It was your grandfather who did it. Brat, hurry up and hand over the subgrade divine crystal. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart. This voice was like a ghost howl, but it was also like a wolf's howl, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The next moment, the figure of the dark red divine dragon appeared. Lin Xian also appeared in the void. What? There's someone else beside him. Seeing this scene, the crowd was astonished. They had not noticed the other party's existence at all. Thinking of this, they were shocked. The black-robed youth's face darkened when he saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Damn it, it's you again! You dared to appear in front of me? I've said it before. This time, I will definitely kill the two of you and refine you into my mummies. The black-robed young man's voice was extremely ferocious. Then, he roared and charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Attack! Lin Xian also shouted coldly. Then, he and the dark red divine dragon flew forward together. Among them, Lin Xian faced off against the purple zombie while the dark red divine dragon charged towards the black-robed youth. Soon, the black-robed youth and the dark red divine dragon were engaged in battle. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian faced the purple zombie. He waved his palm and blasted forward with shocking energy. The purple zombie emitted a purple mist from its body and formed a purple light. Then, the purple zombie let out a deep roar. It was like the roar of a devil from hell. It made one's scalp tingle. His gray eyes emitted a terrifying light. It was eerie and extremely terrifying. Whoosh! The purple zombie's body moved like lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. It charged toward Lin Xian quickly. Then, it threw out both of its palms and collided with Lin Xian's energy. The explosion sounded as if it was going to tear the starry sky apart. At the same time, the surrounding space shook violently. This exchange of blows caused everyone's eyes to widen in shock. A trace of fear appeared on their faces as they continuously retreated. So strong! They can actually fight the black-robed youth and the purple zombie? Who are they? The surrounding warriors were shocked. Even the disciples of the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult could not believe it. They had experienced the strength of the black-robed youth and the purple zombie. They could easily kill them. Now there was someone who could fight them to a standstill. This was too shocking. Damn it, how is this possible? The black-robed youth was also shocked. He did not expect that there would be someone who could fight him and his purple zombie. But soon, he calmed down. He was very confident in his and the purple zombie's strength. He believed that it would not be long before he could kill them. On the other side, Lin Xian let out a long roar. He clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 Serenity demonic sword. The pitch-black sword light shot into the sky with a biting cold murderous aura. It was going to shatter the entire sky. At this moment, the surrounding people's faces changed. What a terrifying sword chi! Who is this kid? Is he a disciple of a sword sect? Exclamations came one after another. Lin Xian held the 9 Serenity demonic sword in his hand. His entire body was extremely powerful. With a slash, a terrifying black sword light flew quickly in the sky as if it could tear the sky apart. Clang! The sword slashed directly at the purple zombie. It immediately cut through the fog around the purple zombie and slammed into its body. With a bang, the purple zombie was sent flying. It smashed 3 mountains in a row before it stopped. Not only that, there was a sword mark on its body. Although it was not deep, it was very obvious. What? He hurt the purple zombie? How is this possible? The surrounding warriors exclaimed, especially the disciples of the Golden Sword sect and the moon-worshipping cult. They widened their eyes in disbelief. He had personally experienced the strength of the purple zombie. Even if they attacked it with their full strength, they could not break its defense. Moreover, they also knew that the purple zombie was made from the corpse of a 6-star prince. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. 4-star kings like them could not break its defense at all. But now, someone had hurt the purple zombie. And the other party's cultivation? Thinking of this, they hurriedly looked over. Then, their minds went blank. They were stunned. The other party was only a 2-star king. How was this possible? Impossible! Chapter 1590. He could feel that his purple zombie had been injured, but he refused to believe that his opponent could hurt his purple zombie. Damn it! How did he do it? Is it because of the sword in his hand? The black-robed young man had an extraordinary background and was very knowledgeable. He naturally recognized the sword in Lin Xian's hand. It was so extraordinary that it made his hair stand on end. Earth-rank artifact! Damn it! You have an Earth-rank artifact! His voice was ferocious, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. It was a look of intense greed. There was nothing he could do about it. Earth-class artifacts were not something that could be found on the continent. Even in this true spirit token world, not everyone in the eastern wasteland could own one. At least, no one here had one. Ha ha! God is helping me! I didn't expect that not only would I find a top-grade substandard divine crystal, but I also found an Earth-rank artifact. Kid, I have to say, you're really a treasure hunter. This Earth-rank artifact is mine. With that, he let out a ferocious laugh. Like a bolt of lightning, he abandoned the dark red divine dragon and charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, he waved the wooden stick in his hand, sending out beams of black light that were like a black scythe of death. Clang! Clang! Lin Xian waved the 9 Serenity demonic sword and cut all the attacks apart. At the same time, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Earth-rank artifact! He's using an Earth-rank artifact! No wonder he's so powerful! No wonder he could hurt the purple zombie! It's the power of an Earth-rank artifact! Who is he? Why does he have an Earth-rank artifact? And it doesn't look like an ordinary one. Who cares who he is? Since we've met him, there's no reason for us not to attack. The Golden Light Sex martial artist sneered. That's right. He's just a 2-star king. How can he have such a treasure? Ridiculous. Only our moon-worshipping cult deserves such a treasure. On the other side, the moon-worshipping cult's disciples were also shocked. In the next moment, they all stood up and flew toward Lin Xian. It seemed that they wanted to kill Lin Xian and take the Earth-rank artifact. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Immediately, he waved his demonic sword, and 8 sword chi slashed downward. He didn't hold back at all in this sword strike. Since the other party dared to have designs on him, then he naturally had to pay the price. Pung pung pung! 8 streaks of sword chi, carrying a sharp light and monstrous killing intent, slammed into the bodies of the disciples of the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult. Immediately, they were sent flying, and blood dyed the ground red. What? So strong! Seeing this scene, the people who came later all stopped in their tracks, their expressions uncertain. They had originally wanted to seize the other party's Earth-step treasure, but now it seemed that it would be difficult to do so. The other party's strength was beyond their expectations. To be able to send 8 experts flying in an instant was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Therefore, for a moment, no one dared to step forward. However, they did not give up. Humph, let that brat stay for a while. We'll make our move when he and that black-robed man are both injured. Good idea, let's do that. At this time, the black-robed man in the sky also revealed a ferocious smile. He raised both of his hands and continuously struck the wooden stick in his hand. Suddenly, a very strange sound rang out. It was very low and strange, and it made one's scalp tingle. However, the purple zombie let out a long roar, and a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. It was as if he had been reborn and had obtained a powerful strength. Then, he let out a long roar, and his body swayed. Like a purple lightning bolt, he once again pounced towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was not flustered at all. He was very calm. Then, he waved the 9 darkness demonic sword, and a terrifying sword she slashed out horizontally, ruthlessly slashing forward. The sword light flashed, and it was incomparably sharp. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon also quickly attacked. He grabbed with his dragon claws, and suddenly, a terrifying palm shadow quickly appeared, forming a red hurricane that spiraled in the air. Vaguely, there was the shadow of a dragon circling around. Then, the red hurricane flashed with a cold light and quickly rushed forward. Pung pung! The sound of collision erupted, and the tall purple zombie was once again sent flying. What? How is this possible? The black-robed young man's face turned ugly. He had already used a secret skill to activate the purple zombie's energy, but he did not expect to be sent flying. How can these two be so powerful? Kid, you forced me to do this. I'm going to kill all of you. The black-robed young man's face was unusually ferocious. Then, he hit the wooden stick again, and a strange rhythm rang out in the air. Roar, roar! As soon as the sound was heard, the purple zombie became even more violent. Endless death chi exuded from his body, and it quickly spread in all directions. At this moment, he was like a demon king, and he was extremely terrifying. Not only that, the black-robed young man went to the purple zombie's body again and merged with it. Suddenly, an even more terrifying energy surged out, enveloping the area in an instant. The entire space seemed to have turned into azure hell. Kill! Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon did not hold back, and the two of them exploded with dazzling energy. A great battle broke out, and it was extremely terrifying. Sword chi soared into the sky, and the shadow of the dragon roared, causing the surroundings to tremble. Countless mountains were turned into rubble. Kid, hurry up and destroy him! The dark red divine dragon snorted, and then dripped a drop of dragon blood. Okay. Lin Xian nodded, took the dragon blood, and then smeared it on the blade of the 9 darkness demonic sword. Suddenly, the entire long sword exuded a strange energy. Red and black light intertwined, causing the entire space to shake violently. So terrifying! What kind of technique is this? Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and they kept retreating. On the opposite side, the black-robed young man's heart was beating wildly when he saw this scene. Even the purple zombie he was sitting on was roaring uneasily, as if it had met its natural enemy. Damn it, how is this possible? Destroy! The black-robed young man roared ferociously. Heaven, ferocious palm! Suddenly, the purple zombie struck out with both of its palms, and 2 palms that were like mountains pushed out horizontally. On the other side, Lin Xian also slashed down with his sword. This sword was extremely sharp. Moreover, it contained the power of the dragon blood. The dark red divine dragon was a pure dragon. His blood was very masculine, and could destroy all evil things. Coupled with the sharpness of the 9 darkness demonic sword, even if the purple zombie was refined from the corpse of a 6-star king, it would not be able to resist at all. Indeed, in the next moment, the sharp sword light fell, and directly cut the 2 large purple palms, and then ruthlessly slashed at the purple zombie. Puff! The clouds rolled, and the wind howled. The entire space shook violently, as if it had been cut in half by the sword. What? Damn it! The black-robed young man was horrified. His body swayed, and he left the purple zombie. The purple zombie also roared angrily, and then it was enveloped by the sword light, and was cut in half. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe that the other party had killed the purple zombie. Chapter 1591. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that Lin Fan had killed the purple zombie. This kind of method was seriously too heaven-defying. Impossible. ****. That's impossible! The man in the black robe was sent flying. This was because he had been swept by the aftershock of the sword chi. Although he was not seriously injured, the chi and blood in his body were extremely chaotic and surging non-stop. However, he couldn't care less about that now. He was in a frenzy. Because his purple zombie had been split into 2 halves. He couldn't believe it. The purple zombie was refined from the corpse of a 6-star king. It was extremely terrifying. The man in the black robe could defeat all the 4-star king realm martial artists. Even if he encountered a 5-star king, he could still put up a fight. But now, a 2-star king had actually destroyed his purple zombie. Brat, just you wait. How dare you destroy my zombie? I won't let you go! The man in the black robe gritted his teeth. His face was extremely gloomy. Then, he turned around and was about to leave. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His most powerful zombie had been destroyed. Trying to leave? Sure, leave the subgrade divine crystal behind. Lin Xian's figure flashed and blocked his path. What? You dare to take the subgrade divine crystal? You're courting death. The man in the black robe was furious. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him and take the subgrade divine crystal. The dark red divine dragon said coldly. Lin Xian nodded when he heard that. It seemed like that was the only thing he could do. His body emitted a sharp aura again. Rays of sword light surrounded him. The man in the black robe's face changed when he saw that. He had seen Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's techniques. It wouldn't be difficult for them to kill him. However, he was unwilling to hand over the subgrade divine crystal just like that. Therefore, he roared and waved his hand. Immediately, he summoned 6 mummies again and charged forward. As for himself, his figure flashed and he fled into the distance like a black bolt of lightning. Trying to leave? The dark red divine dragon snorted when he saw that. He waved his dragon claw. Instantly, a huge dragon claw came crashing down. It was like a huge heaven and earth cage, sealing off the entire space in an instant. Pun! The black-robed man crashed into the huge dragon claw seal and was bounced back. His face immediately became even uglier. How dare you touch me? You must be tired of living. I'm from the Chasing Corpse sect. Seeing that he could not escape, the black-robed man could only reveal his identity to threaten everyone. What? The Chasing Corpse sect is actually that sect. Damn it! Why did they come to the Eastern Wasteland? Everyone was extremely shocked, and their faces were filled with horror. This was because the Chasing Corpse sect was an extremely evil and ancient sect. No one knew how long they had existed, but they seemed to have existed since ancient times. Not only that, this sect was very strange. They would refine corpses and use them as weapons to fight. He had even turned himself into something that was neither human nor ghost. It could be said to be very strange. Under normal circumstances, no one was willing to provoke them. However, over the years, the Chasing Corpse sect had disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought that they would never appear again. Who would have thought that they would appear again? The dark red divine dragon frowned, but he had already guessed it. On the other side, Lin Xian shouted coldly. What Chasing Corpse sect? I've never heard of it. If you don't hand over the supreme grade subdivine crystal today, don't even think about leaving. To be honest, he had indeed never heard of the Chasing Corpse sect. Even if he had, so what? He had the great dragon sword soul. As long as he was given enough energy, his future would be limitless. Why would he be afraid of the Chasing Corpse sect? Therefore, he did not hesitate to slash out with his sword. You're courting death! The black-robed man's pupils constricted. He was extremely furious. He did not expect that after he revealed his identity, his opponents still dared to attack him. Did he not know how terrifying the Chasing Corpse sect was? Was he not afraid of the Chasing Corpse sect's revenge? However, before he could think further, the terrifying sword light had already slashed toward him. You're courting death! Get lost! The black-robed man roared and slapped out. Instantly, the sword sheath was shattered. However, in the next moment, an even sharper sword light surged out again. Azure Dragon Break! The black dragon was mixed with red blood. At that time, the dark red divine dragon's dragon blood was extremely powerful. In an instant, it swallowed the black-robed man. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth lost their color. The sword she swept across, and the entire space fell into chaos. When everything disappeared, the black-robed man was no longer there. Only a huge pit appeared on the ground. He was killed! Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe it. Such a terrifying black-robed man was killed with a single slash. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Although this young man was only a 2-star king, his strength had already surpassed theirs. In fact, everyone felt like running away. They no longer dared to have any thoughts about Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Then, he looked around, intimidating everyone. With a cold snort, he and the dark red divine dragon turned into 2 rays of light and disappeared in the air. It was not until they had left for a long time that the surrounding cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. The sword chi emitted by the other party made them feel like they were suffocating. Fortunately, the other party had left and did not attack them. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger. They might even have lost their lives here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the divine dragon and Hong moved and arrived at a safe cave. Then, he gave the dark red divine dragon a supreme-grade subdivine crystal. He held the remaining 2 in his hand and absorbed them quickly. He would not keep such treasures to prevent others from snatching them away. He might as well turn them into his own strength. Pure energy flowed into him and turned into dazzling light that surrounded him. After half a day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The spiritual energy in his body had increased significantly. However, he had not broken through. This was normal. Lin Xian was not surprised. This was because the amount of energy he needed to break through was several times more than the previous time. 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals were not enough. However, he had gained a lot this time. Lin Xian's strength had increased again. At least among the 4-star kings, he could do whatever he wanted. On the other side, the divine dragon in Hong had also absorbed the machine-grade subdivine crystal. She felt like she had not had enough. The 2 of them discussed for a while and continued on their journey. This time, they flew towards the deepest part of Feng Mountain. This was because there had already been a shocking change. Someone had used a powerful technique to tear open the barrier inside, causing endless ghost chi to surge out. Chapter 1592. The ghostly chi in Feng Mountain was dense. The further one went in, the more fearful it was. In the end, Lin Xian had no choice but to activate the great dragon sword soul to protect himself. The dark red divine dragon also activated its defense, and the dragon blood in its body surged. At this point, there were already many martial artists around. They were in groups of 3 to 5, or in groups of more than 10, forming small groups. There was almost no one who fought alone like Lin Xian. Therefore, many people kept sizing up Lin Xian. However, no one rashly made a move. That was because those who could come here were not fools. Moreover, they knew that since Lin Xian could appear here, he must have the strength to do so. They did not have extra energy to care about Lin Xian because there was another change in front of them. One of the mountain ranges was penetrated, and countless ghostly chi emerged. It was as black as ink and incomparably monstrous. Not only that, but the tens of thousands of corpses buried in the mountain range turned into zombies and ghosts under the infusion of the ghostly chi. Tens of thousands of them charged toward these martial artists. Kill! Furious roars rang out one after another. These cultivators did not hesitate and displayed their powerful strength to fight back. That was because they could not move forward without killing these ghosts. Among them, there were a few figures who were extremely powerful. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were shocked. The aura of these people was too powerful. The blood in their bodies rumbled and even produced the sound of thunder. So powerful! Who are they? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Almighty! The dark red divine dragon's expression was also solemn. When a martial artist reached the level of a 7-star king or above, they would be given a title, which was Almighty. This kind of person was too terrifying. With a raise of their hand, they could tear mountains and rivers apart, and pluck the stars and capture the moon. Calling them Almighty was the most appropriate. Almighty! Hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked and looked over. Was this the existence of a 7-star king, or above? It was indeed terrifying. Just the aura emitted by those people was enough to make him shudder with fear. It seemed that this was a true peerless expert. Sure enough, the few almighties at the front harumphed coldly. Immediately, they waved their palms, and numerous gigantic hands descended from the sky. In an instant, all the zombies and ghosts below were killed. As for the surrounding martial artists, they were all shocked and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also retreated to a safe place. In front of them, ghost chi filled the sky and energy surged. Soon, a few sky-covering hands destroyed all the ghosts and zombies. This was the power of a powerful being. With a raise of his hand, he was able to wipe out tens of thousands of ghosts. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Humph, you're just a mere ghost. You want to stop me? How laughable! A cold voice rang out, causing the void to tremble. It was a middle-aged man in white robes. His body was surrounded by a resplendent saber light. Who would have thought that an ancient tomb would appear in the Fengshan fan? How rare! On the other side, there was a hearty laugh. Then, a monk appeared in the sky, his entire body shining with Buddhist light. The light was boundless, suppressing all the surrounding ghost chi. Master's dermic powers are getting purer and purer. The diamond prajna technique has probably been cultivated to the 7th level. Another old voice rang out. Then, an immortal-like old man appeared. His entire body was surrounded by flames, and he was dressed in a robe. He looked like an immortal. Danchenzi, you're here as well. The others looked over. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was shocked beyond words. Although he did not know the old Taoist in the sky, he was very familiar with his name. Because Danchenzi was the sect master of the Pill sect. In other words, the old Taoist in the sky was the current sect master of the Pill sect, Danchenzi. He did not expect that even the sect master of the Pill sect would come. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Kid, be careful. The dark red divine dragon reminded. The blue wave pill appearing in the Pill sect might have something to do with Danchenzi. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, it would be unreasonable if Danchenzi did not know about such a big matter. He just did not know if this was Danchenzi's doing. But no matter what, he did not want to have anything to do with him. After that, 2 more powerful beings appeared. Now, there were a total of 5 powerful beings standing in the sky, causing the void to distort and distort. One of them was a white-robed middle-aged man surrounded by saber light. He was a mighty figure of the Golden Light sect. The monk was a mighty figure of the White Horse Temple. However, Buddhism was mainly in the western desert, and was rare in the eastern wilderness. But it was not that there were none. The White Horse Temple was one of the more famous Buddhist holy lands. Danchenzi was the sect master of the Pill sect. There was also a middle-aged woman. She was a mighty figure of the moon-worshipping sect. The last one was covered in a ghostly aura that made one's scalp tingle. Many martial artists even thought that he was a zombie or a ghost. However, he was indeed a mighty figure. He was a mighty figure of the Chasing Corpse sect. When this mighty figure of the Chasing Corpse sect appeared, the other mighty figures immediately frowned. This was because the Chasing Corpse sect was usually in the southern mountains, and there were almost none in the eastern wilderness. But now, he had appeared. It was extremely strange. Humph, I didn't expect the Chasing Corpse sect of the southern mountains to be here. What a surprise! Pushan, a mighty figure of the White Horse Temple, said coldly. Buddhists subdued demons and devils, and they cultivated the most masculine techniques. The other party obviously cultivated the Gul Dao, which was the complete opposite of Buddhist techniques. When the two of them met, their auras collided, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. Why? I can't come? Mount Feng is very suitable for our Chasing Corpse sect. The mighty figure of the Chasing Corpse sect said coldly. Your voice is like a ghost. It makes one's scalp tingle. Old bald donkey, if you dare disrespect me again, I won't refine you into a zombie. The mighty figure of the chasing corpse sect glared at Pu Shan and said ferociously. That was because the Buddhist aura on the other party's body made him very uncomfortable. Humph, refine me into a zombie? You're really shameless. Why don't I purify you first? Pu Shan snorted coldly as his body shone brightly. He was like a Buddha walking in the void. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. The two of them refused to accept each other, and their auras became stronger and stronger. However, at this time, Dan Chenzi waved his sleeve and said loudly, Why are you two so angry? Since we're all here for the great ancient tomb, there's no need to quarrel here. Why don't we temporarily work together to break all the seals? What do you think? Okay. The middle-aged man from the Golden Light sect nodded first. Then, the woman in red from the moon-worshipping sect also agreed. Chapter 1593. Although they were mighty figures with immense power, the great ancient tomb was no child's play. It was bound to be fraught with danger and countless seals. The five of them working together was indeed a good idea. Since that's the case, let's go, Dan Chenzi said as he rose into the air. The other almighties followed suit. The gloomy elder from the chasing corpse sect frowned. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the crowd below. His gaze turned into a black saber light that pierced into the air. Oh no! Amidst the crowd, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. His body swayed, forming a clone where he stood, while his real body instantly hid. Poof! In the next moment, the clone was pierced and then shattered into pieces. And when the surrounding martial artists saw this, there was a burst of exclamations, extremely terrified. They did not expect the mighty figure in the sky to attack them. Damn it, what are you doing? The middle-aged man from the sect of Golden Light's expression darkened when he saw this. That was because there were many disciples from the sect of Golden Light in the direction where the mighty figure from the chasing corpse sect was attacking. The others also looked over with unfriendly expressions. Normally, people like them wouldn't make a move against juniors. However, this mighty figure from the chasing corpse sect dared to attack. It was unbearable. Faced with the questioning gazes of the others, the mighty figure from the chasing corpse sect was not afraid. I found someone with corpse ghost chi among the martial artists below. He must have fought with my chasing corpse sect's disciples. Of course we have to kill this kind of person. Hearing this, the disciples below twitched their mouths and felt their scalps go numb. He had to be killed just because he fought with a chasing corpse sect's disciple? That was too overbearing. However, Pu Shan shouted coldly, If you dare attack again, don't blame me for not holding back and suppressing you. The middle-aged man from the sect of Golden Light and the woman in red from the moon-worshipping cult also looked at him with unfriendly gazes. After all, this guy from the chasing corpse sect did not play by the rules. He was too much of a threat to the disciples of their sect. However, the mighty figure from the chasing corpse sect said coldly, Since that person has been killed, I won't attack. All right, let's go, Dan Chenzi said loudly. At this moment, Dan Chenzi said in a clear voice. Afterwards, the five of them nodded and turned into streaks of light again, flying forward. In the crowd, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he had used a clone to dodge the other party's attack. At the same time, he used a secret technique to hide his aura. At the same time, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul to eliminate the weak ghostly aura on his body. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and the many secret techniques in his hands, he would have been killed just now. Damn chasing corpse sect! Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his gaze dark. From now on, he would be even more careful. But now, he didn't have any unusual aura on his body, so the other parties shouldn't be able to discover him. Then, he mixed in with the crowd of martial artists and set off forward. With five mighty figures paving the way, their speed was extremely fast. Even if any powerful ghosts appeared, they would be killed with a single palm strike. Furthermore, not long ago, two skeletal creatures over 300 meters tall had appeared. However, they had been completely crushed by the moon summoned by that woman from the moon-worshipping sect. This method caused everyone to be extremely shocked once again. Lin Xian also knew that although that woman looked to be in her 30s, her true age was probably over 1,000 years old. It was probably the same for the other people. Finally, the group entered the deepest part of Feng Mountain. There, endless ghostly aura surged and turned into 4 ghostly dragons. They circled around each other and dragged a giant bronze coffin. The aura was too terrifying. One look at it would make one tremble. If it weren't for the 5 mighty figures standing in front, the surrounding martial artists wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon mixed in the crowd and looked forward. At this moment, He Tu exclaimed, "It's a giant bronze coffin! This ancient tomb is too strange. What is it trying to do?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "What's wrong? What's wrong with the bronze coffin?" At the side, the dark red dragon explained. "Usually, wooden coffins are used. Very few people use metal coffins to make coffins. Any coffin made of metal is extremely strange. I didn't expect that there would be such a bronze coffin in this ancient tomb." Indeed, the 5 mighty figures frowned when they saw this scene. "It's actually a bronze coffin. How surprising. The surrounding ghostly aura is too thick. I can't see clearly." As the few of them conversed, White Horse Temple's Pu Shan waved his hand. A Buddhist seal was pushed out and tore apart the thick ghostly aura. Immediately, the scene inside appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. Then, everyone was shocked and gasped. Even the 5 mighty figures' pupils constricted as a grave expression appeared on their faces. This was because they discovered that near the bronze coffin, there was a crystal the size of a millstone that was shining brightly. At the same time, there was an abnormally pure energy. "Divine crystal!" The mighty figures were shocked and couldn't believe it. After the surrounding martial artists heard this, they all gasped. Divine crystal! They didn't expect that crystal to be a divine crystal. And it was such a big piece. At this moment, even He Tu and the dark red divine dragon were extremely shocked. Divine crystals were true treasures. They were even more precious than supreme-grade substandard divine crystals. A piece of divine crystal was equivalent to countless supreme-grade substandard divine crystals, let alone such a big piece. The dark red divine dragon immediately became excited. If he could obtain that piece of divine crystal, he could immediately recover his cultivation and even improve it further. After Lin Xian learned of this, he was also extremely shocked. Then, he looked ahead with a fiery gaze. He didn't expect that such a peerless treasure would appear here. As for He Tu, he directly said, "Don't even think about it. The 2 of you have no chance. Let's not talk about that bronze coffin first. It's definitely not that simple. Even if there are 5 mighty figures here, you won't be able to defeat them. So, don't even think about that divine crystal." Lin Xian sighed. As for the dark red divine dragon, he was also extremely unwilling. "Damn, if I was at my peak, I would have snatched it long ago." In front of them, the 5 mighty figures also had fiery gazes because they were the ones most likely to obtain the divine crystal. However, although their gazes were fiery, they didn't dare to act rashly. This was because the scene was too strange. A person who had been dead for God knows how many years was being nourished with such a precious divine crystal. What is he trying to do? Is he really trying to be reborn? Whose tomb is this? Who has such a bold idea? Yeah, not only was he buried in a place like Feng Mountain, but he was also being nourished with a peerless treasure like the divine crystal. Chapter 1594. The few of them were discussing with uncertain expressions. The surrounding warriors exclaimed. Naturally, they did not dare to have any ideas and could only watch the show. Lin Xian didn't stay idle either. He secretly cast a spell and prepared to investigate the situation. As the successor of the Dragon Sword, he had received many martial arts techniques from the 4th successor of the Dragon Sword and He Tu's teachings. Therefore, the secret techniques in his hands could be said to be endless. For example, a technique that could hide one's aura so that even almighties could not detect it. For example, a doppelganger technique and the current martial Tao Heavenly Eye. The martial Tao Heavenly Eye was also an extremely precious divine martial art. Even in those ancient families and peerless sacred grounds, it was not something that anyone could learn. Fortunately, He too had such a technique in his hands, so Lin Xian could learn it. After secretly activating the martial Tao Heavenly Eye, Lin Xian's gaze became extremely deep and there were even strange runes flickering. In the next moment, he looked ahead. The martial Tao Heavenly Eye was extremely magical. It was said to be able to see through everything and distinguish between lies and falsehoods. As expected, Lin Xian noticed that the ghostly aura in front of him had become much dimmer. His gaze could even directly penetrate it and land on the huge bronze coffin. Not only that, Lin Xian also discovered something even more magical. That was, his gaze was directly cast over the bronze coffin, looking inside. However, what surprised him was that there was not a corpse inside, but a crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was crystal clear and emitted colorful light. It was just that no one noticed it inside the bronze coffin. What's going on? It's actually a double official coffin? Lin Xian was shocked. Then, he transmitted what he saw to the dark red divine dragon and Hey Tuesday. After hearing it, the two of them were also shocked. This is incredible. What is this guy trying to do? A double coffin is very rare since ancient times. Could that guy really come back to life? The two of them were shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes widened. This was because he discovered something even more unbelievable. This was because Lin Xian discovered that there was a blurry shadow floating towards the bronze coffin in front of him. However, he was the only one who discovered it. The surrounding people did not seem to have seen it at all. Even the five almighties did not see it. What was going on? Was that a human or a ghost? Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly activated his martial Tao Heavenly Eye to take a closer look. This matter was too strange. There was actually someone who could avoid everyone without anyone noticing, including the five almighties. That person floated towards the bronze coffin. What was he trying to do? Was it to seize the five-colored crystal coffin? Or that millstone-sized divine crystal? Lin Xian didn't know, but he felt his heart beating faster. But in the next moment, when he saw that person's face, he opened his mouth wide and screamed. The reason for that was because the blurry figure before them was actually Dan Qinzi. That's right, that face was Dan Qinzi's face. It was exactly the same without any changes. At that moment, the illusory figure directly floated into the bronze coffin. It seemed like it wanted to attack the five-colored crystal coffin. What was going on? Why was it Dan Qinzi? Lin Xian couldn't believe it. If that illusory figure was Dan Qinzi, then who was the figure in front of him? Two Dan Qinzis? Or was it a secret technique clone? Lin Xian didn't know, but he realized that this Dan Qinzi was too strange. Not only was he secretly stealing the bronze coffin, but he was also connected to the strange blue wave pill. He was definitely a dangerous person. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man in front of the door of golden light spoke up. Since we've already discovered the coffin, let's do it. Open the coffin and see what treasures are inside. Hearing that, the other almighties nodded and prepared to attack. Lin Xian paid special attention to Dan Qinzi. He realized that Dan Qinzi only nodded slightly and didn't say anything. It seemed like he wasn't as enthusiastic as before. At that moment, the White Horse Temple's almighty Pu Shan also turned his head and spoke to the warriors behind him. Next, we will break the formation. I'm afraid there will be terrifying energy spilling out. You'd better back off to avoid being affected and losing your lives. Hearing that, countless warriors quickly retreated. They didn't dare to get any closer. If even the Almighty said so, what followed would definitely be extremely dangerous. In the crowd, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon also retreated. However, Lin Xian's eyes became even more profound. He activated his martial Tao Heavenly Eye to the extreme. The five Almighties formed a line and walked forward. Then, the ghostly aura in front of them suddenly surged. A gale swept through, causing the sky to change. A terrifying cold aura emanated from the bronze coffin as if warning the five Almighties. Humph! The middle-aged man in the golden light sect snorted and attacked first. He waved his arm. Immediately, a clanging sound was heard. A huge sword light streaked across the sky, easily cutting the entire space apart. On the other side, the red-clothed woman from the moon-worshipping cult also waved her hand. Immediately, a full moon rose in the sky. It shone brightly, causing the entire space to collapse. Pu Shan shouted. A Buddhist seal was pushed out from his palm, emitting a dazzling light. The chasing corpse sect's Almighty also sneered. He waved his sleeve, and a ball of black light quickly rushed forward. It turned into a ghost head, circulating with a cold aura. In the end, Dan Chenzi also made his move. The sky was filled with fiery light as it rushed forward. The five Almighties attacked. It was earth-shattering. The momentum was extremely terrifying. The entire Feng mountain range shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. The bronze coffin in front of them was completely enraged. It emitted ghostly aura and connected with the surrounding formation. It condensed into 8 ghostly dragons that roared in all directions. At this moment, the sky lost its color. Countless runes and ghostly auras shone in the sky. The entire space was in turmoil. The people in the distance were shocked. Their eyelids twitched. Fortunately, Pu Shan had warned them. They had retreated early and arrived at a safe place. Otherwise, just the aftermath of this energy would be enough to kill them thousands of times over. Is this the Almighty's technique? So powerful! Lin Xian looked at this scene. He was also excited. He could not help but clench his fists. When can I reach this level of combat power? He was looking forward to it. It doesn't matter. As long as you have enough energy divine crystals, you will reach this level sooner or later, He Tu said slowly. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Then, he used his martial Dao heavenly eye again and stared ahead. At the same time, he paid close attention to the scene inside the bronze coffin. The battle outside had erupted. However, an illusory figure was still sitting cross-legged inside the bronze coffin. It seemed to be breaking the 5-colored crystal coffin. However, at this moment, there was a loud boom. The entire world shook. Everyone's expression changed. They all looked over. Even Lin Xian frowned. It turned out that the formation in front of them had been broken by the 5 Almighties. They had been strong all the way. After removing all the ghostly aura, they finally arrived in front of the bronze coffin. Chapter 1595. However, they knew that in order to obtain the divine crystal, they had to destroy the bronze coffin first. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain it. Everyone, this is the last step. Let's work together to open the bronze coffin and obtain the treasure. The middle-aged man from the Golden Light sect said in a deep voice. All right. Everyone nodded. Since they had already reached this step, they naturally had to work together to open the coffin. At this moment, the chasing corpse sect's powerhouse sneered. Everything else is easy, but the corpse inside must be mine. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, don't blame me for not showing mercy. As a member of the chasing corpse sect, he was most interested in the corpse inside the coffin. There must be a peerless figure buried inside the coffin, perhaps even more powerful than them. If they could use the corpse to refine zombies into weapons, it would be unimaginably terrifying. Humph! Hearing this, Pu Shan snorted coldly. The others also fell silent, but their expressions were somewhat serious. Indeed, the corpse inside was useless to them, but they did not want the other party to obtain it. That was because they did not want to increase the strength of the chasing corpse sect. They would talk about this after they opened the coffin. The corpse inside might have already rotted. At this moment, the woman in red from the moon-worshipping cult said slowly, The 5 of us will work together to attack the bronze coffin. The attack this time was much more difficult than the previous one. The bronze coffin was covered with inscriptions. Now that it was attacked, all of them flickered and formed strange runes that filled the entire void. The 5 powerhouses each displayed their powerful strength. Their bodies flickered with dazzling light that shot up into the sky. This attack was enough to flatten the entire Fengshan mountain range. However, when it hit the bronze coffin, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not even cause a ripple. This scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The 5 Almighty's expressions were also extremely solemn. Everyone, I think there's no need for us to hide our strength anymore. Let's attack with all our might. The middle-aged man from the Golden Light sect said in a deep voice. Indeed, although the powerhouses had attacked with terrifying strength, they had not used all their strength. That was because they had reserved some strength for the battle for the treasure later. However, it seemed that they would not be able to open the bronze coffin without using all their strength. All right. Looks like that's the only way. The 5 of them prepared to use all their strength. Then, the 5 of them unleashed their full power. Their bodies exploded with dazzling light like 5 suns, illuminating the void. An incomparably horrifying energy burst out from the 5 of them. It was incomparably vast, like a river of stars that surged forward rapidly. This strike caused the sky to collapse. It was powerful to the extreme. However, the bronze coffin was too strange. Mysterious inscriptions gushed out, and together with the surrounding divine crystals providing energy, it emitted an even more resplendent radiance to resist. After the energy explosion, there was nothing in front of them. No one could see anything clearly. They could only use their soul force to capture a trace of its trajectory. As for Lin Xian, he activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and observed carefully. While the people outside were fighting ferociously, the illusory figure inside the bronze coffin did not stop. His fingers slid, forming a series of special trajectories, and slapped the 5-colored crystal coffin. At this moment, Lin Xian felt a strange sensation. He saw strange runes fly out from the 5-colored crystal coffin, floating in the air. Then it disappeared. However, the illusory figure did not seem to notice this scene at all, and the surrounding people did not notice it either. Could it be that I'm the only one who saw it again? Lin Xian was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. Although he did not know what those strange runes represented, he could feel that they contained a powerful force. Remember it! At this moment, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to the extreme. He used his heart to remember those flickering runes in his mind. At this moment, Lin Xian's mind was empty, and he forgot everything around him. There was only one flickering rune in his eyes. And all of this was only seen by him. The surrounding people, including the 5 mighty figures and the mysterious illusory figure in the bronze coffin, did not see it. However, when the last rune flickered and disappeared in the sky, the 5-colored crystal coffin suddenly trembled. Then, the bronze coffin slowly opened, and endless ghosts rushed out. And the 5-layered crystal coffin flew out from inside. What? There's another one! And it's a 5-colored crystal coffin! Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the 5 Almighties were stunned. They did not expect that there was not a corpse in the coffin, but another crystal coffin. What the hell is going on? They could not understand at all. At this moment, Dan Chenzi's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with endless anger. He snorted coldly, and the illusory figure in the bronze coffin quickly disappeared, turning into a wisp of green smoke and returning to his body. Then, he no longer cared about anything else. He reached out a hand and grabbed in front of him. That's right, the illusory figure from before was released by him. He hid it from the other 4 mighty figures and secretly peeked at the 5-colored crystal coffin, wanting to know the secrets inside. But he did not expect that the 5-colored crystal coffin would fly out by itself. This made him extremely shocked, and at the same time infuriated. Because if he had a little more time, he might have been able to open the coffin and obtain the secrets inside. But now, all of that was gone. Therefore, he had to make a move and obtain the 5-colored crystal coffin before anyone else. Danchenzi's move was so sudden that the 4 mighty figures could not react in time. But the 5-colored crystal coffin flickered with light, and then, like a shocking rainbow, it turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky with the divine crystal. Boom! The void in front of him exploded, and the 5-colored crystal coffin quickly dodged. Humph! Where do you think you're going? Danchenzi roared angrily, and then with a flash of his body, he turned into a ray of white light and instantly rushed over. He would not let the 5-colored crystal coffin go. The other 4 were also stunned. But soon, they came back to their senses, and their bodies flickered as they chased after Danchenzi. In an instant, the 5 mighty figures disappeared into the sky. Only the martial artists on the ground were left behind, extremely shocked. Lin Xian was also astonished. He had never expected something like this to happen. It must have something to do with the runes he obtained. What exactly are these strange runes? Did Danchenzi figure them out too? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. However, now was not the time to think about these things. He would ask He Tu after he left. The most important thing now was to leave this place. Chapter 1596. Lin Xian was about to ask the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey to leave when there was another change in front of them. In the bronze coffin, other than the colorful crystal coffin, there were countless treasures. After the coffin was opened, they were carried out by the ghostly aura and scattered in all directions. Look! Treasures have fallen! Hurry up and grab them! Ha! We're rich! Amazing treasures, we must grab more! Frenzied voices could be heard. The surrounding martial artists had all gone crazy. Their bodies swayed as they rushed in all directions. Kid, this is a good opportunity. Hurry up and grab them! The dark red divine dragon was also crazy. He used a secret technique and split into 8 dragon shadows. They rushed in all directions and wanted to grab the treasures that had fallen. The snow-white monkey was also hugging a small worn-out bowl and collecting the treasures. Lin Xian also took action, but he only collected the treasures around him. He did not grab those that were further away. He did not want to attract too much attention. Although these treasures were good, they were far inferior to the strange runes that he had obtained. Those were runes that even the 5 Almighties could not obtain, but he had obtained them. Therefore, he only wanted to return to a safe place. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey, asking them to stop as soon as possible so that they could leave this place. The dark red divine dragon naturally knew that a tall tree attracts the wind. Therefore, he did his best to grab the treasures and was ready to leave. The group of people moved and quickly flew outside. However, at this moment, the void fluctuated and a cold light condensed and struck at them. Suddenly, the place where Lin Xian was standing was penetrated, and a bottomless black hole appeared. Damn it! Someone attacked me! Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect to be targeted. The dark red divine dragon was also mad. Damn it, who is it? Come out! How dare you attack me? I'll tear you apart! He was too angry. Someone actually dared to attack him. How audacious! Even the snow-white monkey at the side was waving its little paws in anger. It was very dissatisfied. A figure appeared in the sky. It was wrapped in light and could not be seen clearly. However, that pair of ice-cold eyes were like the edge of a blade, causing people's hearts to turn cold. Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you hand over everything and I can spare you. Otherwise, you'll have to stay on Foam Mountain as ghosts. Humph, what shameless boasting! The dark red divine dragon was infuriated. With a wave of its dragon claws, a dragon shadow roared and charged upward. Netherworld finger! That person flicked his finger, and a black finger light quickly flew downwards. There were a total of 5 finger lights. Each of them was incomparably black and had a terrifying aura flowing around them. Spurt! Spurt. 5 pitch-black finger lights, like divine swords of the netherworld, quickly pierced through the dragon's shadow. It's useless. You can't escape. Just hand over everything obediently, that person said coldly. Many surrounding cultivators also saw this scene and immediately whispered to each other. That must be Lu Tianyi from the Golden Light sect. Yes, it's him. I didn't expect him to make a move. He's a late-stage 4-star king. Among the 4-star kings, almost no one is his match. Who are those people? They're actually targeted by Lu Tianyi. I'm afraid they're doomed this time. Everyone was discussing. Golden Light sect? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked up. You really want to make a move? His eyes flickered as the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. Of course. The supreme grade subdivine crystal isn't something you can have. Hand it over. Lu Tianyi said slowly with great confidence in his eyes. He had long had his eyes on Lin Xian because he had heard from his junior brother that Lin Xian had 2 supreme grade subdivine crystals. Therefore, he attacked Lin Xian. So, you're actually after the supreme grade subdivine crystals. In that case, I can't let you live. Lin Xian's voice was cold as light bloomed in his eyes. I'm in a hurry, so I can only finish you off quickly. Humph, shameless boasting. You want to finish me off? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Above, Lu Tianyi revealed a trace of disdain. Then, he waved his finger again, and 5 nether fingers flew out quickly. Every finger was as black as ink and flickered with cold light as they pierced through the void. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly as he clenched his fists and punched out. The resplendent fist was like the sun, and terrifying waves of air rolled as it directly shattered all the nether fingers. In the next moment, Lin Xian struck out with the 9 darkness demonic sword, and his entire person was swift and fierce to the extreme. On the demonic sword, black sword light circulated rapidly, and sword chi flickered as it slashed through the void. So strong! Who is he? The surrounding cultivators were shocked and retreated one after another. They originally thought that Lin Xian and the others were dead for sure, but now it seemed that it wasn't necessarily the case. The aura he displayed was too powerful. It shocked them to their core. Especially that demonic sword, it was too terrifying. Earth-grade artifact. Very good, it's also mine. Above, Lu Tianyi nodded with satisfaction. Then, he waved his hand and took out a golden seal. Boom! Endless thunder resounded, surrounding the surroundings. The surroundings were surrounded by multicolored light, like a resplendent sun. It was more like a golden sword light that slashed towards Lin Xian. Fuck, that's the golden light seal. Seeing the golden light seal, many people were shocked, and their scalps went numb. The golden light seal was an ultimate technique of the Golden Light sect. It was extremely powerful and extremely domineering, terrifying to the extreme. With this golden light seal, Lu Tianyi should be able to contend with a 5-star king. That's for sure. I'm afraid those people are going to be unlucky. Everyone discussed animatedly. One could imagine how terrifying the golden light seal was. Above, Lu Tianyi held the golden light seal in one hand. His entire person was like a god of war as he pressed down with the golden seal. Boom! Boundless golden light shone as the golden seal covered the sky. It was like a golden mountain that came crashing down. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Lin Xian was fearless. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, and the aura on his body was extremely sharp. Then, he waved his arm and slashed out. Azure Dragon Break. Boom! The monstrous sword light turned into a black dragon and rushed forward, causing the entire void to rumble. In the next moment, the two collided, and a terrifying light burst out. The heavens shook and the earth shook. The void shattered, and the terrifying shockwave blasted the surrounding martial artists away. The golden light that filled the sky was split apart by the sword, and it was like a golden wave that slapped to both sides. Not only that, the golden mountain formed by the golden light seal was penetrated, and a transparent black hole appeared. Clang! The black dragon roared and collided with the golden light seal, immediately pushing Lu Tianyi back. He was pushed back? That's impossible! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Lu Tianyi would be pushed back. Chapter 1597. In the sky, Lu Tianyi was also shocked, but then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected of an Earth-grade artifact, it's indeed powerful. This sword, I want it. With a loud laugh, he once again brought the golden light seal and charged over. As for Lin Xian, he waved the 9 Hell Demon sword and used the Dragon Sword domain at the same time. Tens of thousands of swords she turned into a rain of light and shot over. Clang! After dozens of moves, Lu Tianyi was sent flying again. This time, his expression was incomparably ugly. That was because the golden seal in his hand actually had several cracks that crisscrossed within it. Immediately, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. The incomparably powerful golden light seal had actually shattered. Lu Tianyi's expression was also cold. He was very confident in his golden light seal, and even a 5-star king might not be able to shatter it. But now, a 2-star king could shatter it. This was truly unbelievable. Kid, I'll make you pay a painful price. Lu Tianyi's expression was ferocious, and his voice carried a biting, cold, killing intent. You'll be the one to pay the price. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he charged over. His time was limited, and he had to end the battle quickly. Golden light illuminates heaven and earth. Seeing the other party charge over, Lu Tianyi's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and immediately the sky was filled with golden light, forming a golden sea that quickly swept forward. This was also a unique skill. Each of the golden waves was like a divine sword, sharp to the extreme. Even a 4-star king would be seriously injured and vomit blood if they were hit. Moreover, the other party was only a 2-star king. In his opinion, the other party was only relying on an Earth-grade artifact to have powerful combat strength. His own cultivation strength was probably not enough. As long as his sword chi swept over the other party, he would definitely be able to take the other party's life. The sky was filled with golden light, emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if the sun was shining in all directions. This light caused the people in the distance to retreat again, fearing that they would be affected. Lin Xian coldly snorted and waved the 9 Hell Demon sword, using the underworld waning moon break to tear apart the void. A spatial crack appeared like an abyss beast that connected to hell. Immediately, the sky's golden light was completely swallowed by the black hole. What? They actually disappeared in an instant. How did he do it? In the distance, everyone was shocked, their skin going numb. Such a terrifying golden light was not something a 4-star king realm could block. However, Lin Xian had actually swallowed that golden light in an instant. What kind of technique is this? It's too terrifying. Even Lu Tianyi's pupils abruptly shrank as his expression changed. The other party's methods were simply too bizarre. Even he found it hard to accept. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Because in the next moment, Lin Xian directly used the Dragon Sword domain and charged over. Countless sword chi swept across the world, causing the entire space to shake violently. Lin Xian executed Dragon Sword domain and directly sealed Lu Tianyi in the void. Then, he used the 9 underworld demonic sword and slashed forward. Boom! With a heaven-shaking strike, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Lu Tianyi was directly sent flying while vomiting blood. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Lu Tianyi would actually lose. Lu Tianyi's pupils also abruptly shrank in disbelief. He had the cultivation of a late-stage 4-star king realm, while the other party was only a 2-star king realm. The difference between the two could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. However, the other party was actually able to injure him. This was simply too unbelievable. With a furious roar, golden light bloomed from his body, and then formed a golden long blade that quickly slashed over. Lin Xian directly used bright moon still water. Countless sword chi formed a mirror and reflected the terrifying attack back. Then, he activated the dragon sword domain to the extreme. Every sword light contained the great dragon sword soul. The terrifying sword chi pierced through heaven and earth and directly pierced through the other party. Puff! Lu Tianyi was pierced through by the sword chi, and blood spurted out. His eyes widened in disbelief. He never thought that a second-grade king realm could actually kill him. Impossible! After spitting out a few words with difficulty, Lu Tianyi's body completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. Who else dares to stop me? Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and looked around disdainfully. Everyone fell silent and retreated, not daring to look directly at him. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's strength was too strong. Now, no one dared to have any thoughts about Lin Xian. With a cold shout, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's figures flashed and turned into a shocking rainbow as they left the place. One day later, they left Feng Mountain. However, they did not return to the sect. Instead, they stayed in a nearby city for 2 days. This was because Lin Xian wanted to find out more information. He wanted to know what happened to the 5 Almighties who were searching for the 5-colored crystal coffin. Sure enough, the city near Feng Mountain was talking about what happened that day. Among them, the most talked about was the 5 Almighties and the mysterious 5-colored crystal coffin. I wonder what's in the 5-colored crystal coffin that could make the 5 Almighties so interested? I heard that the 5 Almighties finally stopped the 5-colored crystal coffin. After a great battle, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was very terrifying. What? There's such a thing? What happened in the end? Everyone asked. However, the warrior sighed softly. They didn't succeed. The 5-colored crystal coffin is too mysterious. I heard that it tore through the void and disappeared. What? Disappeared? How was that possible? The 5 Almighties couldn't subdue it even together? When the crowd heard this, they were extremely shocked. They were simply too shocked. One had to know that this was an almighty being, an existence that could tear apart mountains and rivers. However, the 5 of them couldn't even subdue a single crystal coffin? That was too shocking. After hearing that, Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. However, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Dan Chenzi didn't get the 5-colored crystal coffin. The others didn't either. This meant that he was the only one who had the mysterious rune. However, he was curious about what was in the 5-colored crystal coffin. Why did it have such a strange rune? He thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. However, he didn't stay there for long. After getting the information he wanted, Lin Xian returned to the sect. After another 3 days, the 2 of them returned to the alchemy sect. Lin Xian flew directly back to his mountain peak. Then, he raised his hand and set up a formation to isolate himself from the outside world. Now, he had to be extra careful in the alchemy sect. Other than not eating the blue wave pill, he had to be careful about everything else. That was because the alchemy sect leader was too strange. He had to be careful. After setting up a safe defensive formation, Lin Xian summoned He Tu and the dark red dragon. Then, he recounted what he had seen earlier. The 2 of them were shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a secret. Chapter 1598. Then, Lin Xian used his spiritual energy to condense the runes that he had obtained. Suddenly, the tadpole-like runes floated in the sky. This is primordial immortal runes! The dark red divine dragon screamed. What primordial immortal runes? What's that? Lin Xian was puzzled. That's something incredible. He Tu also explained. This is a type of primordial runes. It's very ancient. No one knows its origin. Legend has it that it appeared with the ancestors of mankind. This type of runes is even called immortal runes. What's the use of it? Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect these runes to have such an ancient identity. Anything that was recorded by immortal runes was extremely incredible, or a cultivation technique. Kid, I have to say that your luck is too good. He-Tu sighed softly. Even the fourth-generation successor did not have such an opportunity. He was indeed quite regretful because the fourth-generation successor of the dragon's sword was brilliant and dazzling. However, he was too young and did not have the time to search for some ancient ruins. Otherwise, if he could live until now, he would definitely have found many immortal runes. Of course, he was now pinning everything on Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian was strong, He-Tu would be happy. But what are these runes? I don't know. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Indeed, it was like a beautiful woman standing in front of you, attracting all kinds of attention, but you could not catch her. However, at this moment, the runes in the sky turned into tadpoles and danced in the air before entering Lin Xian's mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Xian's mind shook. Then, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Because these runes changed in his mind and formed words that he was familiar with. Finally, a cultivation technique with only 100 words appeared in front of him. This is? Lin Xian opened his eyes wide and read carefully. Then, he took a deep breath. This was an extremely ancient movement technique known as the Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps. Within the 8 steps, no one could match it. Now that they had a cultivation technique, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon would cultivate diligently and strive to master this movement technique as soon as possible. At the same time, Feng Shan once again welcomed 2 uninvited guests. At this moment, Ghost Chi was rolling around Feng Mountain. It was extremely terrifying. However, most of the martial artists had already retreated. Furthermore, without the protection of the 5 Almighties, Mount Feng had once again become an extremely dangerous place. But now, 2 figures tore through the void and came to the depths of Feng Mountain. The bronze coffin has actually been broken open. The person inside must be gone. The one who spoke was a youth with a handsome face. His gaze was deep and carried incomparably mysterious symbols. That's right. Not only is the crystal coffin gone, even the divine crystal is gone. Another deep voice sounded. It was a middle-aged man with a tall figure. His face was even covered with metal-like scales. On his back, there was a long black saber. It was as tall as a man, and it was shining with a cold blade. The 2 of them stood in the void and looked ahead. The red robes on their bodies were constantly fluttering. On the red robes, there was a black lotus embroidered. It was beautiful and looked as if it was real. A red robe with a black lotus. If Lin Xian were here to see this, he would definitely exclaim out loud. This was because this was the symbol that his father had warned him to be careful. Who would have thought that it would appear here? Of course, Lin Xian was unaware of all this. Since the item is gone, let's go, the handsome youth said indifferently. Then, the symbols in his eyes disappeared and returned to normal. The tall middle-aged man behind him nodded slightly. Then, the 2 of them swayed and instantly disappeared into the void. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During these days, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already mastered the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Now, their speed could be said to have reached the pinnacle. Perhaps even the Almighties might not be able to be faster than them. If others knew about this, their jaws would definitely drop. The Almighties were peerless figures in everyone's eyes. And Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's speed could actually reach that level? It was simply too unbelievable. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were extremely shocked. As expected of a cultivation technique recorded in the primordial immortal language, it was simply too powerful. After a few more days, the sect began to distribute the blue wave pills. Lin Xian also received one. However, when the people from the sect left, he destroyed the blue wave pills. Because he now knew that this was definitely not a spiritual medicine, but a vicious poison. Once contaminated with the blue wave pills, one would become addicted. Even a 4-star king would not be able to resist. one could imagine that the entire alchemy sect's upper echelons and core disciples were now under the control of the person who had poisoned them. If one day, the person who had poisoned them no longer provided the blue wave pills, the entire alchemy sect would probably collapse and go crazy. Moreover, the potential danger was not only that. If that person wanted to order these core disciples and upper echelons to do something, he only needed to threaten to stop the distribution of the blue wave pills. Perhaps no one would be able to stand it. Who was the one who did it? What was that person trying to do? What was he trying to do with the entire alchemy sect? When Lin Xian thought of this, his heart turned cold. He was now certain that King Pillfeather's murder was inextricably linked to this matter. Back then, it was precisely because King Pillfeather had discovered this secret that he had been hunted down. However, this was already something that had happened hundreds of years ago, and the blue wave pills were still being distributed. This meant that the person who had done it was definitely a high-ranking member of the alchemy sect, and the kind who was very powerful. Otherwise, it was impossible for this matter to continue for hundreds of years. Therefore, Lin Xian's target of suspicion was Dan Qinzi. However, even if he knew the truth of the matter, there was nothing he could do. The current him was no match for Dan Qinzi. Dan Qinzi was already an almighty, and he did not know how many stars he had reached. In short, he had far surpassed him. The only thing he could do now was to quickly increase his strength. After a few more days, the sect's mission came. This was a mission that core disciples had to do. No one could shirk from it, or the distribution of the blue wave pills would be stopped. Although Lin Xian had not consumed this kind of pill, he naturally had to accept the mission in order to not arouse suspicion. His mission was very simple. It was to investigate a person. The time limit was 1 month. Lin Xian did not know what mission the others had received. Because of the sect's rules, core disciples were not allowed to inquire about each other. If they revealed their mission, it was equivalent to violating the sect's rules. Therefore, Lin Xian could not ask. However, it seemed that his mission should not be too difficult. Chapter 1599. The eastern wasteland was so big that it was hard to imagine. One of the countries might even surpass the former Tianwu continent in terms of territory. The place where Lin Xian was going to carry out his mission was very far from the alchemy sect. The alchemy sect was in the south of the eastern wasteland, and he was going to the east of the eastern wasteland. If he had to fly there, it would probably take him 8 to 10 years to reach it. However, the alchemy sect would definitely not let Lin Xian fly there. They would directly activate a teleportation formation and send him there. This kind of teleportation formation was very mysterious. It was not a problem to teleport from the south to the east. Some terrifying teleportation formations could even teleport between continents. For example, from the eastern wasteland to the western wasteland. However, this kind of teleportation formation was too terrifying. The energy it required was also incomparably powerful. Therefore, only peerless sacred grounds and ancient families could use it. Lin Xian looked at the huge formation in front of him. He was shocked. The aura that rushed towards him made his body churn quickly. The dark red dragon said, "Kid, do you see that? That's a super teleportation formation. It will directly open the gate and let us travel through time." After a simple explanation, Lin Xian understood. Then, he and the other core disciples stood on the teleportation formation. Chu Yu was also there. However, the two of them received different missions. In the next moment, the teleportation formation shone and all the core disciples were teleported out. Eastern Wasteland, East. The continuous mountain range was majestic and majestic. The ancient trees below reached into the sky. It was very magnificent. This kind of scenery could not be seen in the Tianwu continent at all. At this moment, above this primitive forest, the space suddenly opened. It was as if it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. Then, a figure came out from inside. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. After passing through the sect's teleportation formation, he directly arrived at the eastern region. However, as soon as he came out, he felt dizzy. Even the spiritual energy in his body was somewhat chaotic. This was normal. This was the after effect of teleportation. However, he quickly circulated the longevity art and returned to normal. Then, the dark red dragon's body swayed and came out of Lin Xian's sleeve. The two of them looked around as if to confirm something. Soon, Lin Xian took out a map and carefully compared it to confirm his location. Almost there. They were already very close to their target location. They would probably reach their destination in a few days. His mission this time was to investigate a person, and this person was a youth, only 15 years old, named Hong Yu. It is said that he will attend a stone gambling convention in the east. As for the specifics, Lin Xian didn't know. However, the sect's request for him was to record all of Hong Yu's actions during the entire stone gambling event. Furthermore, he was able to detect Hong Yu's cultivation and talent. To be honest, Lin Xian was very confused about this mission. He didn't understand why the sect wanted to investigate a youth. However, after coming into contact with the other party, he should be able to find some clues. Lin Xian finally arrived at his destination, the ancient city of Hanyang. This was an ancient city. It was extremely majestic, and many experts could be seen coming and going. Since the stone gambling event was held in the ancient city of Hanyang, the number of warriors in the city had increased rapidly. It was a lively scene. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon paid the entrance fee and entered the ancient city of Hanyang. They were immediately infected by the lively scene. There were hawkers everywhere, and it was extremely lively. Even on both sides of the road, there were many warriors setting up stalls. Treasures dug out from the ancient cave mansion. I'll sell it at a big discount for only 100 times. Mysterious treasure map, you can obtain the ancient inheritance. Come quickly if you are fated. I have ancient cultivation methods. Young man, since you are fated, why don't you choose one? Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh when he heard the voices. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked around as they walked. They really did discover quite a number of good items. Without any hesitation, the two of them purchased them. Among them, Lin Xian bought many elixirs to refine elixirs in the future. The dark red divine dragon bought some materials to make an array. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation in front of them. Someone seemed to have found something. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were curious, and they walked forward. Sure enough, there was a stall on the side of the street. The table was very strange. There were only some stones of different sizes on it. Some were even covered with moss, and some were covered with cracks. They looked like gravel rolling down from a mountain peak. Next to it, there was a sign that read, 500 divine gems for a gambling stone. At this moment, there were many people watching, but not many people made a move. Some even sneered. Was this guy crazy? He actually sold a piece of broken stone for 500 divine crystals? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Along the way, He Tu told him many things about gambling stones. This kind of gambling stones was very popular in the true spirit world. The origin of these stones was mysterious. Some were even pulled from the Forbidden Zone. However, these stones looked like ordinary stones on the outside, but they contained rare treasures. Some might even contain divine gems, and some might even contain divine gems, or other ancient treasures. It could be said that it was very exciting. Of course, before it was opened, no one knew what was inside. Because of gambling stones, there was even a profession called Seeker Spirit Master. These Seeker Spirit Masters had special methods to investigate the situation inside gambling stones. It could be said that the treasures they opened were much more likely to be found than ordinary martial artists. Of course, as for what treasures could be opened, it depended on each person's cultivation. But in general, every Seeker Spirit Master was an incomparably precious existence. Some terrifying Sky Seeker Spirit Masters could even find spirit vein divine gems in the mountains and swamps. These people would be invited and entertained by ancient families and peerless sacred grounds. One could imagine how terrifying these people were. Lin Xian asked He Tu in detail. These seeker spirit masters mostly had special eye techniques or were born with special eyes. They could see through illusions and search for spirit vein divine gems. Lin Xian was cultivating the martial Dao Heavenly Eye. It could be said that it was a very special eye technique. Therefore, he was very interested in gambling stones. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian smiled. Then, the two walked forward. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a 4-star king cultivation base. At this moment, there were many people gathered around the stall, but no one bought anything. This was because these stones were too different from the gambling stones they had seen before. They even suspected that these were fakes. They were using ordinary stones to fool people. However, Lin Xian felt that these stones seemed to contain a special energy. They were different from the rest. Therefore, he decided to give it a try. Previously, he had killed many experts and collected their storage rings. Therefore, Lin Xian had a lot of divine gems. Chapter 1600. Fellow cultivator, I'll choose a stone. Lin Xian threw out a bag containing 500 secondary divine crystals. Sure, go ahead. The middle-aged man took the bag and said with a smile. What? Someone actually bought it. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Yeah, this guy must be crazy. These stones look fake. How dare he buy them? Is he a seeker spirit master? A seeker spirit master? I don't think so. Maybe he's just a hothead who doesn't know what stone gambling is like. Everyone discussed and shook their heads while sighing. They felt that they had been cheated for buying these stones. The dark red divine dragon was also a little worried. To be honest, even it couldn't understand this kind of stone gambling. Because those stones had extraordinary origins and contained strange energy, ordinary methods couldn't see through them at all. Some stones that looked very strong turned out to be empty after being cut. There were even some stone gambling experts who lost their entire family fortune in a single night. And Lin Xian was just a young boy who had never gambled on stones before. Could he do it? The dark red divine dragon wasn't confident. Forget it, let him try. 500 divine crystals isn't too much. If he doesn't get anything this time, I'll stop him from doing it next time. The dark red divine dragon made up its mind. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled slightly. After paying the 500 divine crystals, he didn't choose immediately. Instead, he secretly activated his martial path Heavenly Eye. Suddenly, his eyes became deep. However, this time, he controlled it very well and didn't manifest any obvious runes. Because he didn't want to alarm those people and cause unnecessary trouble. The martial path Heavenly Eye was very powerful. It was a kind of divine power. Not many people even in the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds knew how to use it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was extremely talented. He learned this divine power and even cultivated it to a certain level. At this moment, the stones in front of him became hazy under the martial path Heavenly Eye. Suddenly, he turned his gaze and stared at one. This is it. Lin Xian nodded slightly and picked up a football-sized stone. Then, he used his fingers like a knife and cut at the stone. Damn, so casual? Everyone was stunned. Originally, when they saw the other party's confident appearance, they thought that the other party was a seeker spirit master. However, who would actually choose a stone? This was too careless. These people shook their heads. They realized that this method was completely different from the method of the Seeker Spirit Master. Even a real Seeker Spirit Master would have to ponder for a long time before he could be sure. And now, this young man was probably certain in just a few seconds. It must have been a random choice. On top of that, the crowd's mouths twitched upon seeing the other party's method of cutting the stone. A real Seeker Spirit Master would use a special knife to carefully cut, for fear of destroying the things inside. Yet, the young man before him was actually using his finger to cut it open without any particular technique. Could it be that he's not afraid that there's really a treasure inside and he'll break it? At this moment, everyone was sure that the kid in front of them was definitely not a spirit-seeking stone, but a hothead. Sigh, with his methods I reckon that even if there are treasures inside, they will be destroyed. What treasure? He just randomly chose it. It would be strange if there was a treasure. Everyone shook their heads, but they didn't leave. They didn't want to stay and watch the show. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Under the martial Dao celestial eye, he had already seen what was inside. At this moment, his palms seemed to be careless, but the treasure inside was not damaged at all. His fingers were like knives as he waved them quickly. Soon, the stone that was the size of a football became the size of a fist. It seems that there's really nothing inside. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Some even sneered. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Their mouths were even agape in disbelief. That was because Lin Xian had cut again. As a result, a bright light was emitted from the stone. It was like the sun, illuminating the entire sky. What? What a powerful light! There must be a treasure inside. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that the other party would really cut out a treasure. Damn, who is this kid? He's too lucky. That's right. He just randomly chose it and found a treasure? That's too heaven-defying. Looking at the light, I'm afraid it's definitely not an ordinary item. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Then, everyone widened their eyes and stared at the stone in Lin Xian's hand. Even the dark red divine dragon was shocked. However, it knew that Lin Xian definitely didn't do it by luck. He had used the martial Dao celestial eye. Damn, this kid's talent is too terrifying. He can actually cultivate the martial Dao celestial eye to this level. It was too shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was still smiling as he continued cutting. Soon, the bright light became brighter and brighter. It was like a sunset that surrounded the stone. Crack! After the last cut, all the stones fell and revealed a crystal that was the size of an egg. What? A supreme-grade subdivine crystal! Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They didn't expect that there would be a supreme-grade subdivine crystal in the stone. And it was the size of an egg. It was definitely a rare treasure. He made a fortune. This kid definitely made a fortune. He bought a supreme-grade subdivine crystal the size of an egg with 500 ordinary subdivine crystals. This was absolutely unbelievable. Everyone exclaimed and their eyes turned red. Even the middle-aged man who was selling the stone was surprised. However, although he was shocked, he didn't intend to go back on his words. Lin Xian looked at the supreme-grade subdivine crystal in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Great, he needed this kind of energy. He didn't expect to find it now. Just nice, this stone could increase his strength and cultivation by a lot. At the same time, he was also delighted. It seemed that his martial Dao celestial eye was really amazing. It could accurately see the situation in the stone gambling. It seemed that he could totally become a seeker spiritual master in the future. The energy he needed for his cultivation was too great. Ordinary methods couldn't satisfy him. However, if he became a seeker spiritual master and engaged in stone gambling, he might be able to quickly collect a large number of subdivine crystals. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. A supreme-grade subdivine crystal? Great, it's mine! Along with the voice came a towering hand that slammed down and covered Lin Xian and the supreme-grade subdivine crystal in his hand. The terrifying hand was as strong as a mountain. Just its aura alone was enough to send many martial artists flying. Lin Xian sneered. Then, his body swayed and he instantly left the place. Even if it was a mighty, he could escape even if he couldn't defeat him. His current speed was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1601. However, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Someone dared to fight in the ancient Hanyang city. Did he want to die? Sure enough, a tall man with a cold expression was standing behind them. He was the one who had attacked. At this moment, he stretched out his hand again and tried to grab Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Who dares to fight in the ancient Hanyang city? Kill without mercy! Then, a dazzling saber radiance cut the huge hand like a meteor. Not only that, the tall middle-aged man was also cut in half. The saber radiance flashed like a meteor. In the next moment, it turned into a boundless flame and burned the corpse and blood completely. Only a faint smell of blood was left in the sky. However, the corpse of the attacker was long gone. The enforcers have attacked! How terrifying! The surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They knew that fighting was not allowed in the ancient Hanyang city. However, they did not expect the enforcers to be so fierce. The person who had attacked earlier was already a 5-star king. However, in front of the law enforcers, he had no power to resist at all and was killed. This was simply too shocking. The law enforcers of the ancient city not only killed the person who attacked, but they also intimidated the crowd. Now, everyone looked at Lin Xian with shock in their eyes. Although their eyes were burning, no one dared to attack again. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He had heard about the rules of the ancient Hanyang city from Hey Tuesday. However, he did not expect the enforcers to be so powerful. However, this was good. It would save him some trouble. The middle-aged man seemed to be used to this. He stared at Lin Xian and asked in a deep voice, "Master, do you want to choose another one?" Hearing this, the crowd became excited again. They also wanted to see if Lin Xian was really capable, or just lucky to have chosen this one. However, Lin Xian shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Only this piece of rock is good. The rest are all trash." "What? Useless!" The crowd was shocked and could not believe it. As for the middle-aged man, he was also startled. His eyes shone brightly. "Are you sure? Don't talk nonsense." Of course, he was sure. Lin Xian smiled. Then, his eyes suddenly became piercingly cold. He waved his hand and shattered all the stones. "What? He actually broke it with a punch!" Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. This action was simply too crazy. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to act so decisively. It shattered all of his stones. Could it be that he wasn't afraid that there would be 1 or 2 treasures in these stones? However, what shocked everyone was that all the stones exploded, but they were all empty. There was not a single treasure. "What? None of them! They're all useless rocks!" Everyone gasped. Then, they looked at Lin Xian, and their expressions changed. They now knew that the young man in front of them was definitely not lucky to be able to cut out a supreme-grade subdivine crystal. Instead, it was true ability. This was definitely an expert. The middle-aged man also sighed. "Young master's methods are truly admirable. I thought that no one would be our match in this gambling stone conference except for our Liu family. But I didn't expect that someone like you would appear. It's really surprising." "What? The Liu family? Could it be that ancient family?" Everyone heard this. They were immediately shocked. Because they knew. In the eastern part of the eastern continent, there was an ancient family. Most of the family members were seeker spirit masters with terrifying strength. It was even said that there was a heavenly spirit master. This family was surnamed Liu. They did not expect that the other party would also come. "So it's Brother Liu." Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. "It's an honor to meet you." Although he was only in his 20s and the middle-aged man was obviously older than him, the surrounding people did not feel that there was anything wrong with him calling him Brother Liu. Even the middle-aged man did not show any displeasure. Because strength determines seniority. Age had nothing to do with it at all. The two exchanged a few more words. Then, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon left. The surrounding people looked at Lin Xian's back and whispered, "Who is this young man? How could he have such methods? Yeah, he can see through all the fake at a glance. Needless to say, he must be a seeker spirit master. It's just that I don't know which clan or sect he's from. That kid is nothing." That middle-aged man is terrifying. Although he did not show any skills, his surname alone is enough to shock everyone. Yeah. Everyone nodded. The Liu family was definitely a terrifying family. Sure enough, it did not take long for someone to come out of the ancient Hanyang city to personally welcome the middle-aged man surnamed Liu. This made everyone envious again. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon wandered in the city again. The Dark Red Dragon was also excited. Kid, not bad. I didn't expect your heavenly eye to reach such a level. It seems that it won't be difficult to get supreme quality sub-divine crystals in the future. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It's not that optimistic. These stones are just the most basic ones. I was lucky to find the right ones. If I find the real ones, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to see through them with my current cultivation. But don't be too discouraged. As my heavenly eye improves, I'll be able to cut out more treasures. Maybe I'll be able to cut out a real divine crystal. Lin Xian clenched his fists as he spoke. He had seen a real divine crystal back in Mount Feng. The aura emanating from the divine crystal was enough to tempt him. That was a true treasure. A piece of divine crystal was equivalent to countless supreme-grade substandard divine crystals. As he spoke, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and retreated rapidly. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and instantly left the place. The moment he left, a cold blade slashed down rapidly and cut the place where Lin Xian was standing into pieces. On the other side, the Dark Red Dragon also retreated to a distance. He was also attacked. Fortunately, both of them had mastered the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and their speed had reached a terrifying level. That was why they could avoid the assassination. However, both of them were terrified. If they did not have the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, they would have been severely injured or even killed. Damn it! Who dares to attack me in the ancient Hanyang city? Lin Xian's face was unusually gloomy. One should know that someone had attacked him before, but he was immediately killed. Therefore, no one dared to break the rules of the ancient Hanyang city. Chapter 1602. On the other side, the Dark Red Dragon was also gnashing its teeth. Who is it? Come out! How dare you assassinate me? However, no one answered. Clearly, the other party was an extremely terrifying assassin who was adept at concealment. Once the attack failed, they would immediately escape. However, how could Lin Xian let them leave? He used his martial Dao Celestial Eye, and mysterious runes immediately flickered in his eyes. A terrifying light swept in all directions. No matter how well the two assassins hid, they could not hide under the effect of the martial Dao Celestial Eye at this moment. Found them! Lin Xian transmitted a voice to the Dark Red Dragon. Following that, the two figures swayed and charged forward. The two mysterious assassins' faces changed drastically. They did not expect that the other party could actually lock onto them. At this moment, seeing the other party charge forward, their scalps immediately went numb. Their figures swayed, and the two were about to leave. However, how powerful was Lin Xian? He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of the other party. How can he be so fast? The mysterious assassin was shocked. He did not expect the other party's speed to be so terrifying. As an assassin, he was adept at movement techniques. However, the other party's movement technique was faster than his. He did not even have time to react, and was caught up by the other party. Damn it! The mysterious assassin roared angrily and stabbed out with a backhand. A resplendent sword light tore through the sky. However, Lin Xian sneered. He raised his palm, containing countless terrifying black flames, and slapped forward ruthlessly. Bang! This palm was incomparably terrifying. It directly blasted the void. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The black flames even enveloped that mysterious assassin. In an instant, that mysterious assassin was burned to ashes. At the same time, the Dark Red Dragon also used a powerful ultimate skill to kill the other assassin. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from afar. Who is it? Dare to make a move in Frost Sun Valley City? Courting death! Although the place where Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were at was remote, it was not without people. That scene just now was also seen by many martial artists. At this moment, hearing the cold shout from afar, those people's scalps went numb. They did not expect the enforcement team to arrive so quickly. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the enforcement team to be so efficient. Immediately, he snorted coldly, because through his martial Dao heavenly eye, he could still see a few figures in the distance. However, the distance was too far, and those people had not made a move yet. If he wanted to kill them now, he was afraid that the law enforcement team would have something on him. Therefore, he did not make a move. In the blink of an eye, a few people quickly flew over and arrived nearby. These people were all wearing black armor and had powerful auras. They carried a terrifying killing intent. These people were the law enforcement team of the ancient city of Hanyang. Who dares to make a move in Freezing Sun Valley City? A middle-aged man in black armor shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning, extremely sharp. However, Lin Xian had no fear on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, Very good. Law enforcement team, you came at the right time. I also want to know who dares to assassinate me in public. What? Assassination! Hearing this, the law enforcement team martial artists frowned. They had only sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power, so they came to patrol. They did not expect there to be such a reason. It is indeed an assassination. If you don't believe me, you can ask the surrounding people, Lin Xian said slowly. Some of the surrounding martial artists had already run away, but there were still some who stayed where they were. At this moment, they were discussing animatedly. This guy is the Seeker Spirit Master who cut out the subdivine crystal, right? Yes, it is said that even the middle-aged man of the Liu family favors him. Maybe someone is jealous of his talent. Someone thinks that he is a threat, so they secretly made a move. You are a Seeker Spirit Master? After hearing this, the man in black armor was also surprised. Then, he stared at Lin Xian. Yes, I am a Seeker Spirit Master. Lin Xian nodded. Until now, he could only use this identity. Although he was not a Seeker Spirit Master, with his martial Dao heavenly eye, he should have no problem. It seems that this is the first time you have come to ancient Hanyang City. Then I will explain the rules of ancient Hanyang City to you. Our city is divided into the public area and the lawless area. Fighting is forbidden in the public area, while the lawless area is our business. The law enforcement team will not interfere. You can settle your personal grudges there in the future. This time, you don't know the situation, so we will not make things difficult for you. Thank you, I understand. Seeing that the law enforcement team did not make things difficult for him, Lin Xian also cupped his fists and said. He knew that his identity as a Seeker Spirit Master had played a role. The surrounding martial artists were also envious. Indeed, a Seeker Spirit Master was extremely rare, and a powerful one would be treated as a guest of honor by the major forces. Therefore, although Lin Xian had made a move just now, the law enforcement team did not pursue the matter. However, Lin Xian was very confused. Because he could not think of anyone who wanted to assassinate him. After all, he had just arrived in ancient Hanyang City, so he probably had no enemies at all. And there were no obvious enemies in the alchemy sect. Therefore, he could not think of anyone who would make a move on him. On the side, the dark red dragon sent a message. It could be a potential enemy. After all, you just showed your ability as a Seeker Spirit Master, and there are many Seeker Spirit Masters at this stone gambling event. Maybe someone thinks that you are a threat and wants to get rid of you. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Lin Xian nodded. However, although he was careful, he was not afraid. Even if the opponent was a powerful one, and he could not defeat them, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. Then, the law enforcement team and Lin Xian left, and two more figures appeared on the street. These two people, one was a handsome young man with deep eyes like the starry sky. The other was a tall middle-aged man with a long saber on his back. Both of them wore red robes with a black lotus embroidered on it. These two people had appeared in the depths of Feng Mountain before, but now they were in ancient Hanyang City. At this moment, the tall middle-aged man looked at the figure in the distance and nodded slightly. "Not bad, young man, very strong and fast, and seems to be a seeker spirit master. Why? Are you itching for a fight again?" the handsome young man said lightly. "We are in the middle of a mission. You better not do anything without my order. He is not bad, but he is not worth our time." The tall man laughed. "Don't worry, I am just saying. My saber will not kill nameless people. If he is a saint from a peerless sanctuary or a clan of the ancients, I would be interested in killing him. Unfortunately, he is not." The middle-aged man laughed, and then said in a low voice, "Are you sure your brother will come here?" Chapter 1603. The middle-aged man smiled and then said in a low voice, "Are you sure your brother will come here?" After the handsome youth heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and a deep light bloomed in his eyes. "It can't be wrong. He should be participating in this stone gambling meet. I really want to see how much he has grown." Following that, the two figures swayed and disappeared on the spot like a wisp of green smoke. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left, they came to a restaurant. The restaurant was filled with martial artists who were currently discussing stone gambling intensely. Lin Xian did not say anything. He ordered a table of dishes and a pot of good spirit wine. He ate and listened with the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey. From the discussions around him, he obtained some information. That was the stones related to stone gambling. These divine crystals had been formed after tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Some of them had formed into mineral veins, while others had been sealed in rocks. And those stones were stone gambling. These stones all carried an ancient aura, so ordinary martial artists could not see through them. Only after opening them could one know if there were treasures inside. And the origin of these stones determined how much treasure there was. Among them, there was a type of stone that came from the primordium ancient mine that was extremely precious. It was said that the content of the treasures inside was even higher. However, this primordium ancient mine was not a good place. It was a forbidden zone for life. Only some powerful ancient families and sacred grounds could obtain some stones from the periphery of the primordium ancient mine. They would transport it over and conduct stone gambling. As for the others, they did not have the strength or courage to do so. It was said that in this stone gambling meet, there would be stones dug out from the primordium ancient mine. At this point, the surrounding people became even more excited. "What kind of stone will probably be sold for a sky-high price, right?" "Yeah, it's definitely a sky-high price. Ordinary people don't dare to buy it at all. They're afraid that after cutting it out, there won't be any treasures inside and they'll go bankrupt. That's for sure. Even those powerful seeker spirit masters aren't confident. However, that might not be the case this time. In this stone gambling meet, someone might cut out a stone from the primordium ancient mine." "Primordium ancient mine?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and committed this name to memory. Right at this moment, there was a sudden clamor in front of them. Then, a group of figures came in quickly. That was a group of youngsters. Their auras were powerful, and they wore luxurious clothes. Their manners were arrogant. A moonlight was embroidered on their sleeves. This group of people was very arrogant, occupying the most central seat as soon as they arrived. At this moment, a woman from the moon-worshipping cult looked at Lin Xian. Then, she exclaimed, "Aya, what a beautiful little monkey! Senior brother, I want that thing." After saying that, she didn't wait for the others to respond. She directly came to Lin Xian's side and said coldly, "Brat, how much are you selling this pet of yours? I'll give you 100 divinity crystals. Sell it to me." With that, she waved her hand and took out 100-fold god crystal and placed it in front of Lin Xian. "Not for sale. Take your subdivinity crystal and disappear in front of me." Lin Xian said without raising his head. What did you say? You dare to scold me? Brat, do you want to die? The female disciple of the moon-worshipping cult was enraged. Are you blind? Do you know who I am? How dare you scold me? Do you believe that I'll cut off your tongue right now? Get lost! Lin Xian shouted coldly. Boom! The cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult in front of him were enraged when they heard this. They stood up one by one and walked toward Lin Xian. Brat, how dare you scold my junior sister? I think you don't know how to write the word death. Kneel down and apologize. Slap your face 100 times and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you won't leave the ancient city alive. How dare you scold the people of the moon-worshipping cult? Brat, I think you really don't want to live anymore. A series of cold shouts sounded. These disciples of the moon-worshipping cult looked down at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. Moon-worshipping cult? Is that so arrogant? How dare you provoke me? Be careful that I'll kill all of you, Lin Xian said coldly. He was enjoying his meal here, but these people actually took the initiative to find trouble with him and even wanted to humiliate him. No one would be able to tolerate this, let alone Lin Xian. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to alarm the enforcement team, he would have already killed all of them. The cultivators in the restaurant whispered to each other when they saw this scene. Those are the people of the moon-worshipping cult. They're really overbearing. That brat is out of luck. The moon-worshipping cult is full of experts. He can't stop them alone. Did you hear that, brat? The people of the moon-worshipping cult laughed wildly. If it weren't for the ancient city's rules, I would have already attacked. Is that so? You also know the ancient city's rules? Lin Xian sneered. The reason you're still alive and talking is because of the ancient city's rules. Otherwise, you'd be dead in front of me right now. Now get lost, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Hearing this, the cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult frowned, and the surrounding people were in an uproar. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to respond in such a way when facing the experts of the moon-worshipping cult alone. Who is this brat? You don't look familiar. Is he also a disciple of a large sect? No way, why do I feel that he's only a 2-star king? Someone like him dares to challenge the moon-worshipping cult? What? 2-star king? That's impossible. Everyone was shocked, and then they probed one after another. Soon, they were shocked because the other party was really only a 2-star king. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious! The people of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. 2-star king? Brat, you dare to be arrogant in front of us with such a weak cultivation? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. The female disciple from before sneered. Brat, you're asking for it. Don't blame me if you want to die. Then she stretched out her hand and grabbed the little white monkey. Whoa whoa. The little white monkey waved its furry paws angrily. When it saw the female disciple grabbing at it, it instantly disappeared. So fast, it's a natural variant. The female disciple was stunned, and her voice was filled with ecstasy. Only I deserve to have such a rare beast. As she spoke, her gaze turned and swept through the surroundings. She wanted to capture the little white monkey's trajectory. However, in the next moment, she screamed. Ah! The sharp sound made everyone's scalp go numb. The female disciple of the moon-worshipping cult quickly retreated, covering her face with her hands. Her face was full of horror. Drip! Drip! Blood flowed out from the gaps of her fingers and dripped to the ground. What? She's injured? How is this possible? The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't see anyone attack at all, so how did the female disciple get injured? Oh no! The little white monkey appeared again, waving its paws angrily. Chapter 1604. Her eyes were filled with viciousness. Damn you, monkey! How dare you disfigure me? I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Senior brother, kill all of them! Leave no one alive! She was furious. She did not expect the little white monkey to be so fast. Furthermore, her opponent had actually attacked her and scratched her face. This was something that the proud and arrogant her was unable to tolerate. "Brat, how dare you hurt my junior sister? I'll make you pay a painful price. You're dead." The surrounding disciples of the moon-worshipping sect sneered. "Do you know who our senior brother is? Our senior brother Niu Lang is one of the candidate saints." "You're dead." "Niu Lang, he's Niu Lang. If he's one of the successor saints, then he must be an extremely powerful genius," the surrounding people exclaimed. Every major sect and holy ground had a candidate saint and saintess. Other than that, there were also some candidate saints and saintesses. They were used as a precaution or for the sex competition. These candidate saints were powerful and could definitely suppress the younger generation. The crowd did not expect the arrogant young man in front of them to be one of the candidate saints. Lin Xian sneered. "Just a candidate? How dare you be so arrogant when you're not even a candidate?" He sneered disdainfully and shook his head slightly. "Brat, you're courting death." The group of disciples of the moon-worshipping sect was furious. The candidate saint, Niu Lang, looked gloomy. However, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed again. "I think I've seen that young man before. Isn't he the Seeker Soul Master who cut out the subdivine crystal?" "What? Seeker Soul Master? He's a Seeker Soul Master?" The crowd was even more shocked. They did not expect the other party to have such an identity. The disciples of the moon-worshipping sect were also stunned. Niu Lang snorted. "Humph, what Seeker Soul Master? He was just lucky to cut out a subdivine crystal. How dare you be arrogant in front of me with such a weak cultivation? You're courting death. Brat, since you dared to hurt my junior sister, I won't let you go today no matter what. Although this is the public zone and we can't attack, in the lawless zone, I'm afraid no one will care. Brat, do you dare to follow me to the lawless zone? Let's fight to the death. Of course, if you don't dare, then forget it. However, I want you to kneel in front of my junior sister and kowtow 100 times before crippling your own arms. Also, hand over this damned monkey obediently, and I can spare your lives." "What? The lawless zone will decide life and death." Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they now knew that Lin Xian might be a Seeker Spirit Master, this was not a life and death battle. It was true strength, a battle of life and death. Although Lin Xian's identity was special, he was only a 2-star king. As for Niu Lang, he was one of the candidate holy sons. His strength was extremely strong, and he had most likely already reached the level of a 5-star king. Such a person was simply too powerful. Most likely, not many people could suppress it. The lawless zone will decide life and death? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes with a touch of coldness. In the past 2 days, people kept finding trouble with him. Did they really think he was a pushover? It seemed that it was time for him to show off his strength to the crowd. What? A battle of life and death! Everyone was shocked. It seems that the people of the moon-worshipping cult really want to kill that young man called Lin Xian. For a moment, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. "I agree to your request. I'll let you know the consequences of challenging me." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, unable to believe their ears. The other party actually agreed and dared to say such arrogant words. Did he really want to die? At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Xian was crazy. What, did I hear wrong? This brat actually agreed? Even the cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult were stunned. They did not expect that the other party would really agree. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. This brat's brain must be flooded with water to actually agree to a battle with senior brother Niu. It seems like he really doesn't know how to write the word death. Brat, I advise you to kneel down obediently and kowtow 100 times. It'll be more comfortable. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. The group of disciples of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Niu Lang. He said coldly, "What, you don't dare? Humph! Niu Lang snorted and sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Brat, fighting with me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. I'll wait for you in the lawless zone. When the time comes, I'll kill you. Niu Lang sneered and then led the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult out of the tavern and toward the lawless zone. The disfigured female disciple also sneered. Brat, you're dead. I'll definitely kill you. And that stupid white monkey, I'll definitely kill him. You all can go to hell for messing with me. The group of people left arrogantly. Lin Xian snorted and left with the dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey. The entire tavern was in an uproar. They did not expect that the two sides would really fight to the death. One was a seeker spirit master, and the other was a successor of the moon-worshipping cult. This kind of battle was really exciting. There's nothing to look forward to. Niu Lang's strength is terrifying. That Lin brat has no chance of winning. No matter what, I have to go and have a look. Let's go! Everyone was excited and walked toward the lawless zone. At this moment, the door of a private room in the tavern opened and two figures walked out. One was extremely handsome and the other was a tall middle-aged man with a long saber on his back. They were the two mysterious people from before. However, at that moment, they were all wearing black gowns that concealed the black lotus flowers. Therefore, no one noticed their strange clothes. Hee, I didn't expect to see something interesting. Not bad. Shall we go and have a look? The tall middle-aged man smiled. All right, since we have nothing to do now, let's go and have a look. The handsome young man nodded slightly. Then, the two of them walked toward the lawless zone. At the same time, the entire ancient city of Hanyang received the news. Although Lin Xian also obtained a supreme-grade subdivine crystal, only a small number of people saw it. His opponent, Niu Lang, was indeed very famous. After all, the moon-worshipping cult was a major sect and Niu Lang was one of the successor candidates. He could be said to be a very powerful genius. Even the older generation might not be able to defeat such a person. Now, there was someone who wanted to fight to the death with Niu Lang. And that person's identity was most likely a seeker spirit master. This undoubtedly added some mystery to the battle. Chapter 1605. On the other hand, Lin Xian ran into a familiar face. It was a fatty in a golden robe. Brother, it really is you! I knew it. Only you would be so bold as to stir up such a storm. Fatty Luo was very excited when he saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. He looked at Fatty Luo and asked curiously, Why are you here too? Of course, as long as there's a lively place in this world, I, Fatty Luo, will be there. Oh right, Brother Lin, let me introduce you to my brother, Fatty Luo said as he pointed at a young man beside him. His surname is Du Fei. Du Fei, this is the Lin Xian I told you about. So it's Brother Du. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Brother Lin, it's an honor to meet you at last, Du Fei said with a chuckle. I bet this battle will be thrilling. Fatty Luo's mouth twitched when he heard this. He said to Lin Xian, Brother, you'll know this guy when you get to know him. He's a gambler and likes to bet on everything. All right. Lin Xian nodded, speechless. These two were really brothers. One liked to join in the fun, and the other liked to bet. They were really something. However, Lin Xian also wanted to make friends with them from the bottom of his heart when he saw how skilled they were, and that they didn't have any bad intentions. Then, the group walked toward the lawless zone. On the other side, the people from moon-worshipping cult had also arrived at the lawless zone. They all sneered and looked arrogant. They didn't care about this battle at all. Niu Lang, in particular, was laughing coldly. From his point of view, he could crush someone like Lin Xian to death with a single finger. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others also caused a commotion. Fatty Luo narrowed his eyes when he saw the people from moon-worshipping cult. He whispered, Brother Lin, be careful. They have an elder. Sure enough, there was an old man standing among the moon-worshipping cult's cultivators. His eyes were like lightning, and his whole body was exuding a powerful aura. "It's fine." Lin Xian nodded and glanced at the other party. He was not afraid at all. No matter who came today, they wouldn't be able to save these people from moon-worshipping cult. The next moment, he strode forward. "Heh, ignorant trash, you really dare to come? Looks like you really don't know what death is." The people of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. The surrounding people were also discussing. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would really come. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he said coldly, "There's no harm in saying more. Let's fight to the death." Pun! Not long after Lin Xian arrived, the void suddenly trembled, and a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was a man from the ancient city of Hanyang. He waved his hand and the ground bulged up, forming a hole. In the huge arena. "Who initiated the death match? Come on up!" A cold voice sounded. "Humph, kid, I'll crush you with one finger." Niu Lang sneered and stepped onto the arena. "Kid, get over here and accept your death." A roar shook the mountains and rivers. The surrounding martial artists felt their blood boil, and they couldn't stand still. "So strong! Worthy of being the candidate saint of the moon-worshipping cult. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian snorted and then his body swayed, and he instantly appeared on the arena. Seeing this movement technique, the crowd was shocked and couldn't believe it. Some experts even squinted their eyes. "So fast! What movement technique is this? It seems like this kid is not simple." Exclamations of surprise sounded. However, the martial artists of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. "So what if his movement technique is good? He's just a 2-star king. His strength is not enough. I think senior brother Niu can kill him with one punch." "That's right. With his strength, he won't be able to withstand a single blow." On the arena, Niu Lang snorted and stretched out his palm. His huge palm covered the sky and the sun, carrying a terrifying aura. In the palm, there was a full moon that was floating up and down. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if he was holding a real moon and smashing it toward Lin Xian. The aftershock set off countless strong winds and huge waves, causing the crowd to feel cold. Many of the weaker ones were even sent flying. So strong! The crowd was shocked. Just the aftershock alone was already so powerful. One could imagine how terrifying the real sun and moon in the palm was. "It's over. That kid can't resist it." Not to mention 2-star kings, even 4-star kings can't resist this attack. The crowd shook their heads and sighed, looking at Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically and their hearts beat wildly. Lin Xian suddenly let out a long roar, and there was a rumbling sound from his body. Endless energy exploded from his body and swept out in all directions. "What? So powerful! How is this possible?" The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. They realized that Lin Xian's aura was not weaker than Niu Lang's at all. "Humph, it's just a bluff. Die." Niu Lang saw this and exerted even more strength to push his palm down. Lin Xian snorted, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched out. The qi and blood in his body rumbled like dragons, and a powerful aura shook the surroundings. Boom! This punch directly shattered the full moon. Heaven and earth trembled, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Then, he used his fingers like a sword and quickly swung out a ray of sword qi. It was like a divine red, and it carried a sharp light as it quickly slashed forward. On the opposite side, Niu Lang's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. To be honest, he did not believe that Lin Xian could block his attack. In his opinion, he could suppress a 2-star king with a raise of his hand. However, Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. When he saw that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack, he was instantly furious. He snorted coldly and used his technique again. As a successor, he was extremely powerful and had boundless confidence. Moreover, his strength was not limited to this. That attack just now was only a little of his strength. Now, he would let Lin Xian know what a true genius was. Kill! With a furious roar, Niu Lang's aura changed drastically and became extremely violent. At the same time, a huge moon appeared behind him. It was a red moon, and it was extremely huge. It suddenly appeared behind him as if it was real. Along with it, there was an endless tide of energy that spread in all directions, and heaven and earth trembled. At this moment, all the surrounding martial artists who were watching the battle felt a surging pressure on their bodies. Some of the weaker ones even knelt on the ground with pale faces. Blood Moon Realm. This is Niu Lang's King Realm. Everyone exclaimed, and their bodies trembled. In the crowd, Crimson Dragon God had a look of disdain. He was the person who knew Lin Xian the best, so he was not worried at all. However, Fatty Luo and Du Fei had grave expressions. Because the two of them knew Niu Lang's strength, and from the scene in front of them, their opponent was indeed powerful. Chapter 1606. The Blood Moon is the ultimate technique of the moon-worshipping cult. I didn't expect Niu Lang to be able to cultivate it to such a level. It's really surprising. It was rare for Fatty Luo to be serious. Du Fei also nodded. Yeah, I bet that Niu Lang is not far from becoming a true 5-star king. I wonder if Brother Lin can contend with him? In the arena, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. To be honest, Niu Lang did have the right to be arrogant. Just this moon alone was probably unrivaled among the 4-star kings. However, Niu Lang was unlucky to have encountered him. This was because Lin Xian's strength could not be estimated by cultivation base. Brat, go to hell! With a roar, Niu Lang activated the Blood Moon domain. Immediately, the moon behind him started to slowly rotate. Endless red light formed in the air. It was like a red millstone, full of mystery. In the next moment, the red light emitted and fiercely collided with Lin Xian's sword qi. Boom! With a loud bang, heaven and earth trembled. Lin Xian's sword qi was blocked. Not only that, countless cracks appeared on it. Finally, with a bang, it shattered into pieces. So terrifying, as expected of the Blood Moon domain. Yeah, Niu Lang is too strong. I'm afraid that even a 5-star king might not be able to contend with him. Although Lin Xian is also very strong and beyond everyone's expectations, it's still too difficult for him to fight against Niu Lang. This time, he's bound to lose. It's such a pity. A Seeker Spirit Master with such strength should have a promising future. However, he provoked Niu Lang. I'm afraid he'll be killed. Sighs could be heard one after another. Everyone believed that Lin Xian had no chance. The reason for that was because the Crimson Moon was simply too terrifying. As for Lin Xian, he did not feel a trace of fear as everyone imagined. In fact, the corners of his mouth even curled up into a mocking smile. In the next moment, he let out a low roar, and then a green dragon sword domain quickly formed beside him. What? He still wants to fight? He's courting death! Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. What an idiot! A 2-star king wants to compete with senior brother Niu in King's domain? It seems like he doesn't know what's good for him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as a hint of confidence appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he activated the dragon sword domain. Soon, countless sword qi surged and quickly condensed, forming the shadow of a green dragon behind him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, roaring in the void. Come, let me see how strong your king's domain is. Lin Xian's voice was steady. You're courting death. On the other side, Niu Lang roared angrily and charged over with the huge blood-colored moon. The other party actually dared to look down on him. He was truly unforgivable. He would make the other party pay the most painful price. The red moon traversed the sky, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth as it shone with a red light. The entire sky was dyed red. At the same time, there was a terrifying energy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He activated the shadow of the green dragon behind him and struck out with his palm. Immediately, The shadow of the green dragon behind him also waved its huge dragon claws and clawed forward. The void split open, and cracks appeared one after another before it collapsed with a loud bang. The huge green dragon claws were extremely sharp and were completely formed by sword chi. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with violent energy. In the next moment, the two collided fiercely. A violent storm swept in all directions, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. This energy was simply too terrifying. The surrounding martial artists were shocked to the core. Even the elder of the moon-worshipping cult had a serious expression on his face. "Damn it, how can that kid be so strong?" The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult looked gloomy. They did not expect that Lin Xian, a 2-star king, would have such strength. It was really beyond their expectations. "Humph, so what if he's strong? Against senior brother Neo, only death awaits him." The others gritted their teeth and said. Their eyes were filled with madness. Killing a genius like Neo Lang was very exciting for them. In the sky, violent energy flashed like waves, crashing in all directions. However, at this moment, a loud dragon roar was heard. Then, the green dragon claws emitted a terrifying light and slapped on the red moon. It sent Neo Lang flying. Puff! The red moon flew backward. Neo Lang kept retreating, spitting out blood. Behind him, the red full moon had dimmed quite a bit. What? He was pushed back. How is this possible? Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Neo Lang was actually pushed back. Exclamations sounded one after another. Everyone was completely stunned. They did not expect Neo Lang, the saint candidate of the moon-worshipping cult, to be pushed back. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. In the arena, Neo Lang shook his head frantically. "Damn it, this is impossible! I don't believe it! How can a 2-star king block my king domain?" To be honest, he was going crazy. One should know that when he used his blood moon domain, even a 5-star king was no match for him. However, his opponent had sent him flying with a single palm. He could not accept this. "Damn it, go to hell!" Neo Lang roared angrily, emitting a crazy light. He used all his strength on the red moon behind him. The red moon spun rapidly, emitting a roaring sound. Boundless flames spread in all directions. "Oh no, Neo Lang is angry! This is an all-out attack!" Below, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed. As expected, the red moon emitted a dazzling light and quickly attacked Lin Xian. The entire sky trembled. The saint candidate's all-out attack was extremely terrifying. It could even kill a 5-star king. At this moment, when Neo Lang used it, it was even more terrifying. Lin Xian let out a long roar and waved his arm. "Azure Dragon break!" The Azure Dragon's shadow behind him roared rapidly, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its entire body emitted a dazzling light. The terrifying light tore through heaven and earth. The entire arena trembled rapidly as if it was about to collapse. Fortunately, this was an ancient arena that was protected by a powerful array formation. That was why it was preserved. Otherwise, just this aura alone would cause the entire ground to sink. With a roar, the Azure Dragon transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow and quickly charged forward. This was one of Lin Xian's ultimate techniques. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the Azure Dragon's sword shadow collided with the red moon, causing a huge explosion in the entire void. Waves of destructive energy swept out in all directions, forcing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. Everyone retreated in horror and looked ahead in shock. They could not believe it. Was this really the strength of a 2-star king? How could he be so powerful? He could probably kill a 5-star king. Too powerful. As expected of Brother Lin. Chapter 1607. On the other side, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult had a hideous expression on their faces. Even Elder Zhang's expression was as heavy as water. Boom! 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 Another earth-shattering explosion rang out as the stage exploded with resplendent light. Then, the azure dragon sword shadow directly shattered the blood-colored moon. What? It's broken! How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They realized that Niu Lang's king's domain had been shattered. It was simply unbelievable. No! Damn it! I don't believe it! Niu Lang roared madly. At the same time, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. The shattering of his king's domain had caused him severe injuries. He was afraid that he would soon become a cripple. He couldn't accept it. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his arm. A dazzling sword light shot forward once again. What? He wants to continue? At the sight of this scene, the scalps of the crowd went numb. It seemed like Lin Xian really wanted to kill Niu Lang. Stop! Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. It turned out that it was the elder of the moon-worshipping cult. It was the Reverence Moon Elder. His face was gloomy. His gaze was like lightning. It was unusually cold. Stop! On the stage, Lin Xian sneered. This is a battle of life and death. It will only end when one side dies. You actually want me to stop? What a joke! However, the Reverence Moon Elder snorted coldly. His eyes were like two sharp blades that shook the void. Niu Lang is my moon-worshipping cult's holy prince candidate. His status is incomparably noble. Are you sure you want to kill him? Young man, even if you have some strength, don't be too arrogant. The moon-worshipping cult isn't something you can provoke. I advise you to obediently let Niu Lang go. Otherwise, you will be killed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. It seemed like the Reverence Moon Elder was really angry. He didn't even hesitate to threaten Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. You dare to threaten me? I hate it when people threaten me. Therefore, Niu Lang must die. In the next moment, he mercilessly waved his arm, and the sharp sword light quickly slashed down. Like a graceful swan, it instantly blasted onto Niu Lang's body. How dare you! Seeing that the other party wasn't afraid of his threat at all, he continued to make a move. The Reverence Moon Elder's expression was extremely ugly. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. His eyes even widened in disbelief. That was because the sword light had directly sliced Niu Lang in half, and his blood dyed the sky red. What? Killed! Cowherd was actually killed! Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies trembled. This scene was too shocking. A dignified Holy Sun candidate was actually killed by a single sword strike? Not only the surrounding disciples, but even the moon-worshipping cult's martial artists were terrified, and their scalps went numb. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. As for Lin Xian, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked around disdainfully. His body was surrounded by sharp sword light, making him look like a sword god, extremely powerful. Brat, go to hell! Suddenly, the moon-worshipping cult's elder snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent light blasted towards Niu Lang. The power was terrifying, and it made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that the Reverence Moon Elder's strength was above Niu Lang's. Not good, that brat is finished. What? The moon-worshipping cult's elder actually made a move? A group of people was shocked, and their scalps went numb. Damned old man! Brother Lin, be careful! Fatty Luo and Du Fei cried out in alarm. On the battle stage, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the Reverence Moon Elder to make a move. However, even if the Reverence Moon Elder attacked, so what? His figure moved, and he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed reached the limit, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Boom! The entire battle stage shook, and cracks appeared in the void. However, the palm strike missed, and it didn't hurt Lin Xian at all. What? So fast! Everyone was shocked. They already knew that Lin Xian's speed was fast. However, they didn't expect him to be so fast. Even the moon-worshipping cult's elder's attack couldn't hit him. Damn it, what kind of footwork is that? Even the moon-worshipping cult's elder was shocked. With a roar, he was about to attack again. At this time, Lin Xian sneered. What a shameless moon-worshipping cult! The young one can't beat you, and now you want the old one to make a move. He was truly a laughingstock of the world. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The Reverence Moon Elder roared. Damn brat, what did you say? What did I say? I said you're shameless. What's your cultivation? What's your age? You want to attack me? You really don't know shame. Is the moon-worshipping cult full of shameless people? Or are you saying that the younger generation is trash? Bastard, who do you think you are? You don't deserve this old man to make a move. However, you killed Niu Lang, and your crime is unforgivable. This old man is going to kill you. What a joke, Niu Lang and I volunteered for the life and death battle. We have no regrets. Even if we die, we have no complaints. Now that Niu Lang has been killed, you want to take revenge? If that's the case, who would dare to fight on the life and death stage? Lin Xian sneered. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, Niu Lang had volunteered for the life and death battle. Moreover, the moon-worshipping cult's elder had disregarded his status and attacked a junior. Don't try to quibble. Since you dared to kill the moon-worshipping cult's people, you must pay the price. The Reverence Moon Elder's expression was ferocious. Lin Xian sneered. If the moon-worshipping cult continues to send out the younger generation, I will accept it without any hesitation. But if the older generation attacks, the world will laugh at them. What? Are the younger generation of the moon-worshipping cult all trash? None of them dare to attack? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They could tell that Lin Xian was looking for trouble with the moon-worshipping cult. The moon-worshipping cult's elder was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He naturally knew what Huang Xiaolong was talking about. However, he couldn't accept Niu Lang's death. Therefore, he decided to disregard his status and kill the kid in front of him. Sigh, the moon-worshipping cult is really shameless. Humph, you think you can bully the younger generation just because you're old? How shameless! What? Is there no one else in the moon-worshipping cult? If there's no one in the younger generation, I don't mind becoming the moon-worshipping cult's holy son. Fatty Luo, Dufei, and the dark red divine dragon sneered. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked down and coldly said, Old thing, if you want to fight, sure. Suppress your cultivation to the level of a 2-star king, and we will have a fair fight. What? Suppress his cultivation to the level of a 2-star king? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian sneered. What? You don't dare to accept? You don't even dare to fight at the same level, and you dare to be arrogant here? Chapter 1608. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, if one didn't have the guts to fight someone of the same realm, then they were truly cowards. The Reverence Moon Elder was trembling with anger, and his face was terrifyingly dark. Suppress his cultivation? Fight a 2-star king realm expert? What a joke! He had seen Huang Xiaolong's cultivation. Huang Xiaolong was a 2-star king realm expert who could kill a 5-star king realm expert. How could he compare to Huang Xiaolong's heaven-defying strength? Therefore, he wouldn't suppress his cultivation even if he was beaten to death. What a sharp-tongued brat! Just you wait, this matter won't end like this. My Reverence Moon cult has countless geniuses, and when the time comes, someone will take your dog life. The Reverence Moon Elder gritted his teeth, and with a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. The disciples of the Reverence Moon cult had a sinister expression on their faces as they glared at Lin Xian before leaving with the Reverence Moon cult. It's over? It's over just like that? Everyone couldn't believe it. They hadn't expected the Reverence Moon Elder to leave just like that. It seemed like he was afraid of Huang Xiaolong, and didn't dare to fight someone of the same realm. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with a solemn expression, and there was even a trace of fear. It was obvious that Huang Xiaolong was a genius, and they couldn't defeat him. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei smiled and said, "Today is a good day, and it's worth celebrating. Brother Lin, let's drink until we're drunk." "Okay." Lin Xian laughed loudly, and the few of them left quickly. In the crowd, the mysterious duo's eyes flickered. Among them, the tall middle-aged man smiled and said, "Not bad, I didn't expect this brat's strength to exceed my expectations." The handsome young man beside him nodded and said, "It's indeed surprising that he could kill the Holy Prince candidate Cowherd. I really look forward to his growth. At that time, I'll kill him with a single slash." The tall middle-aged man sneered, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. After that, the two of them disappeared once again, and no one noticed them. In the restaurant, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei returned. "Haha, this is great! Just imagining the Reverence Moon Elder's face makes me want to laugh." Fatty Luo laughed loudly. Du Fei was also shocked. "Brother Lin, amazing! I didn't expect you to be so strong. I dare to bet that even if he were to face a true saint, he wouldn't be too far off. Come, let's not leave until we're drunk." Several people laughed loudly and drank the spiritual wine together. They only left when night fell. Fatty Luo and Du Fei rented a mansion in Hanyang Ancient City. Lin Xian didn't have a place to stay, so he went with them. Late at night, the starry sky twinkled quietly. Lin Xian returned to his room, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he refined the spirit wine. After which, his eyes flickered with a profound light. Today's battle seemed easy, but it also gave him a lot of inspiration. After all, Cowherd was a candidate for Holy Sun. His strength was extremely powerful among the younger generation. Although Lin Xian did not use many moves, each of his moves was done with 120% of his concentration, using all of his strength. At this moment, he recalled the battle during the day once again to gain experience. At the same time, he held a piece of supreme-grade substandard divine crystal in his hand, and quickly absorbed the energy inside. Although he had killed Miao Lang, he didn't let his guard down. Miao Lang was only one of the candidates. Above him were the holy sons and the geniuses of other sects. Therefore, Lin Xian had to cultivate with all his strength to maintain his valiant battle strength and not fall behind the others. One had to know that the geniuses of the true spirit world were born with countless natural treasures, especially the geniuses of the Sure family and the holy lands of the primordial era. They were the favorites of heaven and earth. However, he had just arrived here. Therefore, he had to cultivate even harder in order to catch up with the others. He spent the entire night cultivating. The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes as the sun rose in the east. The supreme-grade substandard divine crystal in his hand had already dimmed. There wasn't much energy left in it. However, Lin Xian's strength had increased again. Not long after, Fatty Luo and Du Fei walked over with smiles on their faces and dragged Lin Xian to the street for breakfast. The group went out again. After breakfast, they strolled around the freezing Sun Valley city. The situation this time was obviously different. Not long after Lin Xian walked on the street, many people cupped their fists at him. "Morning, Brother Lin!" "Morning," Lin Xian replied with a smile. He knew that this was the effect of yesterday's battle. Now, no one dared to look down on him. However, Fatty Luo and Du Fei exclaimed lightly. Then, their eyes lit up and they looked forward as if they had found something good. "Brother Lin, come and look," the two greeted. Lin Xian was puzzled. He also looked forward. Then, he was slightly taken aback. Because what appeared in front of him wasn't a treasure, but a woman. The woman was wearing a long blue dress. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was incomparably beautiful and had an otherworldly aura. She was like a fairy from the Moon Palace. She was extremely beautiful. "What a beautiful woman!" the surrounding people exclaimed. Indeed, even Lin Xian nodded. Whether it was her appearance, figure, or temperament, there was nothing wrong with her. Who is she? Lin Xian asked. The Saintess of the Moon Palace, the Moon Fairy. Why, are you tempted? Fatty Luo said with a smile. Du Fei also joked. I dare to bet that Brother Lin must be tempted. The two laughed. We've had a dream since we were young. That's to snatch the saintess of a large sect and make her our wife. I wonder if we have the chance this time? Their voices weren't loud, but they weren't soft either. Therefore, the surrounding martial artists all heard them. Immediately, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe their ears. Snatch the saintess as a wife? What a joke! Perhaps even those from the supreme sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients wouldn't dare to say that. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He knew that Fatty Luo and Du Fei were arrogant and daring, but he didn't expect them to have such a shocking idea. Even Fairy Guanghan, who was in the front, frowned. The Moon Palace disciples beside her looked even more gloomy. They glared at Lin Xian. Obviously, they were very unhappy with Fatty Luo and the others' words. Fatty Luo and Du Fei chuckled. They weren't afraid of the Moon Palace disciples' gazes at all. They even quickly sized up the Moon Fairy. How dare you blaspheme the saintess of our sect? You're courting death! The Moon Palace disciples couldn't stand it anymore. They strode forward and a terrifying aura enveloped Fatty Luo and Du Fei. Even Lin Xian and the mystical dragon and Hong were enveloped by it. As for Fatty Luo and Du Fei, they were still grinning. How dare we? How dare we? The saintess is beautiful. Of course, she's there for others to see. We didn't say anything. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.